right now.
Did you guys hear that? It was a call. It started, so it's staged. Oh, wow, good for you. You want to show
Took my diploma.
Yeah.
In case they can. The lady says, "Oh, I hope that they can get. I told my wife.
Hey, Jason.
See if they have any extra shots. She knocked on the door. Come on.
Cool.
Told-
That's a good tournament.
It is, yeah, I think we were gonna have everybody.
All
All
the pistols and stuff like that.
right.
Good, and you, buddy?
I was looking at Smith and Wesson.
All right, so we're gonna start recording the meeting. It's out live to YouTube, so we can have people, Tammy, can you check those attendees too? I'm not sure if it's, so Commissioner Tabor, who's there, he'll be joining us via Zoom. He didn't feel so good, but otherwise he's planning on coming in person. I'm not sure if he'll come tonight and maybe be here tomorrow or not. And then Representative Logie he called me last night. He's planning on coming tomorrow, I believe. He was planning on being here today, and then his meeting he's at Monday and Tuesday got extended into Wednesday. So now he's there Wednesday and coming up, I think, tonight. So we should have the full PLPW in person, hopefully tomorrow. The way we're gonna kind of roll, Director Warsack had to go to the Capitol this morning, so he won't be here till probably about 9:30. So we'll end up having to fluctuate a little bit. But so you guys all know, the audio is coming through the speakers in the ceiling, so you'll be able to hear people on Zoom. But there's also microphones in the ceiling, so they'll be able to hear us talk as well, I hope.
Hey, Jason.
Yes, Pat.
Okay, so Missy just said that you are live on the website, and you guys are now live or have been live on YouTube for the last couple minutes.
Thanks, Pat. Thanks for your help.
No problem. Have a good meeting.
All right, so our meeting today will consist of kind of shuffling some things around a little bit. So Ron Gendro, our legislative liaison, will probably go first, talk about some department bills, other things that happened in the legislature. And then obviously you guys had a handful of bills there too. I know Senator Ankney carried one of those for us. So those PLPW bills, and then we'll see if Hank's here. If he's not, we'll roll into maybe talking about that video project. So there's a video project that you guys all kind of wanted to see started, and it's getting going. I put a little bit of an outline in your folders actually that kind of gives, here's the topics, here's what it's looking like. And actually, I believe next week they're hoping to start filming. So we'll just kind of look at that list and make sure it's what you're hoping for or somewhere about there. Then we'll have a landowner from Region 6, Brett Hustis, come in. He wanted to talk about some landowner preference things, but then also their hunter access system and how they administer block management, their reservation system online that they use. And then the afternoon today, we'll all be working on Region 7 and Region 6, the public access land agreements, the PALAs. Then tomorrow we'll start with Region 3, 4, and 5. So then we'll have lunch tomorrow. Hopefully that'll take the morning. We'll have lunch, and then we'll have one of our folks who does like a bear safety, bear aware training. So bear spray, bear presentation. He's gonna give us an hour tomorrow afternoon, just kind of now that bears have expanded and that kind of stuff. So they're gonna do that. We'll be able to hopefully be outside for that. So just trying to break up the meeting a little bit and get folks outside for that. Then we'll have our trap line reports and we'll be done. So I think with that, I'm gonna turn it over to Ron. The camera is up there, so it's just kind of showing the room, so you can stand wherever you want. But it should pick us all up. Looks like Representative Logie and Commissioner Tabor are on board. So hi guys. You can hear us, so that's good. That's good. All right, Ron, it's all yours.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'm Ron Gendro. I'm the legislative liaison for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. And I'll just kind of go through, I'm not going to hit, we had like, I think 50 bills that kind of affected Fish, Wildlife, and Parks one way or another, whether it was through staff or through Fish and Wildlife issues. I'm not going to hit all 50. I'm just going to go through a few of them that I thought that would kind of more fit into this group. So I'll go ahead and start with House Bill 2. That's basically the state budget bill. And you can thank Ben Rake, he was very involved in House Bill 2. So you can thank her. I'll thank her. I think actually they were very kind to us this session, and actually last couple of sessions. We pretty much, our budget's been passed pretty much how we've asked for it. So it's been really good. So thank you, sir. I'm not going to go hit through everything. I'm just going to kind of go hit the highlights. As an agency, we increase of about 2.5 FT and about 5 million in fiscal year 2022, 2.5 FT and about 5 million in fiscal year 2023. The increase was over 4 million is going ongoing base funding. The 2.5 increase in FT made previously one-time only positions in the Wildlife Division, permanent base positions. The other funding is one-time only and will not remain the base in the next starting point. And those one-time only positions were basically for, I think they were the wolf, either the wolf or the grizzly bear coordinators. For,
Wolf techs, I believe.
Wolf techs for.
Yeah, Ken just looked out, but he'll be back.
Those were wolf techs, weren't they? The one-time only, or the 2.5 FTE.
The previous year, one time only, they'll make permanent.
Yeah, so that's what those were.
So are they staying wolf FTE?
Yeah.
All right, I'll start hitting through some of the policy bills. House Bill 108 was introduced by Representative Logie. This was a PLPW bill. Basically what this bill does is it adds fur bearers to get permission to hunt. Previously, fur bearers were kind of left off, which is basically bobcat. So if you were hunting a bobcat, not trapping, it really wasn't covered under statute. So that basically added that to fur bearers to have to get permission to hunt. It also increased the first offense for hunting without landowner permission shall be fined not less than 135 or more than 500. Second offense within 5 years shall forfeit license not less than 12 months or more than 3 years from the date of conviction. And it just basically clarifies that retrieval and access to public land is part of the hunt. And that is in effect now, went into effect March 26. So it was
that PLPW strengthening the penalties bill. And it got tweaked a little bit, but like Ron said, it's second offense.
So how did it get tweaked?
Because we were looking at like a 5-year or permanent revocation. I think they put in a 3-year limit.
So I think it went from, I think the bill initially had 5 years. If you violate within for 5 years, then it was the revocation, but they bumped it back to 3 years instead in the committee, I believe.
Then the fine is too.
Excuse me, on that.
Yeah.
On that second offense, it's loss of privileges, correct?
The judge has the option to, I believe.
Oh, okay. Now, is that Montana only, or is that in the?
Actually, the second offense
Is
within 5 years shall forfeit license. So the judge,
went from may to shall.
it's on a second offense. The first offense, they said
Okay.
it's a may, and then that would be, if they get
Second
suspended,
offense, the judge loses it.
they
And,
should.
and now does that, and it may be, I can't remember the right term, does that say all the other 42 states are just?
Yep, so if you lose your privileges in our state, as long as there's a similar statute in the other state, they will lose their privileges in that state. So like for instance, like in Wyoming, they have to have a license to shoot squirrels and those kind of things. Montana does not. So if you lost your privileges in Wyoming for shooting squirrels, it wouldn't roll over in Montana because we don't have that. But this would. So most states have some kind of trespass law, so they would lose their privileges in all the states that are in the
Compact, I can't remember, is it called the
Yep,
compact?
it is compact.
Okay, all right.
So Ron, a question on that. So with enforcement, has that already been discussed for implementation, and how have they responded to that change in the statute? Ordinance.
Yeah, so really it's, what we'll have to do is we'll have to have the discussion with judges so they're aware of it. And I think they have a meeting every after the session. They'll cover that, but it really won't matter for us much. I mean, what I've done is I've sent out the whole synopsis to all of our, just last Friday, we sent out the whole synopsis of what passed in the session to all of our employees. So it kind of breaks it down of what the implementation is and those kind of things. So they are made aware of the changes in the statute.
Could we get a copy of that?
Sure, yeah.
And remember, in our discussion with the PLPW and the landowners, that was part of their problem, was that they wanted more enforcement, and this was to try and beef that up. And I know that's why we kind of put it out there, so that the repeat offenders finally would maybe hold up a little bit, get a little bit more penalties.
I mean, in the field, I don't think it's going to change much. They're going to still respond to, if they get a call or a Titmont call, they're still going to respond as they have been. Really, the big changes is getting our judges to make sure that they upheld what the statute says. And then, of course, I mean, plea bargains and all that stuff coming into play, and then so then who knows how it plays out. Any more questions on that? The next one is House Bill 119. It's also a PLPW bill. This was also brought by Representative Logie. Basically, this one requires a commission approval for issuance of a license or permit to landowners who enter into a contractual agreement with the Department of public hunting. So that's that 455 or 454. And then later on in another bill, and I'll talk about it later, that requirement changed from 4 hunters to 3 hunters. And then it has a process for landowners to allow, I think, a third of those hunters to pick those third of those hunters. Before it didn't, in the last session in 2019, there was a bill that changed it, and it took away the commission's ability to review those. It just went right to the director.
Yeah, that was another PLPW
Yep.
bill to try and get the commission process back into approving those. Then, like you said, there's some other tweaks to it as well.
So it is back in the commission's hand to
Yes.
approve or not,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Those will actually be up for proposal at the June meeting here in 2 weeks. The ones for this year.
Next bill is House Bill 120, also a PLPW bill. And this one is allows an applicant must be eligible to apply for a license to purchase a bonus point. People will not be able to buy bonus points for their kids any longer unless they are eligible to apply for a license. So that means about a 12-year-old. Youth not eligible that have bonus points will not lose them. So if they've already purchased bonus points, they will not lose them. So when they turn 12, then they can add to their bonus points. This also affects folks that have lost their privileges, are no longer, so they will not be able to purchase bonus points. And that went into effect March 1 of 2022. So it's in effect now.
Can I ask a really stupid question? How do the bonus points work? I don't understand it. I don't buy hunting licenses. I don't do any of that. I just provide habitat and hunting access. And how do they work?
I'm not the best person to ask, but
You buy them.
What was it like for a drawing? If you get,
Yes.
like, say if you were gonna apply for, could you buy bonus points for like the Breaks elk?
yes,
Right.
And so do you accrue them?
yes.
Like if you don't buy them, you get some anyway, or how does it work?
No, you have to purchase them. So
So it allows the rich people to get ahead of the people that can't just afford to pay the license then, or how does it
They're
work?
like $2 to
Yeah.
apply.
Yeah, they're cheap.
they're $2. Yeah, I think they're
So how
$2.
many can you buy? Can you buy like,
You just buy one
year.
a year.
oh, so you can't, just because you have found $100 bill, you can't go right to the head of the line.
Then what they were doing is there was a lot of gamesmanship in this.
Well, that's what I thought. It didn't sound like Montana to me. You know, usually when you're starting to line someplace, you keep that place in mind. If you go around and go to the front, the next big Swede grabs you and throws your butt back out to the other end of the line. You know,
This ain't Valley
it just
County.
doesn't sound like Montana. That you
That's
buy
a different bill.
Huh?
That's a different bill.
Yeah,
That's a big
there's
Swede.
another one we can talk about
That's the big Swede bill.
in a minute.
This
We'll
was
talk
the
about
one where the people were buying them for kids.
Yeah, so they could start when they were born, so if I had a grandson, I could start him in and he'd have 12 by the time he got
Right,
time to. So how many does it take to get a license then?
take a lot.
Keith,
It's a bunch.
80.
Could take zero.
What benefit
I don't know
is
if there's a
there?
number for sheep.
Well, it's just a lottery. So what happens is when you purchase one, I think it gets squared. And then so
It's like buying 2 lottery tickets.
It's like derivative.
so you get more
Chances.
chances at the
To
draw.
draw the Missouri.
Oh. And then somebody thought it was odd that somebody was gaming the system.
You guys did.
That's it. Yeah, this is a
I do.
great deal.
Thank you.
Yep. House Bill 163, that was brought by Representative Fielder out of Thompson Falls. This increases the Fish and Wildlife Commissions from 5 to 7 commissioners, and the boundaries will mirror basically the regional boundaries are within 10 air miles of the regional boundary. So that goes into effect October 1. So that means that Region 2 and then Region 7 will get appointed commissioners probably this October. So we have 7. Yes.
that bill vetoed?
That was a
No.
different bill. That was Senator Lang's bill, 306. That got vetoed. And that one was the one that made 3 of them landowners.
Landowner.
Required.
Yeah,
So that went out.
that one got vetoed.
Yeah.
That one, that one is out for a veto override. I don't know how that'll turn out, but the letters were sent out and that vote will come back probably within a week.
Yeah, it's gotta be back the 17th, I think.
It's out for veto override, so then it could be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it goes to the-
landowners?
The legislators vote and see whether they want to override. A lot of times that doesn't happen. A lot of people don't return their ballots anyway, but just so you know that it's still possibly alive.
Representative Logan, how many votes does that take to override a veto? Is it
2/3, I believe.
2/3? House Bill 224. This was a bill brought by also Representative Fielder at Thompson Falls. This will basically, the trapping season must allow for use of snares for wolves as allowed by the commission. And so this will be on the June 24th commission meeting also. See where, how or where or when or how many, or what regions will be involved in that, or what portions of the regions will be involved with that. House Bill 225, also brought by Representative Fielder. This gives the commission may authorize a wolf trapping season that opens the first Monday after Thanksgiving, closes March 15th of the following calendar year. Allows the commission to adjust dates for specific wolf management units. And that will go into effect October 1. So again, this one will also be on the commission this month. House Bill 242 is brought by Representative Caleb Hinkle out of Bozeman. This basically just creates a special muzzleloader season. It's going to be starts the second Saturday after the end of the regular season and lasts 9 days. And the kind of reason I brought this one up is it just kind of affects some block management folks. So and I think they were asking block management folks if they were going to be willing to allow muzzleloaders so this fall. So this will also go into effect October 1.
Yep, so it'd be, this December. So so for folks that don't know, Derek Miller, he's the Region 4 Access Coordinator, is on the right back there. And then Tim Potter, who's in between these lovely ladies, he's the Region 6 Access Coordinator. But anyway, so yeah, all the cooperators that are in block got asked if they want to continue their contract into that late muzzleloader opportunity. So you'll see that this year as well.
And it's really restrictive on what kind of muzzleloaders. So it's primitive muzzleloaders is what it states in statute.
So why would they have the muzzleloader season after the 458 Win Mag season? It looked like it'd be pretty hard to sneak up on something with the muzzle.
I think they didn't want to, and I guess I didn't ask the sponsor of why he chose those dates, but I think, actually I didn't even ask him, but he wanted to keep it clear of, he didn't want to interfere with the archery season. He knew that would be problematic. He didn't really want to take another week away from the rifle hunters. He knew that would be problematic. so he chose a time when he didn't think it would be any controversy with archery hunters and rifles.
Muzzleloader antelope, northeast Montana.
It's possible. Likely, but it's possible.
And I believe that will be on the commission also. I'm not sure if it's June 24th. Is that the June?
Yeah, June 24th.
That'll be on the commission June 24th too.
And that one is just deer and elk.
Yep, deer and elk. House Bill 468. This is introduced by Representative Fielder out of Thompson Falls. It allows the use of hounds to pursue black bears during the spring bear season as approved by the commission. Creates a dog training season from the end of bear season to June 15th as authorized by the commission. And this will also go into effect October 1. So next spring, we will see use of dogs for hunting bears in the spring. I'm going to skip this one and save this one for last. Senate Bill 98. This was introduced by Senator Gillespie. So this bill basically finds that the grizzly bear population in the state is recovered and should be removed from the federal endangered species list. The legislature finds the act of a grizzly bear attacking, killing, or threatening to kill a person or livestock is an absolute defense against a person who takes a grizzly bear in accordance with this section being charged with a crime under Montana law. So the key is it's Montana law. So because they're still listed, it's still a violation of federal law to shoot a grizzly bear, even if it's attacking livestock. So I just thought I'd bring that up just to make sure that folks know that just because it's not against the law in Montana necessarily, it's still a federal violation.
Think that'll be confusing the hunters?
I think the hunters will know it's, and that's only for, so it's attacking livestock or protecting yourself. Senate Bill 115. This was introduced by Keith Revere. This was a bill that was brought up last session and got vetoed. So this bill's approval is required by the Board of Land Commissioners for land acquisitions involving more than 500 acres of land or land or water acquisitions of more than $1 million in value. Easements of land or water when $1 million in state funds will be used would require approval of the Board of Land Commissioners. And that goes into effect October 1.
How does that vary from the previous one?
Before, if
Didn't have a limit?
Didn't have to go, well, it was, didn't have to go in, conservation easements didn't have to go in front of the, didn't have one, it didn't have to go in front of the landlord, now they will. So, and it increased the cost from, I think it was 500,000 to up to $1 million.
Oh, that's the threshold?
Yeah.
Because we proposed one on our ranch back in the 90s, and we went to the land.
I think we, at one point, there was some controversy on if they had to go in front of the landlord. And then it was determined because of how the statute was written, they didn't have to. But we were just kind of doing that, just
reinstated the previous, the way it was in the 90s.
And we've been taking them to the landlord anyway, but this just makes it a requirement now that they have to go in front of that.
Okay, thank you.
And Ron, I think it used to be 100 acres or $100,000.
Okay.
So it's bumped up.
They bumped up. Senate Bill 116 is introduced by Senator Igney. It's also a PLPW bill. This bill allows landowner preference for residents and non-resident B-tag licenses who own 640 acres or more contiguous acres or 160 acres or more can use agricultural land on which Department documented elk damage for the last 2 years. 15% of the B-tags would be available for the landowners with preference. Allows the commission to allow for the sale of resident and non-resident elk B-tag for 1/2 the cost of regular price in areas where the elk population is above the sustainable population number established pursuant to 87-1323. So basically allows for landowner preference on some of those smaller properties in western Montana.
Would they be awarded a license then if they were?
They would just get preference on a.
Oh, they'd have to enter the drawing.
Yep. Have to enter a drawing.
It would be like antelope then? Like,
Yep.
Okay, so if there's lots of antelope in your landowner, you apply.
Yeah, you get preference, yeah. It's up to, I think, up to 10% goes to landowners. I'll go into effect March 1 of 2022, so next license season.
That does not include out-of-state landowners, right?
It will include them, yep.
It will?
Sure.
It's a panelist license.
Yep.
So
To be
it's not,
detected.
it's not
To
the,
be-
The details.
not the
Cow
bull, not the
cow
bull
oil.
permit, it's just the cow oil.
Yep, you still have to have the section for those bull tags. Senate Bill 267. This is introduced by Senator Brown. It's an act allowing for the reimbursement of costs incurred while harvesting wolves. So basically, if you harvest wolf, you can get your receipt, and you have receipts, you can get costs incurred, and that's through a nonprofit or a private organization. So it's not through the department. It's for reimbursement.
Is that unlimited reimbursement?
It would be determined by whoever that entity is that's paying it. It's very similar to what Idaho does. They have also a program that allows for a nonprofit to reimburse trappers and others. The last one I'll kind of go through, unless anybody else has any questions about any of the legislation, is House Bill 637. So this bill, it was a cleanup bill for us. We had a lot of different things in there, including so it increased the block management properties cap from 15,000 to 25,000 for each landowner who participates in a unified basic block management program. It also clarified statutes that game wardens can enforce criminal mischief and criminal trespass and littering, even if the lands are not being used for hunting or fishing. So there's kind of some confusion on that before, but now it clarifies that. So now a game warden can hunt, or you can go, like if somebody's having problems with folks stealing antlers or gathering antlers on their property without permission, then a landowner has the ability to, or a game warden has the ability to enforce criminal mischief. And it was kind of confusing whether we had the ability or not. So it just clarified that. It also makes a misdemeanor. Before it wasn't a misdemeanor, but while hunting to use a motor vehicle off-road on state land, it was just a commission rule. Or it was actually a commission rule. It was a rule. It was a state lands rule, but now it's a misdemeanor violation if someone drives, just goes ball hauling across somebody's state land or at least sees state land. It's now a misdemeanor. And then there's some other things I'll hit on this that I'm sure some folks talked about quite a bit. Kind of created a bit of interest. So this will also allows us, we're going to now, for part of our R3 effort, which is recruitment, retention, and reauthorization, we were authorized to basically for $1 million to plant pheasants on our wildlife management areas. And we're going to use that. So we're going to plant those birds just prior to the youth hunting season, or youth pheasant season, I guess. So we can put birds in front of kids and have them have a ability to be successful. And what's also in that bill is we're going to allow the prison to raise those birds for us to plant on our wildlife management areas. So we have, like, I think it was 29 wildlife management areas, I think, that have suitable habitat that we're going to plant those birds on. We're going to plant probably 50,000 birds a year is what the goal is. This year, I think because we don't have, the birds aren't getting raised yet. Well, at the prison, obviously, they're not going to get raised yet. So we went out for bid. I think not all those bids were, or not all the regions got a bid for it. So I can't remember which ones did, but it was like, I think it was 4, 5, 6, and 7, I think got bids. No,
I don't even think that many.
not that many.
It was like
I know it was
3
around
and 7, I think.
3 and 7.
Or no,
Anyway, so we're going to release some birds at some of those areas.
This is just a rhetorical question, but is there, the only wildlife management areas that I've been around that the Fish and Game has, is there any active management? They just put up a fence around it and then it just sits there. It's like terminal CRP. There's no rotational grazing or anything like that. You know, with the CRP contracts, there's a requirement that you periodically adjust the the forage that's there, and everything, is there, does the Fish and Game Department have any kind of an active management plan with those?
That's probably a better question for Ken.
Yeah, several of our WMAs, we have grazing systems on. It's a
But they don't all have, do they?
They don't all. It depends what that WMA is for. There's Northwest Montana, it's primarily forestry. Got a quite an active forestry program now.
Yeah, but it doesn't all have I know there's a chunk right there north of Hinsdale along the highway there. It's
Yeah.
just a place to have a fire now, you know, the stuff's grown up like that. And there'd be good, you know, if there was a way that, it looked to me, it'd be a good way if they could let somebody turn some cows in there, hay part of it once in a while or something that'd help it.
And we were looking at some of that too, like we've got a proposal for the creek crossing, which is on the Milk.
Oh, yeah.
Country
Yeah.
to graze that
Yeah,
periodically.
it makes sense.
Yeah. So
Okay, thank you.
Sorry to interrupt this, Representative Logie. I'm gonna have to leave. I've got another meeting I'm at, and I'll be back this afternoon. So if you have questions for me, save them. Thanks.
So I'll hit some other things that were kind of, I guess, a little bit controversial that got put in free conference committee on Senate Bill 637. So effective March 1 of 2022, non-residents applying for a deer or elk combo license may purchase a preference point for a fee of $100. So non-residents hunting with an outfitter may purchase a second preference point for the same fee. No application may accumulate more than 3 preference points. And that money that's on the second preference point for non-residents, that's hunting with an outfitter, that money will go into access. So it goes into 25% public access land agreements, 25% to block management, 25% to future fisheries program. That's basically with priority projects that provide public access to private property, then 25% to purchase permanent easements through private property to access otherwise inaccessible lands.
You get that part, Lee?
Hmm?
You get to that part?
No.
Yeah, so that preference was increased to non-residents who apply with an outfitter.
Oh,
To have a
so they
second.
have to pay more.
You were talking about points,
Yeah.
so they pay more and it goes into a fund to help improve
Oh,
hunter
Gotta
access,
spread it around the state. then.
but they can get
Only get 2.
preference points. And if you look at that typically, at 2 preference points as a non-resident, usually you draw.
Oh, okay. We have a landlord up there that we released a ranch from that lives in North Carolina, owns the ranches. And he likes to hunt with his friends, you know, and so what he did to begin with, he blocked all his deeded land up and wouldn't let anybody in there. And it's gradually evolved. It's been 20 years or so, but if there was some way we could be kind of strike a happy medium somewhere to where, you know, they own the ranch and they can't get a license to take their grandson and go hunt it. And that's not right. And, you know, they don't have to give them an out, you know, but there's the trade-off there somehow. I think we're all reasonable people. We should be able to figure out something that we don't need to fight about it all the time.
You think?
The other thing that bill did is so, because we saw such a huge increase in applications for non-resident lags, it was up like 30%, I think.
Up to 30,000.
You know, it was up 30,000 basically for 17,000 licenses.
Right, for non-residents.
So, and so what they put in this is basically a one-time, if you had booked with an outfitter prior to April 1, and you can prove that you booked with an outfitter by April 1, then you were eligible for a license through us. And so it'd be a one-time bailout, is what they call a one-time bailout for outfitters for this year. Basically due to COVID stuff, so.
Does that number go above the 17,000 then?
Yep, it does. And so right now, as of today, we have, I think, well, maybe not as of today, but as of yesterday, it was about 13, just under 1,300 licenses, I think, that have been applied for. And I think about 600, right about 600 licenses, I think, are available to purchase. And I think there's only about 350 some that have been purchased.
I think it says 358 or something in here.
Yeah.
What's that?
I think it said 358 in here. I read this a lot.
And that's all I was gonna cover, unless you guys have any questions about anything else. Do you have any comments, Senator Rankin, about how the session rolled?
Well, the session in general was pretty weird. People testifying online, in person. Representatives and senators, some in their seats, some online. But that's what we dealt with, and you just suck it up and deal with it. You know, some people did not feel comfortable coming in. I think I know something about everything, but I didn't know nothing about this COVID stuff. So people that didn't want to interact with other people in person, I didn't blame them. You know, I was there. Most of the Butte delegation.
They weren't giving.
They weren't gonna miss a dollar of money that they could
Right.
get out of there, but, you know, I think it was just, and then a new administration, a lot of stuff going on all at once. And so, but I think all in all, it went, pretty good. Like you say, I think there's some areas that, in finance and claims appropriations, I think there was some areas, or most areas, got taken care of pretty well and still managed to come in under budget. So I don't think anybody really got hurt. And then, of course, the other big thing was $3.27 billion all of a sudden showed up, and trying to figure out how to disperse all of that and disperse it within government or federal government guidelines that we didn't have. So it was busy, but it turned out all right.
Yeah, in the last couple of sessions, we've done fairly well. I mean, we've done really well budget-wise and our policy bills. Every policy bill for the last 2 years that we've brought is, I mean, we've been pretty, we haven't brought a lot of bills just because that's just the nature of the beast, but the bills that we brought forward to get passed have all passed policy-wise. And I think a lot of that has to do with our director. You know, he kind of changed our philosophy on how we go in. We used to oppose a lot of bills. What we do now is we're mostly informational. We go in and say, well, if you pass this bill, this is what's the outcome's going to be, or this is what the outcome's going to be. And when there's something that definitely needs to be opposed, I think the director goes over, opposes it, and I think as legislators, you're like, oh, this must be serious business if the director's here to oppose it. So I think that philosophy's worked pretty well for us. I mean, it's kind of shown it has with the budgets being passed. And so overall, it's been, I mean, the last couple sessions have been really well.
Yeah. And there didn't seem to be the opposition to block management that there has been in the other sessions. I mean, it seems like people are kind of getting that, that benefits the public, and it works.
So any other questions?
We took our block management money and bought an old road grader. After the last couple of years, there's some spots that need some fixing.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Ryan.
If you have any other questions, I'm here all day or both days. So any question about anything, just feel free to hit me up.
Commissioner Tabor, did you have anything you'd like to comment on or add?
No, unless anybody has questions to the effect that some of this, rolls over to the commission, but I wasn't actually raising my arm. I was stretching. I apologize.
I didn't catch it, but if you do have comments or questions on anything, just jump in at any time.
I appreciate that. I really do. And I do apologize for not being there in person, folks. I'm fighting a little bit of an illness, and it's not fun, but better to keep it away from you. That's the way I looked at it.
One thing I found about Zoom is be careful of where you scratch.
That's too much information.
I thought he was gonna say always wear your pants.
Okay, I think just for the sake of moving on, we're gonna pull out, there's coffee, there's donuts. We'll take a break here at probably about 10. I think we'll look at this video project. So in your folders, there should be a front and back. The top of it's FWP, PL, or private land video project with Hunters Connect and On Your Own Adventures. So if you guys want to pull that out, we'll look at that quick. And then if director's not here, maybe we'll take a break and see if he can make it. If he doesn't make it, then we'll roll into Brett. So Brett Eustace joined us as well. So in the folders, there should be it's just a front and back, looks like this. Hopefully, if not, I got a few copies. There's a bunch of stuff in your folders for your travel stuff. So stuff we haven't done in a long time, right? Travel stuff, the summary stuff. So I think it's got maybe a clip or something. It looks like this. It's a private land video project with Hunters Connect and On Your Own Adventures. So this is kind of coming from PLPW's ask a few years ago now, probably, about trying to get a video put together to show a humorous aspect, but a serious note in that these are all issues that landowners and hunters are dealing with as far as an image standpoint, as far as what landowners have to deal with. And so the Hunters Connect piece is through the International Hunter Education Association. And Alex Bayer was on Zoom last time. He talked to us. He's actually in Missoula now. And so this has kind of been building up. We found, so basically IHEA and the state agencies collectively are under contract with On Your Own Adventures, which is the Randy Newberg production company side of things. And so there's no cost for us as far as getting this done. The deliverables are on the back side as far as what they're planning to do. So there's 8 different topics they want to cover, each with a 2 to 5 minute video, and then the various places that it's going to be used. So it's going to be somewhat probably more generic, but yet still issues that affect Montana landowners and hunters. And so the topics that they're going to address are on the common issues list. And so they're kind of, again, using it as a private property rights / issues that landowners are dealing with, but yet make it light enough that people want to watch it. And so I'm not sure, I know we've had some discussion before about if we could place these as a requirement to buy a license. The last time I talked with our licensing folks, they said no, but we'll see. I'm not giving up on that yet. But anyway, so here's the list of topics. They're hoping to start filming next week. And so they'd like to get your guys' feedback or thoughts on that list. If there's anything missing or if there's something you'd rather not address, so that they can begin filming in that aspect. So if anybody doesn't have, I've got a few copies here. Does anybody want a copy of it? Yes. You guys want to share? You guys want one? Did you get a copy? Yeah. Anybody else?
Good. Thank you.
So thoughts, comments, questions?
Well, disrespecting the game and 4 shots and the next one down. I can see that missing the toilet is really an important thing, but I'm not sure if you're related to hunting.
The what?
Missing the toilet, like on.
So the second to last. So they're trying to, again, create a humorous aspect, but then it becomes a serious note in the fact that it's all issues that landowners or hunters are dealing with. And I know it's a difficult task, at least in my mind, it's a very difficult task to try and illustrate bad behavior without painting anybody in a negative light and without making it too funny. At the same time, I trust these guys and I think what they can do to at least get us some content to review. So their plan is that they're going to start filming next week, get us content to review. I'll hopefully get that to you guys somehow. I'm not sure yet what that looks like so that you can see the content. But anyway, that's kind of the.
Yeah, and Cindy, I think I understand what you're saying. One of the things in marketing though, is you can make a point that sticks in your mind really well that may seem to be off the serious track of the point. But, and if you look at some of the things going on in the hunting world with YouTube and other shows and such, for example, Randy and others, you can make that point so it seems to hit home in the normal things you do. I think we've got to see how they do it. And really for us is make sure the really strong points that we heard a few years ago when we had our landowner panel in here, that we really can address those points and not muddy it into other peripheral things, but make sure you hear it, you know, in the right way.
Jason, I was curious as to whether or not maybe the way that people get access or perhaps way we ensure that everybody gets to view it, since so much effort's going to be being put forth to put it together, is if there's a block management registration program where you effectively just got to register to get a number or something, but in order to get that you have to watch the video or something. I'm thinking of some of the other license categories, especially the special draw categories, where like if you draw a goat tag or sheep tag, there's a video that you need to look through so that you can properly identify the sex of the animal. I'm just wondering if we can associate it through some type of privileged access to permission, and then that way everybody will be insured at looking at it. Because not all licensees hunt on private land. A great deal of them hunt on public land. Not that some of these principles don't still apply, because some of them do, but just throwing out an idea.
Yep, that's a good idea. Thank you.
That's like that hunter program that we had. You had to watch the video, and that's a good idea.
But we never did that.
We have a hunter landowner stewardship course that
It's voluntary.
is optional. It's up to the landowners currently if they'd like to require either that or this as a component of gaining permission. So I know, Brett has his own reservation system that he'll show us in a bit. I mean, it's something that they could plug and play into theirs that all of the hunters have to watch before they can make a reservation on their piece as a requirement of gaining permission. From a programmatic standpoint, we do not require somebody to do that. I'm not sure if we have the statutory authority to do that or not.
So as Commissioner Tabor was suggesting there, I mean, we don't have that registration system for block management, but most people are buying licenses online now. And it seems to me that every time you go to find something you want online, you get a pop-up. And you either got to skip it or you got to watch it. To me, when you go on to my FWP, that's where it could be.
Yeah.
To go through, because now we're not just doing that to apply for special tags, but also to buy our licenses, our conservation and fishing and hunting licenses. So I think people are accustomed to it. And if it's well done, with some of this, then maybe it becomes accepted and I wouldn't let them opt out, but
Needs to be.
you gotta watch it.
Needs to be funny somehow, because you don't do any good by beating up somebody because
Nope.
they gotta change themselves. You can't do it to them. You gotta just understand it. If you can make it funny, then they go, oh, you're that guy. You're out there trying to see if you can get up that hill that nobody's ever been up with your four-wheel drive and chains on it,
Well, I don't know how your gates are, but I can think of some funny things with gates where you can't get out of them once you lock them.
We've been putting those latches
Yeah.
on most ours. You only gotta do it once, and then everybody can shut it. Our ranch borders the west side of the Fort Peck Indian Reservation, well, the native ladies are the ones that open and shut all the gates. And so if you want the gates shut, you should make it so somebody can close
Yeah,
it. You know, instead of tightening them up so tight that I gotta carry a wire stretcher around with me anymore. I'm so puny, I can't even shut a gate. So you got a bad shoulder. So if you put those latches on there, they work good, you know. And
You haven't
then
been hit by
anybody-
one of them?
Huh? Oh, yeah. You
You get your head in the wrong place.
We had a
It's-
guy,
You're gonna wake
had a
up.
guy put his hand on top of the gate stick, tripped,
Oh, yeah.
smashed his hand up.
Can't fix stupid.
So I think
I was,
what,
I was with a guy once, he was trying to show me some property. This gate was so freaking tight, I couldn't get it open. He gets out of his car, he couldn't get it open, he said, I know how to fix this. So he takes his ATV, it has one of those big brush guards on the front of it, stretched it, got backed up, opened, anybody could open it up with that.
so I think, you know, what the guys, the production folks are looking for is, are these the common issues you want to see hit? Is there anything missing? Is there something you would like to see removed? And I'd ask anybody, you know, Brett, Potter, you guys are both landowners. I mean,
Be respectful. That's the hardest thing, you know, if people aren't respectful. You know, before block management, everybody had, it was asked first. You had to make a relationship with the landowner to go in there. Now it's like you can go over there and sign the box, and hell, you got the day's run of somebody's private property, you know, and if you're legal to go in there, but you don't have to make any relationship with the landowners to do it. Just be respectful. That's most.
I have one comment. Do we want to work on separating where they're actually violating a law versus an ethical behavior? You know, for example, trespassing is a law violation. And I'm not sure if leaving a gate open is a law violation. It is not.
Yeah, it is.
as far as
Criminal mischief.
if you.
Yeah.
And
Shooting
I have one more, littering. That's definitely a law violation, isn't it? You know what I mean?
I don't think it is on private property.
Yeah, it is.
Really?
Is it?
It is, right?
It is.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But these are just common sense things. I mean, you're probably not gonna get caught for any of these, whether they're law or not. They're common sense, they're common courtesy, they're respecting that landowner. I think these, whether you're gonna get a ticket for it or not, just is common sense, just respect for that individual's property.
Go ahead, Deb.
You know, just in the littering arena, one thing that I would encourage them to look at is leaving toilet paper floating across a person's prairie. I mean, I hear so many complaints from my landowner friends and deal with it all the time in terms of seeing it on public land. And I would like them to try to add a segment that deals with that. And I'll leave that up to them, how they might work on that.
Yeah.
That's a really good.
That's the missing the toilet.
It's biodegradable, you know, after a couple rains, it's gone anyway. They move away from the gates and it worked better.
You could put that down by missing the toilet, like throwing the paper to the side rather than into the.
You guys have any other thoughts or comments?
I think they're being respectful for whoever you run into the field. I mean, you don't know who it is. It could be the landowner, it could be a guy that works for the landowner, it could be the neighbor. And being respectful to anybody that you run into. That's a good topic.
Is there anything you guys would like to see removed?
I don't know how to address this. I don't see anything to worry about removing, but, is there some way we could put in there, for example, you're moving cows down the road and somebody blasts through them with a pickup or something, that's a real viable, make you use up your bad word going for the day. And I'm not sure how to put that in there, but, you see it all the time, because sometimes you move cattle out public roads, that just happens, and if people are back to if we're being respectful, we'll pull over our way, but if you think you need to go through and you probably had this happen once or twice, and I haven't had it happen a lot, but it is rather frustrating. So, but that's, that puts a sour taste in your mouth too. If the guy's wearing an orange vest and and making you do twice as much work chasing those little brown critters.
Drives by and throws out a beer can. Doesn't help either.
Well, respecting livestock would be a good one. We've had hunters that have walked down through our cows in full camo during archery. Cows are gone through fences. That's something they don't like. So it's the same thing with driving through livestock on county roads.
That's a good point. Just walking through them is.
Yeah, they don't like camel too much.
Need to put that testy bull out there.
I mean, that could go right along with respecting landowners.
Kind of a tricky overall, because, one of the things we try to get across in Bowhunter Ed in this county is that when you're out there respecting that opportunity as a whole, like it's your place, how you treat, like we're in this building right now, we're all going to respect this building. And we talk about it in terms of the facility where we're teaching Hunter Ed, because it can be a school or wherever, but then when you're out in the field, respecting that opportunity and everything that's within it. I hear you on the cattle, you have to be in the moment and think about what's the right thing to do at the moment with any of these situations. People are moving cattle down the highway. They're moving down the county road. They're moving them off the Forest Service in October. It's just whatever the situation is. And you see people, you go down the road and you see a lady walking at 9 o'clock at night after the sunset in archery season, and she's got 6 of those little short dogs that are her protection, and you give her away. She's on, it's her ranch, and you're hunting around her, and she's got wolves to deal with. So it's just this whole pie of how do we think about where we're at, and we wouldn't have to get into every detail and cross every T if we can get people to think about, this is a privilege to be here to hunt on Lee's Place or anywhere on Forest Service.
There's only about 1 in 100 that are knuckleheads.
Yeah.
Most people are like, they're good.
Yep.
And it's just those ones, you never catch them.
Yeah.
But it's just, you just deal with it. That's all part of the being here, getting to live here is putting up with the guys that don't know any better. Sometimes you get stuck and you got to go pull them out, and you can kind of.
Yep.
Okay. One of the topics that Wade Cooper, if you guys remember, he came and presented probably our last in-person meeting. He's the Hunter Ed program coordinator for the state, was a little anxious about was the drinking while hunting topic. So do you guys have any thoughts or reservations on that? Keep it, pull it, let them see what let them produce and see what we think.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna have to view the finished product, and see if we might be able to add something to it or not.
Okay.
I guess if I would really focus on, and I've heard it before, on the respect issue, whether it's livestock, where it's littering, where it's driving off roads, leaving gates open, whatever it is. To me, the focus should be on the respect, because that is, I really think that's what is hurting hunter access or the loss of hunting access far more than anything else. I mean, the drinking and hunting, again, that's a law in terms of drinking while you're driving and being intoxicated or whatever. That's almost, to me, it's a little bit outside of what I think we ought to be doing in here. I really think it should be focused more on the respect issue.
You know, just start the movie off with respect to landowners. It's a privilege, not your right. It ain't your right to be there. It's a privilege. He's offered you his land to hunt on.
And I am not disagreeing with the senator at all, but I think it needs to go beyond just the private landowner. It's respect the land and the other people, because a lot of this applies to public land as well. And even though you may not have a person that has a deed to that piece of land, there's still a lot of respect issues that are very much applicable to the public land, just as much so as they are to the private land. Whether it's, you may be on public land, but in our part of the world, we have a lot of mixed BLM land, and a lot of my friends in October are moving their cattle, getting ready to ship calves, and they're coming across public land. Well, yeah, they have the opportunity to hunt on them, but still, I just think it's out of respect. You take a wide swath around the cows and calves, they got bunched up in the corner, then they're getting ready to put on a scale. And again, it is a landowner, but it's larger than that. It's all man's.
But this video, the goal is to illustrate bad hunter behavior on private land. So, I agree with you wholeheartedly, on public land too, but this goes, this video is primarily for hunter behavior on private land.
I think it's hunter behavior everywhere, Dwayne. I disagree that it's.
Well, you can make this 6 pages, see how many people read it.
Right. So I think it's behavior overall.
Keep it simple.
I think you want to think about who you're talking to. Pick somebody in your mind and talk to them. And if it's the person that we've been dealing with in this council, it's the person that messes up an opportunity to hunt a private land. I agree 100% on BLM, all of that. It's the overall opportunity. But when you're targeting somebody for a message, you got to look at them. I got to target Cindy. How is Cindy going to hear me? You got to pick that and target them, and keep that in mind when you're doing it.
Most of the challenges with the landowners up there and the people with the inappropriate use of vehicles and all that are the 18 to 24-year-old male, unattached males. Those are the ones.
There you go.
Proving themselves, and whether you ever get them to even look at a video, if it didn't show up on YouTube and have a pretty girl on it, they probably wouldn't look at it. And so I don't know whether you're ever going to reach most of them, but it is.
Okay, well, I took some notes here. I'll get back to these guys and then we'll turn them loose. So I think they're start filming next week. So that's kind of the update on that video project. We'll see where it goes. I'm kind of excited to see how they produce it, because they do quality work. It's going to be utilized throughout the nation, really, and it came out of this council. So kudos to you guys.
Looks exciting. Great. Looks exciting.
I do think, Jason, you need to have an idea for them on how it's going to be put out there. If it's going to be put out there in the front of, how's it going to, what media are you going to get it to them on? Right. They need to know that.
So on the back side, they have some places where they're utilizing, where they think we're going to use it, and then also where they're planning to use it through their Hunters Connect. And so a lot of it's social, a lot of it's website stuff. So that's kind of the initial place where they're hoping to stick this stuff in the idea. They're going to make one long one, but then obviously cut it into pieces to make short topical issues we could even rotate through on our stuff.
Just as an aside, they have the FWP, like small shorts. What are they, weekly?
The outdoor reports, yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
It maybe throw it on there every once in a while before hunting season.
Okay, well, it's 9:37. Let's take 10 minutes, be 9:47. If Director Warsick has joined us by then, we'll let him roll. If not, we'll have Brett talk about their hunter access and reservation stuff. So, all right? Thank you, guys.
My wife is. Well, he's getting crankier. Yeah.
Okay, we should be back live on YouTube and back on Zoom. Again, the meeting is recorded, so hey, the public can watch and see. Next up, we've got Director Warsek. I've got a list of things there, but there's also other things if you guys want to talk to him about on the agenda. He can certainly address those. And then at 10:45, we are scheduled for public comment, so we'll make sure we stick to that. And then after that, we'll either continue with Director Warsek or we'll roll into Brett for the hunter access stuff. Director, it's all you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Well, I gotta say, this is an honor and a pleasure being back with the PLPW. This whole group has been very near and dear to my heart. I think you guys have done a wonderful job. And I just look forward to working with you in the future and doing some really great things. So I'll give you a little, most of you know me, but I'll give you a little background and kind of the reason why I came out of retirement, failed at retirement to take this job. It's an opportunity that to me is just amazing. And I never thought about it, but I thought there was an individual that might get the job, and I was going to come back to the department this year and work with the legislative as a legislative liaison and part-time stuff. And I was enjoying retirement, going to do that. And I started getting asked to put in for it by different individuals, and I thought they were just being kind, And I said, I'm not that stupid. I don't want to do that. So as got into it, more and more people asked, and then I found out that the guy didn't have a chance, so I put my name in the hat and went through 5 interviews. And each interview, I probably asked him many questions that I went through the staff and the governor. And it was very, very impressive, and I really appreciated the way he was going to set things up and his ability of getting teamwork within the departments. And it just, all those things resonated with me very much. So I ended up accepting the position, and I've got to tell you, I enjoy every day, even when I get 150 emails that they're mad at me. I still love it, and because I know I'm trying to do the right thing. So I just smile right back. And the other thing that's interesting is I will call a lot of people, and they're surprised by it. So I'll get an email saying, "Why are you against all native trout?" And why are you doing this, this, and this? And they're misunderstanding. I mean, it's a typical thing that's going on. There's a little bit of warfare going on right now, and get positioned with the new administration. And I'll call people like on a Sunday when I get an email from them, and it surprises them. They'll say, "Well, I just sent you an email." I go, "I know, that's why I'm calling you." And we'll talk through it. And then when they hear the other side of it, they go, "Well, that isn't all what I'm reading in the paper." I said, "You're right." I said, "But this is what we're trying to do. This is how we're moving forward on these things, and this is why we're doing it." And it's been very impressive to meet with those people and understand they just need to see the other side. So trying to figure out ways of doing that. You can't fight somebody that uses ink by the gallon when you get a pen. So I didn't do any op-eds, didn't do anything like that. But what I am using this next Montana Outdoors is kind of showing our positions. It's the same direction, different approach. That's basically what we're doing. I'm trying to be a lot more transparent, making sure that we use the commission in communities like this a lot more. I'm setting up CACs throughout the state to be more in tune with the season setting. So I want them to be part of that so that people got a better look at it than just the way we've done it in the past. And now with the new change too of having 7 commissioners, we'll have 1 for each region. So that will work into it a lot better. So I think there's some things that are working to just be more transparent and try to be more effective, more efficient. And like I said, I really enjoy it. I've got great staff. I've known them for a long, long time that I'm working with. So the learning curve was not as steep as it is for others. But I just enjoy it. And I think we're going to do some really, really good things. And I really want to hear from this group what they want to do on the direction where they want to go with some of the things too. Because I think you can be effective when you're given open canvas to do things and how you can do things. So, and I know one of the things we're going to talk today about is the reappointment. So that's, I just talked to the governor on Friday. I had my one-on-one with him. I said I was going to meet with this group and kind of asked him how he wanted to solicit people for it. And I told him there was a lot of interest from everybody already on it. And I told him from my perspective, they've done a great job. And I think we need to move forward. And I explained to him, I said, the issues from my perspective we had in the past is there was a lull where they didn't get reappointed. And they were making a lot of headway, and all of a sudden that wind went out of their sails. So we gotta make sure that that doesn't happen again, if we get this group going. And we have to have commitment, and we have to, we may step them up, but, so what I will do is I'll send out, he wants everybody that has been on it before, just to kind of reapply, so you're in that group. And what he does is he has an appointment secretary, look at the other people who are coming in. We'll have some input on it. And then him and the lieutenant governor go over and make that decision. So.
Can you talk a little louder? I guess they're having a hard time hearing you online.
So,
The mics are in the ceiling. Don't look up and talk.
What do you think? DNRC, what is this? Tubbs Mahal, right?
Yeah. Right.
So it's, yeah, so what we'll do is I'll send that out to you, what you need to do to apply, and he will look at them. And then, like I said, we didn't even know who when he appointed the new commission members, we didn't know about it until we read it in the paper. So like I said, that's about all I know for right now for reappointments. And they are going to work on it. I believe they're up in July, end of July, August 1st.
August 1st,
yeah. So we'll get that worked on. Any questions on that, on where we're heading with that, or how you have to move forward if you want to move forward? And I encourage people to please reply. Any question? That was easy.
You're gonna send us an application blank, just like we did before.
He is, yep.
We can put our name in, and if they so choose, if they think we still have some validity or some positive impact, they'll reappoint us, and not, it'll be fine.
Yeah, that's it in a nutshell, yeah. Like I said, I'm definitely gonna say we've got a good working crew working together and recommend.
Well, it's a consensus council. We finally reached consensus.
I know it. I know it. It's been, I've got to say, it's been impressive to me.
It's taken a long time to get there, but.
Well, what Senator Apey gave us probably the best comment when 2 sessions ago, when we had a legislative meeting at the department. He said, this is probably the only committee that he's worked on that when he goes home, he doesn't want to burn somebody's house down.
And that's true.
So that was, to me, that was validity. We're doing something right. So it's, like I said, it's been, and you guys are willing to tackle things and do things. And, like I said, so I'm close enough to it that I really appreciate it. And I appreciate like the things we've done in the past where we had the landowner group come together and talk to them and do things like that. So how do we capture that? And once again, Senator Apey said, why in the hell did we record this thing? And I said, I didn't think it'd be that good. So how do we do these things and really, keep on moving? So, so that's basically it on the appointments. And as far as for the vision of the mission for PLPW, I do want to talk to you about a few things. And they're going to talk about the Migration Coalition, and kind of the role, what you guys think you need to be in it, not involved in, and do something else with the departments per se. So I want them to discuss that a little bit later here. But I said there's one thing that I want to bring up, and once again, I don't know if the PLPW is the right place or not, but a lot of you probably heard about House Bill 505. So what that was, and I will explain that, I will take it on the chin on that one all day long. Okay. So what that was is Speaker Galt had a bill that was going to put shoulder seasons in statute. It was the same thing that we had before from Senate Bill 245, a couple sessions before, basically the same thing. So from our perspective, I looked at that like saying, well, that kind of ties the hands of the commission for allocation and doing things. So he had asked for us to come up with something better. So we worked on it. And Clinton Kuchela came up with this idea, and I give him the credit for it all the time. To me, it really is a good idea if you understand it. So the approach was, we're going to do it with incentive-based. So the idea was get elk and objective, because you have over-objective all over the place, especially in the east. So the idea was to get elk and objective. If you're a landowner that had elk and objective, you could get up to, and we just started with a number of, I think it was 10 landowner-sponsored elk licenses that you could sponsor people to hunt on your property. Now that license is only valid for your deeded property. That's all it was, nowhere else. And we do it right now, about the last 20, 25 years. with landowner sponsored deer license. And it hasn't been an issue. Continue to do that. We do it every year, up to 2,000 of them. So that was where we thought that would come into play. So that was the incentive for the landowner. And then they would open their property up for people to shoot cows and things like that to get those numbers down. The other side for the incentive for the sportsmen was by foregoing their general tag, their A tag, and only get a naturalist only, they would get 5 bonus points. So what that would do, and that license then was only good on private land over objective. So the idea was they wouldn't be hunting in competition on public land. They wouldn't be putting in for bull tags. They wouldn't put in for anything like that. So it'd be a switch, but they give up the ability to shoot a bull for a year or 2 years, how many years they want to do it, and the bonus points would go up. So they're foregoing something to get rewarded on it to help us break numbers down. And, you know, it's one of those things that really look good on paper. And when we vetted it, we tried to get all the groups together before we let them know what was going to happen. Laid it out and understood it. So as soon as it hit, and I told them, I said, as soon as it hits the print, it's going to look like ranching for wildlife, but this is not what it is. And as soon as it hit, that's exactly what it was, ranching for wildlife. And I would talk to people in the hallways, and I actually turned probably half a dozen of them away that were up there to testify against it. After we talked to them, saying, well, this isn't what they said it would do. I go, we're trying to do something outside the box. So the most important thing about that bill was it got people talking and thinking. I don't care if it passed or not, but what it is, it brought the issue up. And that issue is not going to go away. So how do we work with landowners and sportsmen to come up with some solutions to get elk numbers down? Because we have to do it. And there's a constant button heads. So I don't know if this is the group to work on that. I think it is. But if not, I will do like we did with House Bill 140 when we did the licensing, and Ed was on that. And that was, what was that, almost 18 months of work to get that down. But I mean, it's still talked about today when we're going from legislators know, it's still brought up today about how we set the standard and work together to get that done. So there's a couple ways, but what I promise everybody to do is be inclusive. I want everybody to be involved in this and has a skin in the game to work on it. So once again, I'm throwing it out to the council. If that's something you would like to, I mean, you don't have to make a decision today, but I'd like you to talk amongst yourselves and figure out that's a good thing. But does that make sense, or do you guys need any further clarification on what I'm looking for on that? Make sense? Like I said, this is a good group because they can work towards legislation. We can go in front of EQC and work on it. It's going to take legislation to get it. Yes, sir.
Hank, the House Bill 505 and what you just proposed to ask PLPW to do, how would that mesh with the elk management plan? Well, it seems to me like then you're almost going down 2 different paths here.
Well, the elk management plan will be part of it. The other thing is they will have to be combined drastically. I mean, they have to work together on some of this stuff. But the elk management plan is management. Now, this is just another tool to get licensure and get to the front.
But they're not, they can't be exclusive. And you just said that. I mean, they have to be meshed together.
Yeah, they do.
I think there's an importance that they are very well connected.
And you're absolutely right. I mean, a lot of this stuff is going to have, it's not a standalone. It has to integrate on a lot of these things. You're going to be, like I said, we're going to have to work with groups that we haven't worked with as much in the past. And we have to make sure that all the people are in there. Let me back up. One of the things I did when I started is we had constituent meetings all the time, and the constituents, it was a great process, and Paul was part of that, and other people were part of that. But it was basically one side of the constituents, and we didn't have the stock growers or anybody else in there. It was dealing with conservation groups. So it was great, and we got some things done, but we didn't look at the big picture. So what I've committed to is when we have constituent meetings, it's going to be everybody. I need to have people sitting across from each other discussing what the pluses and negatives are of all these issues, rather than get a false sense of security by saying everybody agrees with us. So that's one of the things we're going to work on vetting in the interim when we do legislation. We'll have more people together talking about it. And we'll probably have to be a referee at some point, but that's okay. Because you need to get those perspectives and understand what's going on from all the sides. And I've made that commitment for the Wildlife Federation, trying to limit all the other group sport, stock growers, backcountry hunters, anglers, all that, to come together as we start working on legislation. Because the biggest thing I got hit on with 505 is that it was not vetted. So that is something else I'm gonna work on. That's a lack of knowledge from the public on how the legislative process works. There is no chance to vet it when you're working with a bill that a legislator has brought forward and they've been asked to help on it. You got a short period of time to work on it. So we've done the best, we tried to do the best we could to vet it, but if it's a bill coming from the department, we've got 18 months to work on it, to get it ready. And so we'll be working on for the next bill, we'll be working on things right now. That's when those are vetted. Those are our bills, we're bringing them forward and vetting them. If it's somebody else's bill, in the process, we're just there to give information, the case, or if they ask for guidance on how to write it, we do that. To things that, how can we implement it? Can this implement it? Can that? And that's the kind of direction we give on these things. So this one was just a little bit different, so we didn't have a time to work with it. That doesn't mean that, once again, from my perspective, I own it 100%. I think it was a great idea, and it's a great idea to try to start to work together. I've told all the groups that I've met with, we're not going to use a hammer to move things anymore. We can't. I mean, I just talked to conservation districts. Kind of old school. If you ask me to do something for you, I'm gonna move a mountain. If you tell me to do something, I'll tell you the back sand. So the idea is we need to get people working together with landowners and understand sportsmen together too, talking on this, and understand we've got to come together and get things done. And that's my focus. And one of the commitments I made to the governor when I got hired is I hired a good deputy director that I've worked with for a long time, so I can be out in the field a lot. And I want to go out and meet people, meet them face to face and talk to them and see what's going on. And one of the other things I'll bring up that I bring up to a lot of people, and I talk to them from my perspective, we have some of the most highly educated biologists in the nation. I mean, they're just top of the line. But what they are not is trained. And I'll use that as a case in point on that. I will have somebody come to work for us with a bachelor's degree as a game warden. One of these guys like this, they'll come to work as a game warden. They will go through 18 months of training. They'll go through ride along, different things they'll do with conflict management, how to deal with people, how to meet with landowners, how to meet with the public, do all this things like that before they're put in the field. We'll take people from with a master's degree or a doctorate degree as a biologist, bring them in, give them their job description, set of car keys, they can go forth and do your job. So add to that most of them are introverts. That's how they went into that field. We've been setting our people up for failure. And I've talked about this for probably 8 to 10 years to different biologists. And as I talk to them, I haven't had one that said, no, you're absolutely wrong. They all shake their head like, yeah. So one of the things I'm focusing on is training our people how to interact with social issues. And I'm also going to the university system saying, you great people, but we need you to help a little bit on the social issues. And the other thing I want to train when they come on board, onboarding, is the history of the department. We have to be proud of who we are. We are FWP. We've got a long heritage of doing amazing work. We've got to drive that desire in everybody's heart that you are part of something bigger than yourself. And so we're going to focus on a lot of history when you come on board our onboarding. We're going to have history with our people now. And Senator can appreciate this. I'm going to be honest with you, it comes from my Marine Corps training. And it also came from when I was over talking to the tribes last week about the hunts down in Yellowstone. The tribes working together, and they talked about their history. And what I realized from that is history and learning that and being part of it makes you part of something bigger than yourself. If you understand where we're coming from. And it builds this tradition inside that you want to do more. And that's why Marines are all demented. Some squids are too. But what it is there's a pride. And you're part of something, a tribe that's bigger than yourself. And it is something I want to instill that in the people working for the department. we work at one of the best places on earth. One of the best things we deal with, and the ability to work with people that we can. So I want to give them all the tools to be successful and be comfortable. I want, when somebody stops and gets gas and somebody asks you to work for FWP, I want them to be able to say, yes, I do. Do you have questions? You know, and do this. And it's going to be a change, a paradigm change. But I truly believe we have the tools we've never had before to do that. And one of those is, you know, COVID has changed the way we do things completely. But it's got some really good positive as a result of it. So I've been doing what they call brown bags, and they asked me to do it. And I don't consider myself a good speaker. I don't prepare for stuff. I don't go against stuff. But this brown bag was really good. The first one, I introduced myself, and it was really weird because you guys dealt with Zoom. I'm looking at myself. Nobody else is on the picture, so I'm talking to myself the whole time. And I had to ask, "Are you guys falling asleep? Am I boring you? What's going on?" You know, because there's no interaction. But the amazing thing was I had over 200 people participate in that the whole hour and a half long. And then another 300 watched it. It was recorded. So I've got an ability to reach out to the people like we've never had before. So when I pass major things, I'm not going to rely on the chain of command to do it. They're going to see me. I'm going to explain to you why I'm doing it, what I'm doing, and then you can ask questions and do those things. But the other thing I'm focusing on is making decisions. You know, I just truly feel that indecision is worse than a bad decision. You can always rebuke from a bad decision. You can't do a decision. So there's going to be some changes in that way. And the brown bags have been very accepted. I've done 2 so far, and we're going to continue doing that because it's a way to reach the people. And I really do enjoy that. So, like I said, after we got through the session, and we, from my perspective, had a great session. I mean, there was a lot of weird stuff coming out of there, and we expected that, you know, but I think it could have been a lot worse. And what we did, and I got beat up for not saying that we didn't stand up for some of these bills, but I asked former biologists that wrote me email and complained about things. I asked them, did any of those harm the resource? I mean, to what point, you know, we're there to manage the resource. What point did these build? Anything that was like that, we got killed. So the ones like, for example, with the wolf, okay, that still has to go in front of the commission. They can set the court of justice stuff. It just gives them the ability to look at it with what the legislature is hearing from the constituents. In some areas, they want the wolf numbers down. So this is an opportunity for the commission to work that on this. And with the new commissioners, we're going to see what's going to happen. But it's still, we still have the ability to work with it and make sure we don't do any harm to the resource. Does that all make sense? Okay. I feel like I'm on Zoom again.
You are.
I know. But that's kind of my vision on where I'm heading with the department and what I'm looking for with PLPW. And once again, as I'm dealing with the different administrators, I'm not an expert in their fields. They are. And I want them to work, you know, and understand what it is and give them a lot of freedom to do their jobs. So that's what we're doing. I got a management team coming up next week that we're going to lay a lot of stuff out. There are going to be some changes. And I think for the good, it just, to me, is kind of common sense, and it's things that I've thought about for many years. You know, what if you were ever director, what would you do? You know, and I had the opportunity to think about it from that perspective. I worked with the other directors, and I just vetted my plan with former Director Egger the other day because he was in on something else. And I kind of talked to him about it. He says, Hank, I tried to do that before they wouldn't let me. I said, well, let's see what happens now. So it's it'll be interesting. Like I said, I'm trying to be common sense approach, be effective, efficient, and with a new, you know, with any state agency, I think you need to look at what you're doing and reevaluate all the time. I mean, status quo is fine if that's the right action, but you should look at to see if there's better ways to do things in more efficient ways and more buy-in on these things. So that's kind of where we're heading with this. You probably all heard about the trout thing. I don't know if you have or not with Trout Unlimited. That they were told that I was against native trout restoration, and I stopped all these things and did all this stuff. Well, the other side of that was we had, I don't know, it was 35 or something things that had been gone through the commission and approved, but only nine of them had the removal of fish approved by the commission. And that's, from my perspective, a taking. So I talked to legal when we looked at this and said, should he go in front of the commission? Yeah, are the ones that did not have removal on there, because to me, if we have to take a tree off of wildlife management area, it has to have commission approval. It can't, that's any game, commission approval. So I looked at it, I said, so how in clear conscience can we kill 40 miles of a stream without commission approval going through this, but we can't take a tree without it? And the public comment, the response I got back was, yeah, the EAS has already done that. I said, agreed. I said, but the commission didn't look at it when you talked about the removal of it. So let them look at that. If it's fine, it'll continue. And I don't see a problem with them approving any of them. But the idea is it was just a stop. So once again, it was not in line with something that happened in the past. And I explained, I'm just trying to be more transparent, because there are people that may have liked having brook trout and rainbow there, or a fishing hole, and didn't understand it with the EAS process. But if they see it's commission, they make comments on it. So it was just a different approach. And I took a lot of heat over it, which I understand. But we're moving forward, and now from this point forward, it will not be an issue, because as they go forward, they will be reviewed by the commission before they do the EIS process, when there's anything that removes trout. So those are kind of the things that I've changed, and get some flack back because it's a change. So the understanding, the idea is to do the best we can to be the most transparent. And that's what the motivation is for those things. So I'll tell you what, right now, I'd like to open it up for questions. And then I've got a couple things to talk to, and then I'd like to have the coalition talk about what their plan is, what they see, what they'd like to propose for the PLPW. How you want to work with them, how you want to work it out, and we can figure out if they think this is the best group, or do we need to look at something else. So any questions right now? Yes, sir.
I was just gonna say, stand in there, because I said, I think if you gave somebody a $10 gold piece, they'd bitch because they wanted a 20, but like I said, it's just gonna be out there. But back to the elk population situation, I was raised in Rygate, so I know about the Galt Ranch, I know who outfits on it and stuff, and it's a catch-22, because you let somebody in there to shoot the cow elk, they're gonna push the bulls and everything to the forest, and then the outfitter's gonna say, I paid you money for this. It's a hard thing to go through and get the balance. And so like I said, it's going to be a tough one to work through. But the other thing that's happening down in our area in eastern Montana near Forsyth is the outfitter is getting bigger and bigger and bigger and just locking up more and more and more land. So it's getting worse. And I brought this to the committee probably 4 or 5 years ago, but I haven't looked at their price sheet lately. But basically, the last time I was there, they were $13,000 for an elk, $8,000 for a one-on-one mule deer, $7,000 for a one-on-one whitetail, $7,000 for 2-on-1 mule deer, and $5,000 for a 2-on-1 whitetail, and on and on. And basically, simply math, they had over 160 clients last year, a lot of outfitters. You just put 150 people in there and average this off to $5,000, that's $750,000. So then I just give $250,000, $250,000 for food, booze, rent, leases, whole works. And when I made the statement to the committee the last time I was here, I said, well, $500,000 for that outfitter for 4 months worth of work is pretty damn good money. And when the outfitter says, well, we got to make a living, I says, that's a pretty damn good living. And that balance between the sportsman and the outfitter is not getting better. I don't know how to get through it.
So that's a really good point and a good question. And I will tell you, from working with the Board of Outfitters in '99, then coming to the department, I had the ability to watch both sides. And it is interesting because it is a jealousy issue. That's what it comes down to. And they picked an occupation to do these things. And there's another thing with the public trust and the species and all these other things. But it all depends on the outfit. I mean, there are some that make a lot of money, some that go along that don't. And it's not our role to make sure they have a job or not. But the idea of thinking we're going to get rid of outfitters or do something different is never going to happen. So from my perspective, let's say I draw a moose tank in Maine, okay? So I've got the license. I'm eligible to hunt a moose in Maine. One of 3 things are going to happen. I'm going to walk out there opening day, aimlessly walk around and hope I shoot a moose. 2 is I'm going to take a lot of vacation time, spend a lot of time studying a lot of aerial maps, doing all this stuff, try to get all my gear together, bring everything out there to this event to get this done, to hunt a moose. 3, I'm gonna pay for somebody that has already done those expertise to help me get that moose. The bottom line is, once we sell the tag, they have the ability to hire an outfitter to do those things and do it. So the problem is as the prices have gone up, and we get into this horn stuff and people want all these big bulls and big bucks, the cost is going up, and therefore the demand to get them done is increasing. So it's just a supply and demand, and it increases what they want to lease. Well, I will say, as a result of I-161, the other part that has not been factored into this, that is hitting as well, is we have hunt clubs. So that became a guaranteed license. You know, before you had to draw it, and the outfitters were the only one per se guaranteed license. Well, that's what kept people from leasing a lot of property, because they didn't know if they were going to license it. It was like one every 3 years to get one. Now they got one every year. They can get a bunch of money together, lease a whole bunch of property, and they're competing with the outfitters and leasing property. So the other part that comes into play is, if it's on a lease property, you can't get in at all. At least if it's in an outfitter place, if you want to pay the price, you can hunt there. I mean, that's, I know it sticks in everybody's call about that, but that is not going to change. So how do we work with that, understand? And that's like I said, we need to bring everybody together and talk about those issues, because we got a problem with health. And a lot of the people that take the brunt of it are the landowners, you know, in the eastern part of the state. I mean, the damage they're doing, the things they're doing. And so how do we start? And it's not just the elk. I mean,
I had a cow permit 2 years ago, and like I said, I went to the outfitter, you know, and we've got too many cow elk in eastern Montana. I said, well, pay me $1,000 and I'll drive you up and get one. I said, well, I'll just buy beef. But yeah. So I could have managed a little bit of population, but
I mean, that's the thing is we're trying to, I don't know, lack of a better term, regulate morality on some of this stuff. We can't. I mean, and everybody has different goals or different sets of where they would, what is tolerant to them. So it's you know, that's the whole problem, is what is the tolerance for outfitting? Understand it's got to be there, and what is the expectation from a landowner that has, you know, the public trust animal on their property. That's going to be the nut to crack for a long, long time. And I just think it's something that we can't keep on kicking the can down the road. We got to try to move the needle and try things. And we may fail, you know, may fail miserably, but we've got to try them, because status quo and just kicking the can is not the way to be. So that's why I want you guys to talk about it on this thing, and let me know if you think this is a group to do it, to tackle those things, or do I need to assign a different group of people to say, this is your core focus, like it was for licensing, for the next 18 months to come up with some legislation to crack this nut. So I want you to think about it, because I respect this group and I respect what you've got to say on those issues. So, makes sense. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Ed. Carl.
I think you got beat up a little bit by the press.
Well, of course it did.
Maybe. But is there a way that you could do you know, in the newspaper, we see a fact check what somebody said and then what actually, is there any way that you could put something like that on the website to say, you know, it comes up to the Business Gazette that Hank wants to sell 5,000 elk for $10,000 a piece, and you know, is there any way that we can fix that?
Well, let me tell you, that's a great question, and Carl, and what it is I will not fight somebody that uses ink by the gallon when I got a pen. So no matter what I would put in for an op-ed, I don't know how it's going to come out, what's it going to do. So I'm not going to waste my time on that. Okay. And I understand that. So what I've done is, because I asked that exact question when that come out about taking the science out of everything, and it hit that. So I got two people that are experts working for me, Greg Lemon and Tom Dixon, who runs Montana Outdoors. So they come to me and I said, how do we deal with this? And they said, what do you want to accomplish? I said, I'm not that I'm upset or anything like that. I'm used to dealing with the press. I dealt with and licensing being misquoted all the time and doing things like that. And I don't need to do an op-ed, because then it'll start throwing stones back and forth. I don't want to do that. So they wrote an article. We talked about it when we wanted to talk about it. So Montana Outdoors is going to be the article this next time. Now, it's not going to reach all the readers, but I'm going to print that out and have it handed out and put it on our website and show that part of it because it explains all these things. And once again, it's the same direction, different approach. That's all it is. We're looking at a different way of moving forward in the same. The goals haven't changed. What our goals are has not changed. How we're looking at it is a little bit different. And that's all it is. So I appreciate that, but that's my answer to it. And I will tell you just a quick story. My interaction with the press has not been good. When I was in the Marine Corps, I was stationed in Chicago, and we had a casualty that was kid was blown up in France and had to fly back. So I was on casualty assistant, had to meet the body in O'Hara. So he was the son of a state legislator. So in this big press thing, they said what usually happens when you go down and meet the body, you've got an escort that comes with the body the whole time. And then we get there and we had a hearse there. It was a Suburban. So we get there, we put the flag on the casket and we're loading it into the hearse. And all the news media is there and just pictures of us doing and stuff like this. So we got loaded, stepped away, and I got into the van with the officer and the other guy with me. And they stood in front of me, they wouldn't let me go with all the lights and stuff like that. We had to follow the hearse. So I finally just stopped on it. They got out of the way. And next morning, the colonel come down to the office and says, what the hell is this? And the headlines in the Chicago Trib were, "Semperfi my eye." They had a picture of us, look, with not us there and they loaded the casket. They removed us, photoshopped us out of the picture. And the colonel was so pissed he couldn't stand it. He came down and, what the hell happened? Why, I thought you got here. I looked at him, I said, sir, how would that casket levitate out from that back of it? You got one guy in the back, the escort. It just didn't hang out in the air. We were there. And he just said, we can't do nothing about it. I mean, it was those things, but I still to this day do not understand. Well, it was when the military was not looking in favorable condition all early 80s. So it was all those issues, but that is the length that the press would go on some of these things. So like I said, I've got a bad experience with them, so I don't try to fight them at all. Never have after that. So does that answer your question?
It seems like we're allowing people to throw gasoline on a fire.
Yes, sir. That's what happened in the state government.
Okay.
I mean, they have their ability to speak.
But doesn't that, you don't think there's any way that we can stop the idiot with the gas can?
Well, the only way we can do it is build credibility. And the only way to do it is do what we say we're going to do and do it. And then workouts like that. I mean, once again, I'm not going to rattle sabers. I don't need to. I need to do what we think is right and move forward. And that's why I said I smile about the job. I love the job. And I don't care if I'm in the headlines and I'm done something wrong. I know in my heart what I'm doing the right thing. I can look myself and look everybody in the eye and say, this is why I'm doing it. And like I said, if I was worried about people calling me names and doing that stuff, I wouldn't take the job. But and I understand you want to get the right thing out. But this is a climate right now where there's so much change. You get 16 years from one administration, you got a new administration, you got all of the angst and fears of all this stuff happening that they jump on anything to get this done. And all we got to do is stay the course, do the right thing, and move forward. That is, from my perspective, the best response to it. I would love to have an article out there and stuff like that, but I just know it'd be twisted.
There's only about 2 people in the press that I'll talk to. One of them's Yellowstone Public Radio. They'll print exactly what you say, what you're gonna do. The Gazette is horrible.
No.
That is rag.
We'll go Ed Beal and then Mr. Carmel.
So jumping back on 505, to me, if that was really, this is a great case in point for the department to always look at how we resolve these issues, because really it was created there. So 505, if its goal was to codify shoulder seasons in the beginning, the shoulder seasons, the expectations of shoulder seasons were really not met by either the landowner or the hunter.
Right.
And the communication of that reality fell. And if you go back and revisit it, this was a toolbox item, a shoulder season, really for the commission.
Right.
And so the hunter expected 3 years of experiment. How's this gonna work? Is it gonna do the job? They really latched onto that concept for their resource, the elk. The landowner didn't catch that message. The shoulder season was a remedy to an overpopulation problem. And that doesn't just stop after 3 years.
Right.
And so that the hunter expected it to be done with and analyzed. The landowner expected the next thing to continue because the problem exists. And then at the same time, a new elk working group was created, like you're talking about with a council, independently to research this subject and come up with an understanding. And then when 505 came, it's like, well, where's the working group information and how's that gonna come forward? And to me, you've got two problems that didn't get addressed, and the legislature did, and that's how it works, right? So if it doesn't get addressed, the legislature will take action because the constituent needs a result, and that's the landowner in this case, okay? So to me, you always have to have two solutions, the immediate,
Yeah, and continue.
and then what's the long term? And you can't have elk population objectives that stay in the same position for 15 years because the landscape isn't sitting there for 15 years. It's all changing as fast as Zoom is changing communication that we recognize this year. So you have to be able to have those two lines, you know, okay, hey, here's how we're going to address you. If you consider the outfitter fix that's in 505 as a fix, but what's the long term? And if I hear you correctly, the long term is to get the right parties together, and you have to have like this council or whatever it is that don't really just agree on everything, but they have a valid case to present and they agree to work towards the best answer. Otherwise, you don't really fix anything.
I couldn't agree with you more. So the other part of 505 that I failed to mention on this is the idea of objective. Okay, that the objectives that were set many, many years ago. So are they accurate? So one of the questions I asked the speaker when I went up there, I said, you know, and this was on a different issue, but he said, you know, Hank, I'm 800% over objective in my area. I just don't understand that. I said, what would 100% look like? He goes, we can't do that. I said, understand. I said, there's a tolerance that's been built for elk. There's an expectation for sportsmen and everything else. So the idea is, what is the tolerance? So the other part of 505, that as we envisioned it and weren't able to really articulate it in this thing, is that the groups would get together in the local areas and work as the tolerance / objective for elk and adjust that, go through the commission and the, you know, CACs and all that stuff to come up with that. What is this number for that district? What are we trying to get at? So it's an ever-changing thing with collaborative agreements to get to that. That was the other part of this, is working together. So it does, you're absolutely right, Ed. It has to be not a line in the sand. It has to be a moving target constantly. And that's what it was trying to set up to do on that stuff, is get away from objective and say, what is the tolerance of elk? Because that's really what it is. And what is the tolerance for landowner and sportsman, and how we take care of these issues and work together and get it done. And the other part, and once again, we're probably wrong, but the part I liked about it is, and you landowners can tell me if I'm right or wrong on this, but if you've got a landowner, we're seeing more and more move in and just want elk on their property. They don't care about anything else because they bought it. They want it to be land free and all that other stuff. And so if it's affecting you as a neighbor, to me, we've had the department try to come in here and be referee on this thing. And I looked at it saying, why aren't we having the peer pressure from local landowners saying, hey, I want to get to objective so I can have some people come and hunt on my property that I know. I want to get, you know, and stuff like this. How do you help us bring that number down? We need you to work with us on this. So, you know, to me, it was another ability to give a tool that we've never had before. So there was a lot more thought to this than it looked on that simple bill. And what the buzzwords were, well, the worst thing we could have done, I talked to Mac about this, is they thought it was a good idea and they testified right after I did. So right away, there was a connection in Mocha that it was ranching for wildlife, and that was nothing further from the truth. And we had not talked to them about collaborating with them at all or nothing. But I told him, and he said, when you said that, I think you nailed the coffin on this. And that's exactly what all the papers said. That's what everybody said, was it was ranching for wildlife. So.
Got another problem coming up in southeast Montana with that Mars Ranch sold to that Belgian lady. And no hunting for anything, coyotes or anything. Like I said, the neighbor drove down the river the other day and there was 250 to 500 elk down on the alfalfa and corn. So like I said, that doesn't make math science for reproduction to figure out where that herd's going.
Well, yeah, and it's not going to slow down.
Nope. I mean, she's not going to let hunting.
No. And we're selling more and more land.
How do you get ahead of it? Like kind of long term with Ed saying it.
I'll get you next, but real quick on that same talking point is we're seeing people buy big pieces of property, come in and buy big pieces of property. And the realtors are selling the property, telling them they can hunt. The problem is they can't. They have to draw a license. So this year, I got beat up big time about people that just bought big pieces of property and then not being able to hunt because they didn't draw a tag. And it was once again a perfect storm. We had last year from COVID hangover, people didn't come. They had their bonus or preference points built up. They bought another one this year and 40% increase in the number of applicants. Perfect storm. So a lot of them didn't get it. So my phone has rang a lot about upset about they didn't get a tag. They just spent all this money on this land. So one of the other things I'm going to do is talk to the realtor board and say, you need to do your due diligence and we'll print a card up, but you hand it to a landowner when you buy it, how to apply, what the odds are of getting a license.
Get them signed up for block. They'll get a guaranteed one.
Well, that's,
It's pretty neat though, guys. You know, in our lifetime, most of us have white hair. And think about the abundance of things that we have to fight over. We're here 50 years.
Exactly.
We can figure this out. And it comes with the neighbors, they gotta talk to one another. If we can, like you said, we can get away to where everybody doesn't just drive by on the government mobile and look out the window, stop and talk to somebody. Say, here's what I'm here for. I was along the highway here talking to a neighbor a couple of days ago and a state lands pickup was driving by and he whipped around and came in there and he said, what did we do now? Wrong answer. He wanted permission to go somewhere to look at something. He's a good guy, but everybody just needs to stop and talk something.
Exactly. Communication is what we need to get back.
Yeah.
We got away from it so much. I mean, even that Elk Creek thing, when I went after that, I brought the Corps of Engineers, a colonel on that, and the other person, we've been talking with the local level. And we got people fighting each other with different agencies, throwing rocks at each other all the time. So you get the other people come together and communicate, and they go, this ain't a big deal. Let's get this done. Okay. So, I think we'll be out of that, knock on wood, by the end of the year.
It's better if the game wardens don't wear their pistol to the ranchers meetings when they have they usually have a water hole at the end. And so they can, I know they're supposed to, but maybe they could leave it in their pickup.
It's interesting to bring that up. I just met with, like I said, I met with the tribes on that was an amazing meeting, to sit and talk to them, listen to them and understand the history. And I had a game warden captain come from Region 3 and I told him don't wear a uniform.
Yeah.
Well, he was driving there already in his uniform, so he had to stop and buy clothes. But it's funny how people notice that.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So we're sitting in this meeting with probably 40, 50 people at a round table like this. And we're going around and introducing ourselves and he's sitting with no gun on, the captain, goes all the way around, gets over in the corner, there's Fish and Wildlife Service, somebody with their ballistic vests on, guns and stuff on. And it gets two more down to a Blackfeet chair and he goes, I got post-traumatic stress from seeing them guys at guns. And just joking around, but there was a little message there.
Yeah.
And so I went back and talked to him. I said, depends on what we're there for. If we're there because we think people are getting out of hand, yeah, by all means, do that. But understand that comes at a cost to the department. And how do we figure it out to be the most effective?
Issue them a big can of bear spray.
Yeah.
You just put it on the ground.
Well, yeah.
Dale, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Hank, one project that we've worked on over the years in PLPW, and we talked about it this morning, is trying to come up with some type of videos that we could present to hunters, that basically focus on respect of the land, respect to the landowners. And here, well, maybe a few weeks ago, we had a hunter ed workshop by Zoom, and I was not able to listen in. I think we had region 6 and 7 or 5 and 7 together. I don't remember, but I ended up watching the video later. If I heard it correctly, the sense I got from that was a direction that came out of your office, is that we were not going to do any more person-to-person hunter ed classes. They would do them by video. We'd have the field day. And I guess that's my first question to you. Is that a correct interpretation? And if that is, I'm really concerned that by not having the in-class component, we're really missing an opportunity to focus on landowner relationships and ethical behavior. And for the Miles City classes that I teach, that's kind of been, I guess maybe it's a little bit of pride in it. That's what I've focused on. My part of the class is really teaching about, respect to the land, respect to the landowner. And can you give us some clarification on where you're at with
I'm really
that?
glad you brought that up. So the rumors you heard were true. I did say that we could take hunter education online, okay? And if you decide not to go to a field course, you don't have to. So what I've talked to the hunter ed groups on that, once again, COVID had changed the way we do business. So a lot of the other states, a big percentage, like I think 40 of the other states have gone to online only for hunter education, because you've got groups of people that have taught their kids through this whole thing. And I took a lot of flack on that, because we didn't do the proper way of vetting that and explaining why we were doing it. But when I talked to the head of hunter ed instructors about it is you've had a captive audience for the last X number of years that people had to go through a hunter education course. And if you want to do, I agree 100% that the field course is very important. And I also agree that we have to have things with landowner relations, better training in our hunter education courses. But I said, what I want you to do is come up with an incentive based to make kids want to come to your classes and do your field courses and do that. So, like for example, my son-in-law, he said, I'll have my kids do it online. They won't go to the field course. And that, from my perspective, I had a lot of people send me a lot of emails about how dumb I was at doing this, and how we're gonna have all these issues and all these problems with kids. My response was, I heard the exact same arguments under the Press Hunter, that we're gonna have kids shooting each other, we're gonna have all these issues, have that stuff, and you can verify it or not verify on this thing. But when I bring this up, I talk to hunter instructors, they say the kids that have had their apprentice hunter license come more prepared, better understanding, and we hadn't had the issue. Add to that we had a whole year of hunter education training online with no, I talked to enforcement with no incidents they know of. So it's changed, and once again, it's the kids that want to learn are going to learn. And to me, I want to incentivize it to make it bigger than it used to be, and try to get people really enthralled into hunter education courses. So it's a switch from having the captive audience and trying to get them in there, but still meeting the needs of the state for hunter education. But that's a rationale behind it. And the other thing is we had a lot of classes that we couldn't get people. We didn't have enough classes for people who wanted to take it. This takes care of that. We had a problem getting instructors. We had problems getting other things. And I appreciate everything that the instructors have done. That's a big commitment. And especially, it was interesting. I brought this up at Federation meeting on Sunday night. And I had two hunter instructors disagree with each other. And it was pretty funny, because one said, no, you got to have it. The other guy said, I got to tell you, I like the idea of that, making it an option. He says, because my hunter instructors that we have around here tell war stories for half the time. And he said they've been there for so many years that they get away from what their focus is and do this. So once again, I want to make it something really, really good. And when I got confirmed, I brought up, I said, block management has been an amazing tool but it's been detrimental to landowner-sports relations. And I said, what I mean by that is we've got 2, maybe 3 generations now that have relied on the path of least resistance. I won't go talk to him because I can go to your property and sign in or just drive in there. So why am I gonna waste my time trying to get that relationship built? So then all that does is puts that wedge further between landowners and sportsmen. So I believe that you should do both. But we need to encourage hunter ed, and through the hunter ed, is how to deal with landowners. So I'm right with you 100%. And I've asked them to bring that up, bring that level up on understanding what a landowner does. We had that the stewardship program that we had at the PLPW a long time. The video is kind of outdated. We talked about updating that. And I definitely think we need to. And I will tell you on that as well is what I promised to the tribe, and I'm going to do this, is it hit me like a ton of bricks, is we have people go down and hunt bison that draw a tag from bison. They're all excited. They get down there and they realize, well, there's a whole bunch of tribes down here hunting too. What the hell is going on here? So we do not do a good job of explaining what that 1855 treaty is about. Nowhere do we talk about it. So I told them, I said, I'm going to do a video. On the end of the video for the thing, and I may have some elders talk on this thing, but explain what it is. And it was funny because I came back and after I had that meeting, my son-in-law drew a West Yellowstone tag. And his response to me says, well, I'm going to have to hunt with Indians down there. I go, yeah. I said, they have an 1855 treaty that allows them to hunt here. This is what it is. They've been hunting, And he goes, well, why don't they have to hunt with the treaty written like with arrows and bows and ride horses? I said, well, the same reason you don't carry a damn musket for the Second Amendment. It changes, and I realized how lack of information, how much we have. Now, that doesn't mean anybody's going to agree with what happens, but at least you'll understand why it's happening. And that, to me, is that same thing with the landowners and all this stuff. You don't have to agree or disagree, but if you understand why we're doing things and why they're there and what gives them the right to be there when you're hunting with them, all of a sudden it's more, I guess, palatable. And it did. It hit me like a ton of bricks listening. Going, man, we can just the ball on this thing. So I come back right away and start working on that, and try to get that stuff into that for the hunting season and for the application. When you apply, eyes wide open. There's going to be other people hunting on you, not just the people that do the tag. So.
Okay, we're going to move into the public comment time now. I don't believe we have any attendees online. So part of the remarks that we can have a discussion on is with the Migration Coalition and such. So Cole, I don't know if you have any public comment remarks you'd like to make, or if you'd like to talk about that in just a bit when we get to more migration specific topics.
Sure. Thank you. My name's Cole Mannix. I'm based here in Helena. I work as a contractor for the Harley Rockies Initiative. And that group is a partnership of land trusts, operates in Montana and Idaho and Wyoming. But they came together with other groups right about the time of the secretarial order, which you'll remember, at an FWP presentation, December 18, surrounding the secretarial order, Montana Wildlife Federation, Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership, and others, Center for Large Landscapes. And basically it was a group of folks that resonated with the need to ensure wildlife movement and migration. And also that we really needed to how huge a part private lands and working lands are to that goal. And so that was the reason why we reached out in these 5 areas of Montana and brought this panel back in December. Before you all to share, their shared values in wildlife, but also the challenges that their operations experience. And then, as a follow-up to that, we met with the governor's office. We met with you, Director Warsack, and Justin Temple, Quentin Kujalun, in the early spring to share what we had just done in December. And we've asked this council to consider what council it might provide on meeting some of these unmet needs on working lands. And I think what we heard back from you, Director Warsack, was what are you really asking? What are you really asking? And so on May 3rd, our coalition delivered a letter to your office basically saying, we're not asking for PLPW. A lot of these unmet needs require funding in some ways, but our clarification was that we're not asking PLPW to identify funding sources we're simply asking this council to consider policies and programs that may address some of these unmet needs. And we provided a second attachment document that is a suggestion for the kind of program that could address those needs. And so we just basically ask you to weigh what we've submitted and provide some feedback. So I'm happy to answer try to clarify anything, but that's the substance of it.
Jason?
Yes,
Did that get sent out?
I did not send a letter to these guys, no.
Okay.
I think we were waiting on a response from you guys as far as what your thoughts were, so.
Well, I thought it was backwards. I thought I was gonna send it out to them and get a response from them, so. So we obviously.
Yeah, well, we can get them a copy for tomorrow,
Yeah,
for sure.
do that for tomorrow, and then I'll look at it, I'll come back tomorrow, and we'll talk about it, because, yeah, we need to come up with an answer to you guys.
Thanks, Cole. Brett, I'd introduce you, and I know you had a couple issues relative to just landowner preference or landowner relations. You mentioned you wanted to address.
Yeah, on the landowner preference thing. So
who are you?
I'm Brett Eustis. I manage the hunting on Countess on Ranch in the Bear Paws. I have 6 BMAs that I manage, 3, 10, 6, 187, quite a bit of them. Anyway, the landowner preference this year, we had applied for landowner preference, and I gave my landowner preference to a full-time employee who's manages the ranch, and my landowner preference this year was declined. Wasn't even put into the drawing because my signature for Wine Cup Ranch, which I own, or me and my wife own, wasn't a verified signature, is what as a landowner, and which isn't true, because 3 years ago I verified my signature with FWP so I could draw or get the sportsman without bear tag package. So that was already set up that way, and to have that rejected, pretty well, wasn't good. I was pretty upset about that. And I probably wouldn't have been upset as if I was the one that was applying for it, but the fact that I gave it to an employee and then it got rejected, yeah, it kind of made me feel, quite upset. Which is why I started making phone calls. And then my brother-in-law, who's the son of the owner of the ranch, had the other landowner. We have 3 landowner preferences for our place, and his got rejected. I think he's an out-of-stater, and I believe his got rejected because he didn't show proof of hunter's education. And he's a 50-year-old man that's hunted Montana quite a bit and all other places. And then my wife, she got rejected just because she got rejected. So, but the problem is the crux of everything is that, we do follow all the rules. We do all that. There wasn't an opportunity to fix the problem. We weren't given a chance. We got a letter after the drawing was already done saying, oh, by the way, you didn't even qualify because of this, which isn't true, because honestly, I had my signature already authorized. So why can't there be you're all set up online, you got everything set up. Why can't I get an email saying, oh, hey, fix this problem? We got a problem here.
That's a real good point. I'd like to address that. There are issues with that. I'm well aware of it. We had some issues this year. And understand that we are building a new system. That system we have was put into place in 2001. So is basically fragile, and we have to put things together. It's so archaic, it's unreal. So we're trying to work with landowner preference on the cadastral database to find out who the owners are, to verify that. That's how it works for that thing. And the problem is when you get into LLCs and other things like that, if you don't have the name on file with them, right, it kicks it out. So I'd have to look into, I mean, to see exactly why he got kicked out on that thing. I'm more willing to do that because I did find one that we did have an error with. And that's the other thing I want the committee to look at, the council to look at, is another issue that's eating our lunch is landowner preference. And what's happened with that is because our landowner preference in the past was looked at that you had to have elk on your property, you had to have all this stuff like this. And that's something we were saying all throughout the meeting. The problem is when I looked into it, because I got challenged on it, had a legal look at it, it doesn't say anything like that. It's pretty much wide open. So the interpretation then went from, we have to prove that you don't have elk on your property. You get it? So that opened it up for a lot more people applying for landowner preference. Thus the odds going down. Then you start adding LLCs and all these other issues with it. It creates a problem. So that is first and foremost to be fixed under the new XMT model. They're working on that. I made it very clear that that is the primary thing to do. So there's a bigger issue is what do we do for landowners? And how do we do it? How do we award this thing? Should it be something you have to go through a drawing for, or do you get issued a tag, a permit just for your property that you own? You know, things like that. So I'd like the council to look at that in the future and come and work out some things for legislation on taking care of the landowner preference. Because it's become a big deal. And as a result of that, we used to do a thing, we did a thing called 454 agreements. You guys are well aware of that. We changed the legislation a little bit. So, and this is something that just shocked me is when we talked about changing that last session, we went back to putting the commission as approval in front of the department. That was as a result of Commissioner Stuker bringing it forward to PLPW, and you guys changed that. When we looked at that, when we added that for the license and the permit, the assumption was that that permit and license had to be the same thing. It doesn't read that way. What it says is they got to get, so what can happen now is they changed a little bit of this last bill. It's a 3-to-1 ratio, but it could be 3 cow licenses to 1 bull license. It doesn't say that they have to be the same licenses. I read it over and over and over, and it doesn't say that. So that's an issue we have. So we're going to have more people come forward this year. We're trying to stay with that did draw the license, either license or permit, and say, we want to invoke this 454 agreement with the commission and get a permit or license and then allow hunters on there. So I want to make sure that we get that worked through, because that's going to be, from my perspective, going to be a problem. You get a lot of people asking that. A lot of people did not draw the land on the property. So that's the way to get it again. So, like I said, that's one of the issues I do want to have you guys focus on, and you're working on that.
Well, didn't SB 116 deal with that? That's a landowner preference for.
Did, but it didn't correctly.
No, that's different. It didn't correct that part of it. And then the last bill was 637. So the problem with and the senator, good senator can explain this. The problem with if you make a title too big in housekeeping, you can throw everything in it. And that's what happened in this bill. There's a lot of things were thrown in at the very end.
Don't I know it?
Huh? And that's the issue with this stuff. But so that's something we have to work on. So I want to find out exactly what happened in your case. I want to see why you were sent that letter. So we can talk to you. If you get a break or something, come over to the office. I'll go have, give me all your, I know you sent me an email, but give me your information again, and I'll have them pull it and get ready to have it when you come over. We'll look at it. Yeah, and if there's something, like I said, I've always done it this way. If the department has made a mistake, we'll make it right. If you made the mistake, you live with it. That's the thing we gotta look at. But no, it's been an issue this year. A lot of people did not draw their landowner permits that they were used to getting it, and people are upset.
Yeah. Well, we're a little upset about it too. Our neighbors are also, some of it happened to them too.
Yeah, it happened to a lot of people. And like I said, a lot of it was because of that cadastral database and trying to get land ownership, you know. So it's a hiccup that we had and we just gotta fix it. Yes, sir.
Can I ask another stupid question? So the elk that are in the bear paws, is there a small, is it like south of Glasgow where they have all those little hunting districts that are in the breaks, like, what is it? They fit about 2 points, don't they? Can go from the Murray camp to the, is that the way the bear paws is too? Or is it like 650 or whatever the other one is on the north side of the Milk or the Highway 2?
It's a big district now.
Yeah,
It used to be 2, now
But
it's
they
1.
don't, nobody, and the people that have deeded land that provide the habitat for the elk don't always get a hunting license. It's not like Wyoming. Wyoming, if you have, there's a lot of BLM land, not a lot of deeded land. My wife's family has a ranch down there. And if you have a certain size parcel, BLM land or deeded land in the middle of that, they award you, you get a chance every year. And that's not that way where you guys are, you provide the habitat for the elk and they're there eating your hay and grazing with the cows. And then, so in the fall, or in the summer, you go into a drawing to see if you get a chance to shoot one.
For bull, I mean,
That's for a bull, but that's not true for the cow, is it?
not now.
Yeah, okay.
Now it's, I think, was it last year or the past 2 years?
2 years.
2 years. Cows, you can harvest a cow now with your general elk egg. The bear
So
paws.
who's eligible for a landowner preference? How big is the area?
Everybody in it.
No, but how big is the one?
It's south of Havre all the way to the Missouri River.
Goes from where the highway going to Great Falls?
Yep.
All the way to the highway going to the.
All the way
Robinson
to-
Ridge,
All the way to Zorban.
66.
Yep.
From, what's the other? So that's all one area.
Yep.
Clear to Highway 2.
Yep.
So anybody that has deeded land on the Milk River, if I had a 160-acre farm on the Milk River, I could apply for a landowner.
640 for elk.
Huh?
604 section for elk.
Oh, okay. But if I lived on the Milk River and got met an elk there since Lewis and Clark, I could still apply for an elk. I'd be in the.
Right. That's why it changed so much, is it increased the number of people applying. So what had happened was, like I said, when we looked at that statute, we had interpreted it. And we used to be so restricted that the regions had to sign off on landowner preference. So where it came to a head was we had a game warden going to write a non-resident landowner for applying for this and getting a permit when he didn't have elk on his property.
Right.
So we looked into it and what was legal, and said it does not say that. So we were getting ready to go to court, and I said, so this guy's gonna show up. Then I called the biologist, because the warden said, no, there's no elk on the property. I called the biologist, she goes, hell, I don't know, I haven't flown now. She goes, there's elk all over the place now. So my concern was, we do this case, the guy's got more money than God.
Yeah.
And we going against him, and he walks in with a picture of elk all over his property, 2 piles of elk poop. And I said, yeah, this is where it came from. So we've just, all of a sudden then, it looks like we're trying to go against a non-resident landowner.
Yeah.
So we dismissed that and looked at it and said, we made a policy change. This is what the law says. We need to follow the law. So what I'm asking you guys is we need to look at the law again and see what's right to do this, to deal with landowner and their preferences. How do they get it? Do we have to go back to say it has to be used by elk and the landowner preference is only valid on your property? All these things that you need to discuss. And once again, is it a drawing or do you just get one? I mean, I don't know. So that's.
So if the guy had 640 on the river south of Chinook, and he applied, if you gave a license to him, the only place he could shoot an elk was on his own place, would make sense, really.
Yeah.
That's where, I think that's where it was.
Oh, okay.
No, you can hunt
That's the
anywhere.
way.
You got the permit, you can hunt anywhere with it.
You just had to, the wardens approved whether or not there were elk on your property. That's the way it used to.
That was probably
Until it
10,
got
15
you.
years ago, yeah, when they did that.
Problem with too, just going to being, and I think Brett can explain a little bit too, is that sometimes the elk aren't there in the fall, they're there in the spring and causing damage. And so then that guy doesn't have an opportunity in the fall.
Our ranch adjoins the west extremity of the Fort Peck Indian Reservation.
Right.
And there's elk that come out of the Missouri Breaks occasionally. there'll be a sighting. And then once they cross the Porcupine Creek and they get on the Fort Peck Indian Reservation, they don't last 24 hours. They're gone, but you'll see one once in a while, and so maybe that'd meet the means test that we had in Elk, but if everybody's got a camera now, so they can take a picture.
Right. Like I said, so that's one of the things I would like to have the council kind of wrestle with, because I think it needs to be fixed. And we're just gonna keep on getting the requests.
I guess I'm just flattered, but would it be if you gave everybody a license to hunt on their own place? If it's over objective, is the elk numbers over objective anyway?
Well, those are all things you need to look at. I mean, those are things I think you should discuss, and that's why I think is a good group to look at that and try to come up with something that makes some sense.
My question for the moment is the only avenue Brett has is to come to a PLPW meeting to express his dismay. I mean, where's the customer service contact for him without driving to Helena?
I would sure agree with what you're saying. I mean, I just find that, and what I've heard the director say, you are committed to fixing this, but the idea that you have to come here and bring this to the PLPW group, there ought to be an easy phone call or a phone call that would at least provide some level of answers or whatever without coming to here. I just found that just almost appalling to think that you felt like you needed to drive here.
I made phone calls and complained, and it was my option to come here and talk to you guys because, this is kind of the people I need to talk to about it. I have other things I want to talk about. No, it's all good. But it was my choice to come here and talk to you guys.
So just so you understand, his comments didn't fall on deaf ears.
And I
understand that, and the other part of it is there was a point where, and not in this case, but a case where if you don't hear what you want to hear, you go to the next step. You don't hear what you want to hear, you go to the next step. And hopefully we've been consistent saying no on the whole thing because of the reason why. And that's what I'm saying. I'm looking into it, but we'll check in, which anybody we deal with, if they ask that question, can you verify? I've got a guy, I'm gonna go back and call today, that said there's no way in hell that he marked that he didn't want a refund. And he's the only guy of all the people that did that marked it that way. And it wasn't the computer that just all said, Hal, I'm gonna switch and make it that way for you. It happened and you can't understand that. So, and unfortunately, that's what we have to deal with some of this stuff. But I am committed to fixing it so we don't have these issues. And I appreciate your time coming forward. So it worked out perfect for me that you brought that issue up to this group because this is something I wanted to work on. So it worked out the proper way. But definitely, I will give you your information when I get back there. I'll have it. You can stop by.
We actually invited Brett, like, hey, this would be a good opportunity for you guys to hear some of the issues that are happening. So we invited Brett to come just so that, and he also has this other program that we wanted you guys to see. So it was, it didn't fall on deaf ears.
Yeah, it's educational for everybody.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you coming here, sir. I really do.
Yeah. I think in general, like your laws just need to be cleaned up. They need to be more specific to what is, who has the right to put in for landowner preference, what is a family member, that needs to be cleaned up, or who's an employee, all that needs to be cleaned up so that, because there's another issue in our area which I don't think y'all want to happen, is where somebody's able to purchase a landowner preference from somebody else. And that is happening in our area.
Yeah, that's illegal as hell.
Yeah, well, that's what I think too, but there's
a lot of things happen. People are poaching elk all day long too. Yeah. But you can't, so if you know that, you should be calling tip on.
I mean, it's happened.
They know. It's just this loophole that's created. What is a
well, I know employee? But I know we've gone into that though in eastern Montana. We had an employee that wasn't an employee, and we proved it and put charges against him.
Well, enforcement knows where.
They do?
They're well. So enforcement's well aware of the issue and with this situation.
y'all know about it.
Hmm?
Y'all know about it.
Right, enforcement. It's just that I don't think it's very easy to prove.
Was the guy employed or not?
He works for the ranch at times, maybe.
But does he have a W-4? I mean, does he get anything like that?
Do they pay workers' comp?
That's what I was gonna
Yeah.
say.
So that's a
But I
good
think the problem is
They found out how to get around that.
Yeah.
And yes, sir, I appreciate that, but that is this kind of things this community needs to look at is how do we tighten that up?
exactly.
So do you get a W-2 from this? Show me your W-2. You know, whatever we have to do to say this is an employee. Ed, you print them things up at home, don't you?
Yeah.
All right.
I guess, just a final point on that. I mean, so for this council, I mean, this person right here is a preferred customer. And it kind of troubles me to see you have to go through all that when everything we do is, you know, you've got 6 BMAs that you manage. And this is even a problem. To me, that's a problem, that it's a problem. And I appreciate that you're aware of it, but it's kind of like the HB 505 thing. We're aware of it. And what do we do about it so he doesn't have to do it next week or next month or next year? Let's get it figured out. We got to do it.
You have to. I mean, that's one of the things I want to charge you with. I'm exactly right. So the question is if you're in a BMA, you get a license, right?
Yeah, I get sportsmen out there.
So you guys decide, should they get the permit as well?
So my answer or question, and that's where you're saying we got to look at all that.
Yeah.
So the Bear Paws are kind of an elite district. The Elkhorns are elite district.
Yeah.
There's 100 tags in the Elkhorn. How many landowners can claim that? I don't know those numbers. And what's a percentage that is your tolerance as a landowner and a group of landowners? To me, those are things you've got to look
I
at
know.
to make that decision.
I mean,
It's not like Mr. Mannix over here wants a tag over in the Helmville Valley where there isn't an exclusive hunt. It's a different problem to fix.
You're absolutely right.
I
I
thought
mean,
we
that's-
actually had discussed this actually, especially for those areas that were restrictive, like the Elk.
I mean, that's all good points that you have to think about. I mean, you can't, I don't think you can come up with a solution that one size fits all.
Who can fix it? Can the Fish and Game Commission fix it, or do we have to go clear back around through the next legislature?
has to go through the session. It would be a bill.
Yeah.
For a permit, we would need some kind of legislative issue. I think part of, part of it is, you know, this personally happened to myself 2 years ago. Got rejected on our family parcel. It happened to my father-in-law's brother this year, got the same rejection that I got 2 years ago. We fought it and he got back in the draw. But I think, you know, there's partly a policy discussion here too, from the agency's perspective, that would say, we take a second look at some of these that are rejected and why. But that's,
Agreed.
yeah. So there's a kind of a short-term fix, and then there's also the long-term solution.
But there isn't any, the Fish and Game Commission doesn't have the ability to write a rule, or like the Department of Livestock, Board of Livestock could have they could write a rule, or an interim rule or something. The Fish and Game Commission maybe doesn't have that
Well,
either.
they do it to an extent, and what they tried to do a few years ago is they tried to set up where a landowner preference, you couldn't get it back to back. So for the Elkhorns things, it was a 5-year wait. So like in the Elkhorns, if a landowner drew it, they couldn't get it again for another 5 years.
Okay.
And that got close to passing, but it didn't.
Was it a guaranteed every 5 years you got one then?
No, it wasn't guaranteed. You just
No
couldn't-
matter whether if you own land anywhere in that hunting district, then if you have the right amount of land, you could apply each year.
Yeah, so what they do is they take it away, once you got it, you had to wait 5 years to go.
Okay.
And it was kind of modeled after the Mushy goat wait.
So
It was a prime area. And the problem was the same landowners were drawing it year after year because there's not a lot of landowners in there, but enough that a lot of say people got it. So you got, you know, high odds and people are just upset about that. The same people are on there year after year. But they do have some flexibility, things we'd have to look at, but I think there's a lot a lot bigger issues that would have to go through legislation.
Who was upset, the other adjoining landowners that didn't get it, or the people that?
The people that applied.
The people that applied for a license.
They applied their whole life. and
Weren't but they weren't providing any of the habitat.
Right.
They were just Montana sports. But, okay, thanks.
Any other public comment? Before we move on, we'll get that letter printed and brought here at lunch, Cole.
Thank you.
Yep, I've got it coming at lunch. Any other public comment on that, or we can go back to Hank if you had any other last remarks?
Yeah, I have to get out here pretty quick. I've got another meeting,
Okay.
11:30.
Okay.
Anything else that you guys have, questions or concerns?
Go ahead, Tim.
You know, I don't know if this is the time, but I would just like to bring up a couple observations that I had and related specific to the PALA program. And I don't know, again, if it's timely or not, but I've thought a lot about this. The first one has to do, when we first looked at this, and I remember when we met out at Project Wild, I think it was, or wherever it was, and Ed and I brought in some examples. And one of the guidelines for being eligible for the PALA program is that access to the public land has to be greater than 2 miles. So if you walk around, it's less than, or if it's 2 miles, they're not eligible. Well, as I've looked more and more at examples, I really think we could be missing the boat on some really important pieces of properties. For example, I looked at a project the other day and calculated it out, and to walk around the section of state land and then get onto a 2-track trail and take you into a public land, I want to say it was like 1.25 miles around, and then you hit a road, and then it's like 1.8 miles to a chunk of public land, which then had a good 2-track trail that went in for several miles. But the way our guidelines were, that would not be eligible for the PALA program. And I'm thinking, okay, here we have a landowner that's willing to provide vehicular access across his private land that takes you to the BLM land and potentially the state. And state land is not an automatic do not drive. It depends on what the local land manager says, as well as the permittee. And I just think we need to take a look at that. So that's one concern I have. Probably the bigger concern as I'm looking at the PALA submissions, and we've had this discussion internally before. I see a real danger in where we're headed with PALA right now. I look at, and I really focus on my part of the world because I'm more familiar with it, but I look at so much intermingled public land, and I look at the PALA program where we're going to pay significant amounts of money to a landowner to provide access to the public land. And for a lot of those landowners, they're currently in block management. So we are going to, and we pay them, well, now it could go up to $25,000 a year, but I think the reality of it is, and I hope some of the people speak to that, there'll be few of them really in the big scheme of things that qualify for $25,000. But we're historically, because they've been in block management, they have access to the whole ranch unit. And again, in my area, so much of that land is intermingled public and private land. But now through the PALA program, we're going to pay them potentially considerably more money to drive across a piece of private land to access BLM. And it is not going to take long for some of these landowners to say, you know what? It's way more lucrative for me to be in the PALA program. I don't have to provide access to my whole ranch. I could even outfit some of my private land and get paid more money than I'm getting in block management to provide access into a much, much smaller piece of our public land. And as we go through the proposals made by the different regions, I'd ask the council to kind of think about this, because as I looked at them, I just thought, boy, there's a real danger. And I could see, I mean, the idea is we are going to increase access to resident, non-resident hunters into these parcels of land. But I really think the flip could very much happen as more and more people become aware of what the potential payout could be to go this different direction. And I'm just asking people to be cognizant of that as we look through these proposals that were given to us this week.
Go ahead.
Region 6, which is the area that I'm familiar with, there was no, I assume that you're from the railroad corridors, the Northern Pacific and the Milwaukee. So they were both land grant railroads that every alternate section was deeded. So your area has a larger footprint of deeded land than ours does. Ours was homesteaded, and then after, in the 30s, the Bankhead-Jones Act, the federal government came back in and bought back that land that were failed homesteads. And so there's large blocks of public domain and LU land, they used to call it. It used to be two different colors on the map. The yellow was the Louis and Clark stuff, and the pink was the Sven and the Oli stuff. And so, but there's large blocks of it, and that's the only thing that I'm familiar with. I think that when we looked at the one for like the Whitmire Association's application, their border is on the edge of the Charles M. Russell Wildlife Refuge. And I thought that when we looked at that, there was added points for that number of acres of public land that was opened up. Am I right?
Yes.
And so I thought that I would have the same concern that you have, Dale, that we were going to get people to drop out of block management and get into the PALA program because it would generate more cash. We're neighbors to the Bergtall family that have PALAs and we were in block management. They weren't in block management. But we have common border and common issues. And so I agree with what you're talking about. You know, we have some of the same spots of deeded land that block the same roads that they're opening up. And the road goes through it, whether it's a road or not. You know, most of the homesteads didn't last long enough so that they could go through the 5-year process it took to dedicate a road. So they're just a kind of a prescriptive easement, you know, there's no county maintenance. And so I have the same concern that you have. Hopefully if we got the thing set up right, it shouldn't incentivize somebody to pick a section, you know, and then open up a section, because that's the way a lot of that railroad checkerboard is, and there's alternating sections of public, right?
Correct. And we don't have a lot of that alternative sections.
So Prairie County's got quite a bit of public.
It's not really though checkerboarded in the true sense. I mean, we have the old LU lands. Prairie County is primarily LU lands, not entirely, but we have a lot of LU lands, but they're not checkerboarded. I mean, it's scattered or
Custer County and on up Forsyth, you go on up toward Ingomar and Sumatra, a lot of that's deeded. Most of that are deeded.
When you get into Rosebud, Treasure County, you see more of that checkerboarded land up in there. It's not a vast amount, but there's more of it in that part of the world as opposed to Prairie, Custer, some of those other Weevil County.
And then like in the situation there in our area with the elk added quite a little bit of value to the, you know, because there's a lot of interest. I'm sure one of the grazing association that applied for their PALA down there, I'm sure they were at the limit on their block management payment.
Before the cap increase, they were.
Yeah.
Right now, they're right below the cap.
Yeah. So I think it's a way to incentivize the people that are doing the right thing. But I agree with what you're saying is, you know, it might not be, that's not to say that somebody isn't going to say, hey, you know, get out of block management, lock it up for a year and then say, hey, I want to get in the PALA.
I just think we need to be, as we look through these proposals and just be aware that I think that's a real potential. I mean, I don't think it's just something that's out there that I do believe it's a real concern, and our goal certainly should be, I think, is to improve lands that are accessible to the hunters of Montana, you know, and fishermen, but as we go through that and we start looking at these, saying, what's the long-term ramifications of we're gonna pay this person $12,000 to drive across, a mile of land to get to this block of land that's been in block management forever? How long are they gonna do that if they can say, I'll take the $12,000, and you know what, the other sections of private that they've hunted, I'm gonna outfit that or keep them off of that. So again, it's just a concern that I'm asking this group to look at as we move through the proposals.
We can't legislate morality and, so if the rules are written and we don't have, if they're not the way they need to be, we have to go forward with the program that we have and try not to, I agree with you, Dale, what you're talking about. That's the potential's there, but it's like every other thing we do with game. There's always somebody that figures out a way. When I was on the board of livestock, you made a rule and then you waited for the cow traders to figure out how to break it and then you changed it. That was the way it worked.
Well, I agree, but even on these forms, there's many forms that say this could, if you don't approve this PLA, it could cause.
Jeopardize the BMA.
Yeah, the BMA to be withdrawn. I mean, they're very upfront about it.
So I'm gonna be 100% honest, I know enough to be dangerous about the PLA. I was there when the law passed and stepped away from it on this thing, so it's something I need to get immersed in. But I really appreciate what you're bringing forward on this and looking at it, because it's with any other bill that passes and this committee is implemented, you should be eyes wide open on things that are running into problems and how do you fix it.
Looks to me like looking at these ones that were proposed this year, this is the second year, right?
Yeah.
Right. We need to go forward with it and then, and you can't change the thing as you go forward. If it needs to be tweaked, then we can probably, I don't know, we have the ability to go in there and say, okay, if you're only opening up a section, is, it's worth something, or, but I thought the thing had, so it was all the quality of the hunting that you were opening up and the amount of land and all that stuff. And I thought it was pretty good. I still had the same concern that you had, that people would drop out of block management and go into that. Up in our country, a wolf tag would have more value than an elk tag.
To kudos to this group after last year and after year one, we went in and made some tweaks, and just what you were just saying about, okay, we have these small parcels of land. Should we be paying $4,000 for somebody to access 320 acre parcel just because that's the way the sideboards were written? And we went in and said, that's not reasonable. And I think it's our duty to look at this and say, what tweaks need to be continue to be looked at as we move through this program to make it as good a program as we can. And I guess that's what I'm just.
I didn't see anything in the ones that I looked at where we had any numbers that were out of, there were some small parcels that were offered and the compensation was adjusted to, with the parameters that we had to deal with, dumbed it down to where I thought it was fine.
So Cindy, I've got a question. You said something about one of the things that if they don't get it, they would back out of block management.
It says it could jeopardize the BMAs. Yeah, I think almost all the grazing one has that comment on the bottom of it.
So that's
That's the big money ones.
The programs run simultaneously, and a landowner could receive their block management payment and then also receive their PALA payment. And so the jeopardy comes in if you don't approve the PALA, then they can pull their BMA, and then you lose everything altogether, which is their prerogative.
Without knowing it, I mean, to me, that feels like a threat.
It's just
It was kind of ransom.
Yeah.
Well, and I mean.
That's not the way that should have came off.
What's that now?
No,
That's not the way it should have came off.
Don't think that's your intent.
Well, but to me, looking at it from face value, just hearing this, like I said, I don't know enough to know, but that's like, don't negotiate with terrorists. I mean, that's what, on surface, on value, if you say, if I don't get this, I won't do this if I don't get this.
Well, it didn't exactly say that. It said it could jeopardize the BMA.
And my concern as we dealt with a few small ones over in this region was that there's a cart and a horse here, because if there's already a block management, this agreement may not really be improving much.
Right.
It maybe to a degree, but you have to look at it on the ground. You know, what does it really do? Does it increase motorized or whatever? But I think as I've looked through these, I had very similar concerns to Dale and probably most of you. When you look at the creation of the block management program in the beginning, they were extremely deliberate on coming back to hunter use days.
Right.
And the reason for that is the demand for the opportunity. We've put all these sideboards on here, and I think a lot of the sideboards we put on were based on, number one, the thing was very limited in funding. But it was 500,000 a year, and now it's $1 million. Is that right?
It's still 500,000.
So it's $1 million in buy-in. So when you look at that, how far can that go? And you look at these now, it could go too far. And I think some of our thinking, at least in my mind, as we looked at examples was, yes, these sideboards will contain this. But as we've looked at all of these now that are in this book and trying to put together those grazing districts on the bigger picture, you know, we need to be looking at the bigger picture. I tore some of it out, you know, to try to put them together and are some of those even 2 miles apart to your question?
Tim's measured it all out. So we've got a big map and he's measured out the allotments. And so we'll get into.
But I mean,
I
think before we start approving these, this is the discussion that kind of has to be had. Sure. Before we actually get to, you know, weighing the whole thing. You know?
Correct me if I'm wrong on this, but this is access, not just hunting access.
It could be.
It can be.
But it leans,
Not guaranteed.
it's weighted towards hunting access in the legislation.
I guess when I looked at this thing, I thought of the palace thing was a way to open up access to elk. There were over objectives everywhere on elk. And so they had, the elk got a better, you got more credit if you had elk. In this instance with the grazing association, it's a group of guys that borrowed money in 1970 and bought a ranch from the Whitmire family, and there's 30 members in it. And they rent pasture off the CM Russell Wildlife Refuge, which is, the grazing fees are set high, and they raise the fee, and they really don't want them there. And so this was a way, and they've been in block management for
25
since it
years.
started.
Yes.
And they've put up with they get a hunter license, don't they, one a year?
Yeah.
And they, you know, and so this was a way, the way I looked at it, it was a poster child for Pala. It opened up the Charles M. Russell Wildlife Refuge. It had never been closed, but every one of those pieces of deeded land, the road went to somebody's homestead. And the Whitmire family owned that land, and they sold it to the Grazing Association. And so all the roads come up there, and all the CMR roads come to that deeded land, and or to the edge of the boundary of it. And this was a way to incentivize to help the good guys. It's the way I looked at it. No,
So it goes back. It also goes back to the disconnect. This place was bought in 1976, and that generational disconnect where when it first started, it was open to everybody.
Yeah, it was
and they could just go. Well, now the the grandkids of those folks that used to be able to go think they can go anywhere. Right. And so that's where this problem of, you know, people think they can go anywhere and everywhere out there. And this palette is going to help increase awareness that this property can be closed down to the CMR.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, that helps. Thank you.
Yeah.
So we'll pick up Pala again after lunch, and spend the rest of our afternoon today. And then most of tomorrow morning for sure talking about these projects. These are the discussions we should have. For clarity too, it's the director that makes the decision on these. The council provides a recommendation. And it was clear from the 19 session that the two can coexist. That was one of the first questions we had was, can one landowner receive a payment for both? And that it is, yes, they can. And that's currently the way the statute is, and that's how we operate it, and that's how we continue to operate. So I'll take it at that. Break now to Brett. Brett was gonna talk and present on just the hunter access stuff that they do and how they operate, and how their reservation system works. Thanks, Cole. And then, like I said, we'll have lunch and then we'll get right back into PALA stuff for the rest of the day. And we'll start with Region 7 projects. All 4 of them, I believe, are all renewals. So it's just a matter of, we saw them last year. We used the new assessment criteria and then what you think. So we'll start with 7, hopefully get the easier ones out of the way since they're renewals, and then we'll dig into Region 6. And Tim does have a full-size scale map. All their allotments, we measured out that 2-mile piece. So they are eligible to be run before the committee. That's one of the requirements. You want to try and do?
I could just share the web. I'd just do the website.
Okay. You want to do it? Yeah.
You want to do it now or you want
Yeah.
to?
Yep. Let's do it right now.
Jason, I have to get out here.
Yeah.
I
You gotta
appreciate
go,
it.
Hank.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, one thing before he takes off, I was up at the Farm Bureau meeting, their summer meeting, they have it every other year right after the legislative session. There was 3 directors and the governor was there. Director Warsich was there. Director Castor was there and Director Honeycutt was there, Livestock, DNRC, and FWP, and the governor. Those people told me that's the first time that these people have ever appeared before their meeting, and they was thrilled. That's how we get landowner, get us talking with the landowners. They was all them people were thrilled that these people journeyed all the way to friggin' Great Falls. I guess they never drove to Colstrip. But it was a good piece of work, I'll tell you. And I want to thank you very much.
Well, thank you, sir. I mean, that's what I'm committed to. That's what I want to continue doing. But the one thing I want to add to that is the governor, and maybe I've already said it, I've said this thing so many times to different people, but the part that's amazing to me is that he builds a team of directors that work together really well. So Director Cash and myself rode up together on this thing, and I can guarantee you we couldn't have got Tubbs and Martha in the same car before. And so I think there's just some issues that are changing. There's a willingness to work together with DNRC and the department. I mean, yeah, like I said, we're gonna have a block party for 3 agencies to bring everybody back. We've already talked about that for all of our staff that are coming back from COVID, to get this building, us and DQ to come together and do some hot dogs and burgers and get people to meet each other, start working together. So I appreciate that, Senator. It was better. Thank you.
Thanks, Director. Appreciate it.
Oh, I love it. Thank you.
There it is. All right. Showing up, Ken.
Take care, man. Thank you so much.
Are you done for today?
Yeah, I got the rest of my day yesterday. Yeah, it's Carson. Thanks, sir. You got this one?
See.
That was good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so, little background on this, me and my wife used to do this old school before this even came about. And the reason this came about is we used to have the phone calls, and we'd have 20 messages every night that we'd have to sit down, divvy up, and call all these people that give them hunting permission on us. And it just took forever. And to find out, my wife is very short and abrupt, and I like to talk a lot, so she'd get her list done and I'd be sitting on number 3, still trying to get through my 20. So we came up with this. This is our website. And basically, in the BMA pamphlets that you all get, if they're to look on our ranch, they'd have it'd say cowanhunting.com is where you need to go to do your hunting requests. So yeah, so they come to here and it'd tell them that we're a type 2 block management and give them some pictures of the ranch and then they can browse around here. Right here is our ranch rules. So if anybody, before they can submit their request, they need to go through these ranch rules. And then they would have to check, yes, I've read the hunt request. We do about 16 to 1,800 hunter days a year. And it's all done through this ranch or through this website. So what happens is they would come here to the hunting request and they would fill all this information out, address, everything that they want. And then they would, they can add their hunters here, how many hunters are going to be in their party. And they can add their names and their ALS numbers and any comments that they have. So basically, and then they hit send, submit, and it gets emailed to me. And then the email I get has all that information, and I drop it, I copy and paste it onto a spreadsheet where I can then, put all the info in a nice line, organized manner. And then I have another spreadsheet where I can, it has all the days of the hunting season and all the pastures I have on the ranch. So I just cross-reference it and say somebody's hunting elk. I pretty much know where all the elk are on the ranch, so I can make sure I give them a pasture that has a very good possibility of elk being on it on the days that they want. And I basically fill in that time slot for them. And then I will send them an email with everybody in the hunting parties and everybody that in that hunting party that they want to hunt and where they're going to hunt, what days they're going to hunt. And I give them a detailed directions on how to get to that pasture along with GPS coordinates and everything. So when they get that email, that's their permission slip. So they take that email, print it off, they put it on their dash, follow the directions on exactly where to go. And then that's, they can go hunt that pasture for the days that they have allotted. And then with that information spreadsheet, that's my book, basically. You had to fill out the book. So that's my book. I got a spreadsheet, and at the end of the year, I take that spreadsheet, I email it to the local fish and game department, and they have all the information they need, and they don't have to go through a book and sort through the book. And then on top of that other spreadsheet where it has all my pastures and the name of the people in the pastures, I email that to my local fish and game department, and they have a record of where people are on our ranch at any given point, and they can go and patrol, do whatever they need to do, and they know who's all there. So,
Brett, how many days in advance do you email the hunters?
So I start, like, if you look at the hunting request top, I have some rules up there. They can't submit any hunting requests until the 1st of July.
Right, but you send an email to them saying that they can hunt it.
Yep.
How many days?
Before the season even starts.
Oh, before the season.
Yeah, on the majority. I'll have, I want to say I'll have about 100 emails. And I will go through all those emails about a month before hunting season starts. I'll go through every one of them. Deer, elk, cow, or antelope I do a little different. I gotta be a little quicker on that in archery. But as far as the rifle season, yeah, they'll have it a month before the season starts. And there's a good chance that at least the first 2 weeks of the hunting season, I'll have booked before the season even starts on the ranch. Yeah.
You have, what kind of luck do you have? If you got a bad hunter with 3 boxes of 30-30 cartridges?
What's that?
You got a bad hunter that waded into a bunch of elk. How do you know where the elk are gonna be a month ahead of time?
I've been doing this long enough on our ranch that I have I'm not guaranteeing that they're gonna see elk, but what I'm saying is that period of time.
This is your best shot at it.
Yeah, I can't guarantee.
The guy ahead of you the week before with a poor shot and smoke them all out of there. It's not your fault.
Right, exactly. I give 3 days, 3-day blocks. So like someone puts in a request, they got 3 days, whatever pasture it may be, so.
Well, they can change if there's no, there's somewhere else, can they request a change?
They can try, but
already got
that
some.
this is all online and all, a lot of the ranch.
You're making us, those of us that have our BMAs with a sign-in box, pretty in-depth.
It's kind of, yeah.
Different style of permission.
Yeah, it's different. This gives us more control of who's on our ranch, where they're at. I don't get to meet all the hunters, like the face-to-face. Well, same thing with sign-in box. You don't really meet them either, but yeah, so, and then I'll go out, I go out and I patrol and I find the trespassers. I find the people doing things they shouldn't be doing. And I'm not as polite as your little videos that you're gonna create. I typically get pretty hot-headed pretty quick when I see it. So, but in a reasonable manner. But this is something I thought would be helpful for you guys. Is it takes a lot of the time that the landowner doesn't have to give to the hunter, and it makes it easier with that connection with the hunter to, if you got like ranches that are on the fence about joining block management or not, this could be something that might help bring them on board. That's my thought anyway. This was all developed by my wife and I. I mean, if Fish and Game really wanted to go the extra mile, they could get like a generic website together for ranches and house them on their servers or whatever, and maybe help them out with that.
I like the idea, but a complaint that I always hear is the older hunters don't use.
They don't like it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that is something that is hard to mitigate, honestly.
Right.
I'll get phone calls from them, some of them, if they're not too afraid to call me or whatever, they call me and I'll set them up, I'll get them going. But it is very intimidating to some people.
Yeah, I know.
I got a couple of questions, Brett. One, what kind of no-show rate do you have? I mean, we've kind of discussed this idea, but one of the things we keep coming back to is somebody makes a reservation, say in August, and then they, aren't hunting until November, but they just don't show up.
Right.
What kind of no-show rate or have you guys experienced with your reservations?
I try to mitigate that with, I think it's on the email that I send to them, that if you can't make it, you need to contact me via email. to let me know that you can't make it. I don't know what the no-show rate is.
I mean, does it happen often?
It happens. It
Does it just
happens.
What about people that say fill a tag early? Do you ask them to also notify you, Brett?
Yeah, they need to get a hold of me so that I can give that pasture to somebody else. Yep. I've tried to come up with as many things that could possibly affect it as possible and try to, like the whole July 1st thing. One year I was, what was it, 3-4 years ago, I was going through all the hunt requests, giving permissions out, and I looked back on it and I had probably 60%, 70% of them were out of staters. I'm like, oh, something's wrong here. So I got looking at it, and out of staters drew before the residents drew. That was before that all changed. And I'm like, okay, so now I gotta back it off so that they can't put in before the 1st of July. So that's why I did that. So there's a lot of trial and error in it. And the one thing I was worried about is say there's a hunting group that comes out and they have 4 or 5 hunters in their group, and each one of them puts an email in asking for a pasture. Well, now I got 10,000 acres blocked up with 5 people. Now they think they can hunt the whole thing together. So I had to figure out how to do that. And basically, if you're in the hunt group, that's the pasture you have, and you can't have multiple pastures in a hunt group.
Excuse me, on these pastures, how many acres are to a pasture?
Oh, roughly, we're an estimate and an average would probably be 1,000 acres per pasture. That's average. I got some pastures that are 3,200 acres, and that's the biggest, and then the smallest is 300-400 acres. And then some of those 300-400 acres are the really good ones. So, yeah.
The watery holes.
Yeah, the ones up on Molly Mountain are pretty good.
In participating with block management and going to all this work, how much emphasis is on hunter management for you and your wildlife range management?
Yeah, that's good. That's a good one. The way I do it, I try to look at it like if I was a hunter and I had a full take in the Bear Paw Mountains, what would be my dream? And that would be everybody that hunts on our ranch, you get your own pasture. You don't have to worry about someone else coming up and hunting right next to you that you don't know. So if you're hunting on us, you and your party have your own pasture to hunt. So that's kind of how I view it like that. And then I look at it also like I'm also trying to manage the elk herd and the deer herd and do what's best for them too. And so deer herd, I mean, I could take that as an example is I was starting to notice that a lot of juvenile bucks were getting taken, 3 points, small 4 points. So I decided that I was gonna reduce the number of hunter days on deer for quite a few years. And what happened with that is the bucks started, maturing up and I started getting some real nice bucks back. So then I increased it a little bit, but I also look at it as a steward of the herd. So, and then, yeah, the hunters can be a problem. They're, I don't know about 1%, but we got probably 5% of them that is one of those, and you're gonna have that no matter what. It's a tough one to manage, yeah.
In your area, there's outfitted ranches joining you?
Yeah, there's some.
On both sides, right?
Yeah, kind of all around us.
And then how do your elk stay there, or do your elk migrate down toward the Bullwhacker, Cow Creek down that way? Are you able to keep the elk on your ranch so that your hunters have an opportunity to hunt?
Yeah.
Or do they migrate off and then come back?
No, the way I do it with putting such few people in a pasture at a time, it doesn't seem, I mean, they may run from pasture to pasture, but they kind of stay on us. A good example of that, not an example, but what happened last year was we got through almost all the general season hunting, and at the end of the general season, we're out looking around, and there's 1,000 head of cow elk right here in the middle of the ranch. So even with all the general season hunting, I still had 1,000 head of elk.
Even with block management, you were a sanctuary because of the way you managed the hunting versus the way sign-in box.
Yeah, it's probably more of a better chance of getting something on us, I would assume. I also have to sound that I asked for permission.
Do you have days where you allow no hunting?
I've only done that once, and that was a few years ago. I blocked off 2 days on the entire ranch because there was a gal in Havre that had breast cancer, and we decided to do a raffle. And we raised quite a bit of money for her, and the raffle was for 2 days on our ranch, all access. Which was pretty cool.
Yeah.
So I guess that's it. Really.
There is no public land in the Bear Paws. All the land in the Bear Paws is deed.
No, there's a lot. We got some state on us.
Okay.
And we also got some BLM. In fact, the southeast, the very southeast corner of us is 3 or 4 pretty good chunks of BLM land.
But it's out away from, at the base of the Bear Paws.
Yeah, and I don't manage that. Obviously it's public land, so I don't have anything to do with that. I do manage, the TU. We got a strip of deeded that runs all the way down the creek, and then we got state on both ends. So I don't manage that either, really. Tough one to manage when you got state on both sides. Yeah. So
Are the elk bigger on the outfitted ranches?
No.
I thought maybe they were more precise about how they managed and
Well,
shot all the dinks and kept all the big ones.
No, if you draw a bull permit in the Bear Paws, you're not going out there to shoot a 350 class bull. You're going out for 400, and that's anywhere. It's a very coveted tag, the Bear Paw tag.
Is the Bear Paws open to 920 archery?
What's that?
Bear Paws open to 920 archery?
Antelope.
Oh, antelope?
No,
Not for archery too.
not for,
Oh,
you have to draw.
They're not. It's a permit. They have a special amount of archery tags for them.
Yeah, there's the archery permit you gotta draw. 690/20 is rifle, and I don't know. Oh, the permits, they give out 50 archery tags and 35 rifle tags, which is kind of opposite of what they should be doing. Should give out more rifle. And they're what I'm starting to see now with the elk herd and the Bear Paws is we're starting to get way too many juvenile bulls. They need to start being harvested. But nobody wants to burn a bull permit on a 300 class bull. So that's what's happening there.
within the block management program, are there things you've thought of that you'd like to see happen or added to or taken away?
I think as far as we're concerned, what we're doing, I mean, no, not really. I mean, we're doing just fine, you know, and I think the state's doing just fine. You know, with our support, you got a really good local fish and game department there in Havre, really good, and they're very supportive of us. So, no. I don't think that there's much that can be done extra, besides getting my landowner preference figured out.
So Brett, I don't know if you told everybody, but Brett's family is the largest landowner in Region 6. They have 50,000 or 60,000 acres of private land that they have enrolled in the program. And they don't have everything enrolled in the program as well. So they are a very large landowner in Region 6. And whatever we can do to help them manage wildlife on their property is our priority.
So you have 6 BMAs on there?
Yeah, 6 BMAs
And
that I manage.
So how does the payment work out for you since a lot of the tags are so limited?
Payment, I mean, I do 16 to 1,800 hunter days a year with deer, you know. So, and honestly, to tell you the truth, I didn't even turn in shoulder hunt last year. I mean, I'm way over quota. So.
That's a lot of hunter days.
Yeah. I think our contract is 20 per week.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, we're well above that.
What's your biggest problem with hunters?
The list.
He wants the top 5.
The top couple.
You know, here in the past 3 years, I feel like the hunters think they have a right.
Yeah.
An obligation, that we're obligated to them. And that's honestly how I feel. I'm not, you know, just saying that.
For $15 a hunter day, they think they own the ranch for 3 years.
Yeah, and you could basically, you know, I shut the ranch down and make 100,000, you know, if I want to. But there's an obligation that they feel. And that's what I've noticed the past few years, and I don't know why that is. I don't know.
Do you see a demographic change in the hunter on your places?
I see that the information's out that the bear paws are so good, and I'm starting to see more out of staters, a lot of people from the west, Kalispell, Columbia Falls, Missoula, a lot of that. I don't really see a demographic change as far as it just seems to be more. There's more.
What's your email address again?
Mine, cowanhunting.com. It's info@cowanhunting.com. INFO.
I can get you guys all of Brett's contact information.
Good. Sure.
If he's okay with it.
Where's the?
Unless you're gonna start requesting.
Tomorrow.
So that I may have missed it. One of my questions, Brett, was
He's got it for you.
I assume you guys are pretty much booked archery through general, no problem. If by off chance you had an opening, how far in advance would somebody have to make that reservation? Could you do it? I mean, are you doing it same day, that night?
So when I go through the first round of emails, like from the 1st of July, I mean, okay, so let's say we're talking antelope. Obviously, I don't do much antelope. I don't get very many antelope hunters. My priorities are the youth hunters. I love my youth hunters, and I take care of them. But if you're getting into like the general season, then yeah, that first batch I'll have done 30 days before the rifle season starts, and then I'll kind of take a breather, and I probably will start looking at them again maybe after the first week, and then I'll start going back in and throwing them out. That it's starting to. It used to be the first week would be full, and then I could start, you know, working on the rest of the year. But after I get done with that first batch of requests, then I'm the first week, the second week, and the last week of hunting season is pretty well full. But then you also get people who harvest, and then spots open up. But that middle part of the season is still pretty good.
Any other questions for Brett?
Besides getting your tag squared away, how do we get, I mean, what really drives you to participate in that way compared to what you said, you know, I could close it, rent it, lease it?
Well, you know, I think the family in general feel that, I wouldn't say an obligation to the public, but like the availability of hunting for our general area.
Mhm.
So I think that's probably it. And I honestly used to get pretty excited, you know, when hunting season rolls around, because I like hunters, I like talking to them, but to tell you the truth, past few years, I've kind of been like, oh, here we go again. So
you're not that lonely anymore.
I'm not lonely. But, you know, it's all good.
It's kind of the difference between the families that have a homestead legacy and the families that acquired their munificence somewhere else and came in and purchased something. You know, there's a responsibility or a tradition that goes with the families that all grew up together. And, you know, you have a relationship with the people that live in the town, and you know, or you did have until, you know, it goes away as time goes on.
Yeah, I still enjoy it. I still enjoy doing it. It just seems to be more of a job now than anything. But it's still fun. You get a lot of fun.
One question / comment, and we're going back to our funny video. On a muddy day, do you shut it down?
Once I try to, you know, especially if I know that's some of the areas are going to be pretty muddy, I'll email them and ask them, you know, please don't. There's quite a few hunters that know not to do it. They know not to come out if it's really bad.
Right.
Some of them will just do it.
You communicate that with them, but I show up at the ranch house at 5:30 in the morning. I do have the pre-permission, and it's raining half an inch of rain, which we might see sometime in the next 20 years, but I don't know. Are you gonna say go home?
Probably.
Okay.
And I don't do that.
And I don't see, I'm not saying, I think that's the right choice, but I wonder if you got any flack doing that.
No, not normally. And I think if you get into our ranch rules, which I think it's actually addressed in the ranch rules about muddy roads. I don't remember. See it in there, but I do think it's in there somewhere. But yeah, most hunters, they have some common sense that they're not going to do it.
Lastly, if you caught them littering, are you gonna kick them out?
If what?
If you caught them littering, what are you gonna do?
Oh, I'd probably get pretty upset. And
What's that?
I'd probably get upset with them. I don't think I'd kick them off. What really gets me is the trespassing. If trespassing, if I find somebody trespassing on us, yeah, that tends to get them escorted off pretty quick. And then we're starting to get some instances along our county roads of people seeing animals in a pasture and finding a gate and going in and shooting them, which is trespassing, but even a step past that is they're actually driving in and shooting. So, and I try, if I find a trespasser, I'll try and get the plate and turn them in and give them a trespassing ticket to the local fishing game. So
Go ahead, Lee.
You have county road, is there a county road that bisects your ranch?
Yeah,
Are there parts of it that you can't, unless you make a tour a couple times a day, you know, they can drive off the road and go in there and poach one and leave with it?
yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible. We're such a big ranch that they could do some poaching and be in and out. We've had some instances where some people have shot whole elk off the county road and just left them, which is horrible. And they caught them, thank goodness. Some of them, I think there's been more. But yeah, I try to cover as much as I can, but I can't, cover the whole ranch. And the local fishing game are pretty good about coming out and help patrolling.
Anything else?
Not for Brett, but I do have a question for Ron.
Okay. She's got a question for Ron, but I just wanted to thank you sincerely for putting up with the landowner preference, but then also just being willing to open up your property and to manage hunters and do this program. I mean, that it's an incredible resource, and you guys do a great job of stewarding it. And just to appreciate all that you and your family do for Montana and for the hunters that would see your guys' place. So thank you for your time and for coming down.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Feel free to stick around. We've got plenty of lunch for you too. So.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
Yep. Thanks, Brett.
I'll be here if you guys are wondering.
Well, my last question is about that prescriptive easement. Can you explain it?
No,
Yeah. Okay.
not sure I really can explain that one very well, but.
Yeah, because there was.
It changed, so it was, it changed a little bit.
Yeah.
Because the initial bill got changed, and then it went to, dealt more with some of our language in our stream access law. And then that got taken out later on in the session. So it just went back to the original bill, which is basically, and one of our attorneys is coming over, isn't he?
Zach will be here at 1.
Zach may be a better one to answer.
Okay.
He may have better knowledge on that bill than I'm not.
So there's some questions about, I have some questions about like irrigation systems and things like that, and how you register and who actually has access then. I understand only the person that filed.
It's only, I think it's for the purpose of what the easement's for.
Irrigation
For
districts.
irrigation.
Normally, the easement is for maintenance and operation of the irrigation district and doesn't pass on to the general public.
Right.
Everybody, so that's why I'm on the irrigation district board up in Northeast Montana. And I think that's the way the rules are written.
Right, then they're gonna have some other prescriptive easements that only the filer would be able to use.
Yeah, so I
Could not, the
can,
public could not cross it.
so if you're a landowner that has property that goes to another landowner, it's access to that guy's property for whatever, moving cows or moving equipment.
Right.
You can't let his friend go through that property to hunt that property.
I think that's right.
So that was addressed in a bill.
If you have an adversarial relationship with a neighbor, if you do some maintenance work on that road, if you've been using it, it's a court battle.
There's other easements out there called an agriculture easement, and that's it. Move your tractors and combine, move it out, that's it.
Well, I'll ask Zach
He
some
may,
more questions on that,
I'll,
because I'm concerned about hunter access when it comes to prescriptive easements.
That'd be a question for the Department of Justice. And, it wouldn't take long for somebody from the Department of Justice to know about that.
Zach may have had some, he may have looked at that bill when it was in draft, so he may have some.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll go ahead and break for lunch till 1. Got a variety of sandwiches here. Okay, looks like it's picking us up. So we'll give that to him. Yeah.
Thank you.
We're back live again. Again, we're being recorded on YouTube or out live on YouTube. This afternoon, we're going to talk mostly about the public access land agreements, but prior to that, I wanted to bring in Zach Zipfel. He's one of our department attorneys, all wisdom, even though he's a Kansas basketball fan. Just to kind of talk about, the program itself, PLPW's role, and kind of go from there. During lunch, one of our ladies came down and passed out the Migration Coalition letter. So I figured I'd just give that to you guys now, and then maybe tonight or something, we can talk about it tomorrow, towards the end of the day perhaps. But for the rest of today, and as long as we go tomorrow, we're going to be working on public access land agreement stuff. We'll start with Zach, then Travis from Region 7 will present his projects, and then we'll wrap up the rest of the day with Region 6 projects. So, Mr. Zipfel, it's all you, buddy.
Great. Thank you, Jason. I'm Zach Zipfel. I am an attorney with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. I've been with the department for about 9 years. I guess I'd first say I didn't necessarily have a real structured presentation today. I know most of you are familiar with the statutes. You probably read the administrative rules and you've reviewed applications. So there's a few points I want to touch on, but really I'd like to just sort of allow you to ask any questions that you might have of me. And some of those questions I can answer, some of them maybe Ron can answer, some of them Jason can answer. But really, I want to make this tailored to what you want to know. And so at any point, if you do have questions, feel free to just raise your hand and interrupt, and here we go.
But at the end, before lunch, my question was about, can you explain the prescriptive easement?
What a prescriptive easement is? Yeah, I'm glad you asked. I made sure I went back and pulled my legal elements of a prescriptive easement today. So a prescriptive easement is essentially, it's sort of like adverse possession, if you're familiar with that concept, but for a right of way. Adverse possession is essentially if you are using someone else's property and you are using it in a way that is adverse to their use, you are doing it obviously, and you are in Montana, I believe you have to pay taxes on it as well. Essentially, after a certain period of time, that property becomes yours. And it doesn't happen a lot. It's a fairly high legal standard to meet, but prescriptive use is essentially adverse possession when it comes to a right of way. Okay, and so the elements of it, you're gonna have to. This is one of the things that happened to me in the last year and a half, among other things. I no longer am able to read with my normal glasses on, so I have to take my glasses out. Don't have my bifocals yet. That's coming in the near future. But the elements of prescriptive use in Montana are that the use has to be open, notorious, exclusive, adverse, continuous, uninterrupted, and for the full statutory period of 5 years. And that's sort of like with adverse possession. That's why you don't see it a ton, because usually if someone is using your property, because they have to be using it with your knowledge and you doing nothing about it, typically what happens is you keep them from doing that. But that's a fairly extensive list of elements that have to be met to show prescriptive use, and it's hard to do. But that's at a broad level. That is what it is.
Well, how does that new bill?
Ron just asked me about it. I have not seen that bill. I did not know that bill existed, so I can't answer that. We can certainly get back to you with an answer about it, but I haven't seen that bill.
Do those eventually have to be articulated with a surveyor?
Typically what would happen, typically what would happen, I mean, so with prescriptive use, we're talking about, a fairly narrow, a pathway that, maybe a road, maybe something 2-track, something less than that. the burden of proving that is on the individual or the entity that wants to assert the prescriptive right. And the way you would do that is you would file a claim in district court to legal right of way through prescriptive use. And in that claim, you would lay out the factual elements that establish each one of those legal elements. People in the county have known that I was using this road for the last 15 years. The landowner knew I was using this road, and you would establish or you would present evidence to the court through affidavits, through documentation that weighs on each one of those legal elements. And that would presumably then be contested, and you would be in litigation over the nature of that road. And ultimately, it would be in the court's hands. But I suppose that in certain circumstances, a survey might be part of that process, but it certainly wouldn't be the only thing that you rely on in making that claim.
Yeah, I think for me anyway, I need to understand how that new bill affects.
Yeah, Ron and I can get together and we can get back to you on that. Since I haven't seen it, I can't really speak to it. But in general, those are the long-standing elements of prescription in Montana. I think it's pretty consistent, from state to state. Probably what changes a little bit is the statutory period, how long you have to do it for. In Montana, it's 5 years, but it doesn't happen a ton because that's an extensive list of things that have to be proven. And generally, if a landowner knows that that's happening, they put a stop to it. So it just doesn't happen at a time that I'm aware of.
It's only for the person who files though, isn't it? If you're the one that is saying that you're using the easement, you're the only one that could use it if
it would depend on how you brought the claim. I suppose you could bring a claim as an individual that I've been using this in this way. I think you can also bring a claim that the public has been using it in this way. How you would go about proving that would probably change a little bit depending on the circumstances, but I believe, yes, you can bring it, the public could bring a claim to that effect. Good question. I'm glad I checked that before I got here.
So I have one.
Yeah.
So I think my concern and our concern within this council is in regards to the Powell projects. One of the project tracking form questions is that precludes us from even thinking about this access is that the project is researched by FWP with due diligence to verify no right to public access exists. The onus is on you.
Right.
The onus is not on us. We're not prepared to do that.
Right.
And the challenge that I see is that the regional people are charged with beginning in the process of the Powell application.
Mm-hmm.
And the very first thing they need to determine is there already access of any kind before they pursue that Powell. My understanding that one of the worst things we could do was enter into one of those agreements without having performed due diligence to make that determination. One of the Powell agreements we have is, to me at this point, unless there's more information presented, a clear example that we don't know from an agency. So when you look at the agencies, I hear what you're saying, but you have to look at county records. What Lee was talking about in eastern Montana with all the various land changes over time, you might have to go to the historical society, I don't know. But with the DNRC, with the BLM, the Forest Service, the UREC, these have to be determined clearly, before a PALA agreement can really be considered. That's my understanding as an individual, and I'm concerned that, does block management coordinator or regional supervisor have access to all that information or the means to that information through your part of the department to make sure that due diligence has been exercised?
Yeah, and so it's a good question. And I think it's helpful to understand from a legal standpoint what due diligence is. And the critical point is due diligence, in performing due diligence, the standard is not perfection. You know, I did a quick research today to see if I could find a Montana specific definition of due diligence. I didn't come up with anything, but you Google the term and what you see is a similar concept. It's expressed slightly different ways. But what you see is due diligence, are steps or investigations taken by a reasonable person prior to entering a transaction in an effort to prevent harm. So a contract that maybe you get swindled on or something. The key for me from a legal standpoint is reasonable person. I mean, that's the standard that we're operating under. And what is reasonable changes depending on the circumstances. If you're talking about determining a right of way, that's a different thing than buying a home. Those are not, the diligence that a reasonable person would undertake in each of those circumstances is not necessarily the same. And so when we talk about reasonable, what is reasonable? I use that fairly often. It's a common concept, legally speaking, but invariably, folks that I work with in the department get nervous by it because they don't know what that means. And to me, the easy way of thinking about it is, this list that you referenced on here, and that's not the research that the department has to undertake. That is the questions that have to be answered as a result of the research that's done. And so these are aimed at answering what is the common understanding generally based on local experience, local government, landowner, be it the Forest Service, BLM, what have you. What is their understanding about the nature of this particular road? That is not, that right there, answering those questions is a reasonable approach. Now, some of those questions, the research is going to be harder to get the answer to. But what you do is you take, and I'm trying to figure out a different way of saying reasonable without using reasonable in the definition. Good effort to find out what you can based on what the people who know the subject know. Your bigger point that sometimes it's not clear is absolutely true. I mean, there's, as many of you know, a ton of litigation about roads. I mean, it's a complex area of law because it is so based on documents that go back 125 years. But again, the due diligence standard is what is reasonable. Does that mean you have to chase down every single conceivable document? It does not, in part because what we're trying to do here is prove a negative. Prove that there is no public access. We all know proving a negative is it's sort of that philosophical question, how do you prove a negative? Well, you can't because you don't know what you don't know. So you go with the best sources of information that you have, and then you make a determination based on it. Yeah. I know it was a long-winded way of answering your question.
PLWA, they go into depth research and they're back there the 125 years and stuff, county road graders and stuff,
Just as an example, so say, you were talking about roads, say a Forest Service road has been created. When does that become public access, or does it automatically become public access?
I don't know if I can answer that question off the top of my head today for you. I mean, I think I think one thing is, when it was created, who created it, what the purpose of the creation was. But I can't answer that question just off the top of my head for you. I think it's really factually dependent. Back to your point about the history of that particular road.
It's been something I had for lunch.
And Zach's familiar with the project that you were talking about, Ed, too, if you have more specifics.
Well, no, I mean, we can get into the specifics of that one project, because to me, that's clearly unclear. So that means we don't do anything with it. That's what it means to me, because it's unclear. And it's clearly unclear in the information that.
You should copyright that.
Yep.
Put that on a mug.
But I understand what you're saying, and yeah, I don't know much about this either. My concern is that this is an act prescribed, our action is prescribed by the legislature to secure public access to access that doesn't exist. And so to me, what you have to do for due diligence is much different than I have to do for due diligence, because I don't.
That's
You
true.
know, I can
Right.
say, you did all this, so there's my due diligence as the party I am.
Yeah.
But, you know, and we can look at a number of these PALs and it's sort of irrelevant depending on the PAL and the access and the demand and opportunity that presents. But some of them could have a significant, if you take the Crazy Mountains, or you take, I can tell you one just over the hill a little ways, that if it had been pressed the wrong way, would have been a sad loss. And it looks like this because nobody grades a road. The county doesn't maintain a road, the Forest Service doesn't maintain a road, but it's a Forest Service access. And if we'd have paid for that 1 mile of access under this program, we would have paid for what the public already had. That's my point. And I know you know that point, but it's, I just want to be damn sure as a group of citizens, what we get is, okay, we've done, to your point, the proper amount of due diligence, which to me is much more exhaustive to determine that situation before we proceed.
I hope you don't set a precedent 10 years down the line, that guy comes back and says, well, here's this piece of paper with no.
There's a project that Derek worked on. That's all presented. I don't know how much more you could possibly have on the Boone and Crockett. I mean, that was all worked out. What's that?
Supreme Court case.
Yeah, I mean, it went through the court, so you're done. I mean, I look at that and say, well, that's clearly clear. Anyways, I've exhausted my point.
We've got clearly unclear and clearly clear. And do we have unclearly clear? Is that also an option?
Clearly.
But no, I think that goes back to, for me, you know, when I talk to Jason about this stuff, I mean, one of the overarching things that I think is useful to keep in mind is that, one, perfection is not the standard. And two, the other thing that's critical here is to remember what the legislature was trying to accomplish when they enacted the PAL program. And that is to find that, you know, the legislature finds that increasing access to public lands will provide additional opportunities for activities such as hunting, fishing, wildlife viewing, and other recreational activities as determined by the commission. That is the point of the program. That is what we're pursuing ultimately. If all things else being equal.
And as a member of the paying public, I don't want to pay for what I already have.
True. And that's reasonable as well.
So we're in two different positions and point of views for where we come from. And I think we're not in a position to make that determination.
Could I interject?
Just want to make sure
Yes,
you.
Representative Logie?
Go ahead, Denley.
Yeah, from the legislative standpoint, there's mixed feelings too, and nobody wants to take away private property rights. Or I shouldn't say nobody, but most don't. But in dealing with prescriptive use, and I know there's some on record filings that say on Forest Service ground, there might be a patent and mining claim. There were some old grazing rights that had a trail going through, and sometimes those actually came up as a prescriptive use because it went to private use. and that it was the prescribed use that it was used for, but some of those, there's one in Colorado that ended up turning into a public use because of the mining claim back on some BLM ground. But generally on prescriptive use, Forest Service and state usually cannot develop a prescriptive use. It would be a private owner getting back to some land behind one rancher's piece of property, and he has another one, and they have used a trail for the 5 years. That would be the prescriptive use. And I think, you know, in looking through our pamphlet of what went on, of course, that one did go to court, and I think that ruling is probably the stance. But I think the whole intent is to try and activate as much access to public land as we can, but it's not necessarily to overstep the bounds of private property. So I think that's, you know, in a court case, sometimes prescriptive use isn't really decided till it goes to court. You have a claim one way or the other, but the court is the one that makes the final determination. But not all pieces end up going to court. I have one myself. The neighbors and I have worked out a little bit of an agreement, but we're not willing to either one spend money to go to court. But in my case, that would not have developed into any kind of a PALA agreement because of the private agreement we had made. So I think we're still looking at a case by case basis, and I'm not simplifying the answer, but I think the private property rights still need to be observed. That's one of the things that was pretty important to the legislature.
I think that's a good point, that it's factually dependent, and I think it's factually dependent in part because you do have all those elements of prescriptive use that have to be met, and those get those get established and proven through a variety of factual circumstances that maybe are dependent on what happened in the last 10 years, maybe the last 125 years. But it is a case-by-case basis. I think he's correct that generally they don't. Going to court is a long, costly process, and if the result was certain, you wouldn't go to court. So both sides have a risk-reward calculus in that, and that encourages, you know, agreements that are determined outside of court and settled without a court's ultimate determination. Because when you go to court, somebody loses and somebody wins. People aren't always willing to take that risk, especially if it costs a lot of money.
I don't, it's not rampant in the palace, but it is an interesting change in legislation, and that's why I'm looking at prescriptive use. But the other kind of access in the palace, like Forest Service or whatever it is, I'm not sure prescriptive use actually plays there.
Yeah. So I guess the one other thing I would like to, because I've sort of touched on several of the points, but one of the things that we have tried to do is to build in to the administrative rules and also to the PALs themselves, sort of a recognition that by entering the agreement, it is not an indication or evidence one way or the other as to the nature of the road. That is certainly, that's not a silver bullet for the problems that are out there. That's also not something that's uncommon. Frequently when parties, if you think of the PALA, let's imagine and I don't think this is a perfect analogy, but let's imagine it's essentially a way of almost sort of meeting in the middle in some ways, in the event that there is a dispute over the nature of the road. If it's a meeting in the middle, it's almost sort of like a settlement agreement. And frequently in litigation, when parties are settling a case, they will both reserve any claims or positions. There will be language in that settlement agreement that will say, we're not conceding the other side's point by settling this. We're settling because it's an easier thing to do moving forward. And I think that's sort of how I think of that language in the administrative rules that we then basically copied and pasted into the PALA itself. That an acknowledgement that, just because we're doing this, we're not conceding anything about the nature of this road one way or the other. Not a silver bullet, but it is sort of another tool in the toolbox to keep the public claim to that road potentially open if there is one.
That's pasted where exactly?
Well, so it's in the administrative rules, and I see if I've got it. I don't know the number off the top of my head. It's 12.2.607 in the administrative rules, sub 5. A PALA shall not be construed to support, establish, or preclude, limit, or diminish any claim for the right to public use. In the PALA itself, we've taken that language, and that's in there as well. So when that individual landowner is signing on to a PALA, they're acknowledging that point because that is one of the terms of the PALA. And so you got a couple pieces there that an administrative rule that has been adopted through formal rulemaking with public comment, and then that individual is also signing the agreement that is acknowledging that. So, do you have other questions?
Well, I mean, the law overrides an administrative rule. So if it became an issue, that's where that's gonna play. And I won't belabor it. I mean, you can only go so far in waiving any claim. But I just wanna be sure that what we do, once we start recommending to the director to proceed with a PALA, because obviously we're not approving the PALA, we're recommending to the director that he approve the PALA or not, that we're giving him clear guidance after getting clear guidance from each person in the region as to this is something we should pursue. I mean, we're just another set of eyes and trying to take the consideration of the local impact and the local need.
So, and maybe this is a question Jason and I should talk about, but when this group makes the recommendation, what does that recommendation look like? I mean, do you just give it a thumbs up, thumbs down?
It's a consensus here.
But do you explain some of the reasoning behind the recommendation?
We did a little bit last year as far as valuations go as to why they may or may not have fluctuated. What the change or deviation away from the actual assessment criteria that's been set up, why they would recommend to go a different route than what's been set up.
Well, and I asked that because one of the common things that we advise the department on is, when we talk about a department decision, we tell them, show your work. Explain why it is you're doing what you're doing. That will get you in hot water far less than making a decision and not explaining why you're doing it. So I think certainly the group could going forward, for those that are tricky or difficult, identify what factors played into the decision and why they played into the decision. That's certainly something that you could do to make the reasoning more clear. And that ultimately could come back in the event that there was litigation over it. The group explains why the recommendation was made, and the director can explain his decision as to why, what factors were critical in the decision as well.
So if that's true,
throwing that
then
out there.
we need really good notes. Then we don't take notes. Right? Cammy?
I'm on it.
Yep. And only good ones where it needs to be. Figure that out.
That unclearly clear?
Anything else for Zach before we dig in? Thank you, Zach.
Yeah,
Thanks
absolutely.
You're welcome to certainly stick around and hang out.
I'm gonna go eat my lunch. But at any time, if I'm always happy to help. Jason and I talk regularly, so send your questions through him. You can get in touch with me directly as well.
Maybe this is a question for Jason. Can we get a copy of that law?
Administrative
Which one? Or administrative?
and.
The rules?
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys helped to craft them and adopt them probably 2 years ago now.
The rules and the law.
And that, the prescriptive easement lawsuit.
So that would have been, that's Senate Bill 354, and I know that one started one way, then got amended quite significantly, and then went back to, I think, its original form, but I'll let Ron maybe touch on it if he looks it up. My understanding is that it's basically one landowner who grants an easement to another that second landowner can't extend what was given the first time to something else. So in this case, we had a few times where like a subdivision was being built and the original grant of an easement the first time was just for checking cows. Well, now we've got issues there because the public doesn't have a right to get to that new subdivision because that wasn't the original easement. And so I think that's where this Senate bill ended up, is to try and document that, but I'll let those guys confirm. Is that accurate, Ron?
It's actually good.
Okay.
Yeah, and I was reading it, so I wasn't listening to what Jason said. I mean, I as I see this, I mean, this to me sort of, I think this is sort of almost a restatement in many ways of the common law. And I don't want to get full, I don't want to give you an introductory lesson in American law, because I'm not capable of doing that. But the common law is sort of the law that's been developed by courts over time, and of course, the statutory law, which is passed by the legislature and signed by the governor. This to me seems to be, and I haven't spent a lot of time with it, but saying basically somebody who holds an easement can't grant anything beyond what they have, which is a principle that comes from the common law. And then, yeah, that to me is almost exactly what sub 3 says. And essentially, it also sort of is a statement about, when you own property, you're generally allowed to do anything with that property. But when someone has a right of way across your property, their use of that right of way is limited to the grant by which they got that. So if the right of way grant is for administrative purposes only, it's administrative purposes only. But the landowner can use the land that is underlying that right of way for whatever purposes any landowner can use their property for. And those are long-standing common law principles that, unless the person who sponsored this bill has a different thought, that's how I see it, just reading it here on Ron's.
The easement was for hunting. You couldn't use that easement for fishing.
Correct.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's really specific to the nature of that granting document that grants the right of way. So one is construed, the right of way grant is construed narrowly, based on exactly what's in that document.
Okay, I see Travis has popped on. Thank you, Zach.
Yep, you bet. Thanks, everybody.
Travis has popped on. Travis, do you want to share your screen perhaps? Maybe we'll walk through them that way.
Okay.
Do that. So Travis Miche, he's our Region 7 Hunting Access Coordinator. We'll start with the Region 7 projects first, and then we'll wrap up the end of today with Region 6 projects.
Can you guys see that?
Yes. Yep.
Can
Tracking
you-
form for Connor Beach.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so I'll just go down to the assessment form.
So, sorry, Travis. I realized in your guys' binders, they didn't print all the check marks out. So
That's what that was.
apparently they didn't.
Oh, man.
All the check marks that would show the scores and the assessment. Yeah, they must not have printed all the check marks.
It looked like the form was filled out.
Yeah, they're completed. So anyways, go ahead, Travis. So here's Connor Beach, Region 7.
So as Jason mentioned earlier, all 4 of the Region 7 ones are basically renewals from last year. So we've all seen them before. So not much different. Connor Beach has 309 acres of state land leased, and there's an adjoining 640 acres of state land that this PALA also
would give access to. The adjacent BMA last year had 600 hunter days and averages about 400 annually. It's pretty simple. First
What was
page,
that block management section?
it's Connor Beach's block management area.
Okay.
So yeah, this was part of a block management area up until last year. It's pretty, I mean, it's good. It's a good property for birds, deer, and antelope. As just said, no conflict. Everybody was happy last year. The landowner was satisfied and users are very satisfied. So last year he did request road improvements. There is 1 mile of private access road to get to the state land. And that was denied last year because of the evaluation stuff wanted to get worked out. He did ask for that again. He's asking for $2,000 for some dirt and gravel to make repairs on that low water crossing. And then with that, he'd agreed to do a 3-year agreement, 3-year PALA agreement if we reimburse that $2,000 for those improvements.
Doesn't it say 10 years?
Connor Beach would be 3. The
Yeah, it would
application
be
had
3
10,
years.
but the discussion was down to 3.
So it's scored.
It's
Scored.
3 years at $8,000 a piece. Is that right?
No, so Connor Beach is the second one. It should be, the total payment would have been 5,000 and then an additional 2,000 for cattle guard on top of that over a period of 3 years.
So the way this one kind of scored out, it scored 16 points on the first 2 pages, so it will not get an additional additive payment. So we got the enrollment payment at $250, $1,500 for all established hunting season. He is agreed to be open year round and allow other uses such as hiking, bird watching, that type of stuff. So another $250 for that. And then motorized access for all hunting and hunting seasons, another $525. They do get over documented more than 351 hunter days, so an additional 2,000 there. And then an additional 500 for a 3-year agreement for a total of $5,025 plus the $2,000 reimbursement for road improvements. And last year, the payment was $6,500 for this one.
Because we didn't pay for the $2,000 road improvement.
Just
We
the
did not.
assessment was higher too last year. So the values this year overall have decreased in total because we, as a group, brought those values down. So his annual payment will be less. And last year we did not approve any, or did not recommend any improvements based off the 1 year.
So if you look at it, the payment, proposed payment for this year is $5,025. Last year was $6,500. But they want cattle guard or gravel, whatever it is in there, for a cost of $2,000. But the reason Travis, and correct me if I'm wrong, Travis, what I understood is that they agreed to provide the improvements based on the fact that he was willing to sign a 3-year agreement, which would essentially add a $660 additional cost for the improvements if you prorate that over 3 years.
Correct, yes. And once he completes those improvements, we'd reimburse the $2,000.
Right.
I just had a question on the improvements. So are those the most effective improvements for that 3-year duration? Do you think?
Yeah, he initially wanted to put a new culvert in, but after he looked at it closer, he doesn't need a new culvert. He just needs to do some gravel and dirt work to kind of stabilize that crossing.
Got a question on the estimated use days. They say all year long. How much of it's going to get used all year long?
I just have data from the hunting season, and it's last year was 600 hunter days.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how many bird watchers or lot collectors or whatever is going to go out there the rest of the year besides hunting season.
There's really no way to figure that out unless somebody sits there every day.
Yeah, that's why I questioned the 2,000, because that's a pretty good chunk of money.
But that's what, at least at this point in time, that's what we have in our assessment, and that's what we've agreed to, that if they allow those other uses, we would have pay that amount of money.
The additional money for other uses is $250.
Okay.
Yep, it's up in the squaring a little bit there. So yeah, so the year-round access is $250 for whatever those days over 600 and some would be. The 2,000 is part of the program where landowners can negotiate improvements to facilitate access. In this case, it'd be for the fall hunting season primarily, but it would also help out year-round access.
$250 is cheap for year-round access.
We were a lot higher last year. Thoughts or comments or emotions, I guess, on this one?
It's 400, not 100 days according to this. It says it's adjacent to the BMA. Is it part of their BMA?
So is it outside the criteria of their BMA?
It's outside the boundary of their BMA.
Yep. So there's the map.
You see the map?
Yep.
Okay, the green outline is the state land that they lease. The access road runs for 1 mile of the parking area, and their BMA is on east and southwest corner of it.
It's their BMA, not somebody else's.
It's theirs, yep, it's theirs.
So in clarification, it doesn't provide access to section 36?
It does.
It does.
It would, yep.
Okay. But not 8.
No, access to section 8 would have to be through block management only.
Okay.
Are you asking for a motion to,
Recommendation, yeah, official recommendation.
based on the discussion we had last year, based on what was presented today, the fact that again, 251 user days for really, and I'm sure that it pertains to some of the BMA, but that's a lot of hunter use days that are going through that section. It's a pretty quality piece of land. I've been in that country several times over the years. I have no doubt it draws people into it.
Thumbs up? Thumbs up? Thumbs up?
Yeah, I second the motion. We applied all the rules that we were handed to, and we're gonna have any faith in the people that are scrutinizing each one of these. We have to back them up when we do it, and that's the rule we were dealt with. That's what I approve.
Okay. Go to the next one, Travis.
Okay, this one's Country Cross Ranch, just out of Glendive. Also part of block management area, used to be. Leased acres of 968 BLM. this gets very high use. Last year they had 1,042 hunter days. The block management area annually receives over 1,000 hunter days. It's good deer, bird, turkey hunting, some antelope opportunity as well. Less than 1,000 acres. It is adjacent to a block management area. And so that scored a 10. It is very high quality habitat and hunting opportunity. It's a really nice ranch. No conflicts. Landowner was happy last year and is willing to go again this year. So that scored 18. So that doesn't qualify for an additive payment either. Right. So this one would just be for all established hunting seasons. And so they're open for the fall hunting season and spring turkey season. So it would run through the end of spring turkey. And it is motorized access through the private land, through one parcel of BLM, and then to a parking area again on private to access the other BLM parcel. So an additional 2,000 for a high demand bonus because of the hunter days we have documented, for a total of $4,000. And last year we paid $7,250 for this same agreement. And I'll buzz down to the map. So this one, it's private land access through here to the BLM. There's this BLM trail that they can drive on till you just get off the BLM, and then we have a parking area where they could access this northwest BLM parcel.
Does it also access the BLM in section 18 there?
In section 18?
Yeah, it's 18.
No, that you could access that through block management, but not through the PALA agreement. They do not lease that BLM parcel in 18.
Okay. A motion we accept.
Thumbs up. Okay. Thanks, Travis. Go on to the next one.
Next one, Ralph Losing. This one's pretty simple. He is not in block management, but he was in PALA last year. It's one section, 640 acres. Scored really low just based on the scoring criteria, but it ended up, he was happy with everything last year. Just based on the 640 acres, this one is going to fall under that flat rate contract payment of $1,050. And last year we paid him $2,750. So it was he agreed to do this again for $1,050. It's just about 3/4 of a mile of private access road to the parking area right at the boundary of the state land.
Was there any discussion on his part about the idea of so much less money? Did he understand that the rules changed a little bit, and did that enter into the discussion?
Yeah, I explained to him that the scoring criteria and stuff has changed and that we now have this flat rate system in place for these smaller acreages. So he was fine with that.
Doesn't say what kind of hunter days he has, because there was no BMA.
No document.
There's no block management, so we don't have the documentation.
Pretty good area.
Yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
You know, it's, in my opinion, it's pretty good animal country. It's just north of Baker, if I'm not mistaken. But the fact that it's right off of Highway 7, I just can see a lot of people you know, and seeing that it's there and taking the opportunity to go there and saying, it's right on my way to, when I'm out here deer antelope hunting, there's, I think it's probably a better antelope than deer, but there certainly would be deer and potential for some game birds as well. Is that, would you agree with that, Travis, or?
Yeah, for sure. I think it looks like pretty good deer habitat too, so.
To me, it's really falls in line with the recommendations that this council made that, you know, some of these smaller parcels of land, we shouldn't be paying an exorbitant sum of money. So we made recommendations if they were a section or less, they would fall under a flat category. And if I kind of give kudos to Travis and the Region 7 for selling it that way, and then also for Mr. Motion to say, yeah, you know what, I'm still paying for it. It's still a good
Looks
deal.
to me like it's working like we envisioned. Every one of these cases, the number was reduced, and the good guys agreed to do it again.
Yeah, I mean, I just think everything fell in line the way that one should have fell in line, and I'm definitely a thumbs up on this one.
Agree? Yep. Okay. CA weeding, so your book should have that one as probably the first one in Region 7, so we kind of went in reverse order there a little bit, but.
It's on the previous one.
So the first part of Region 7, I'm not exactly sure what. So just before all the last three we went through, I should have Travis do that one first.
Oh, I went in alphabetical order.
Okay, yeah, so CA is next. And first in their book, but last on your list. So thanks, Travis.
Okay, so this one is they got about 2,050 acres of leased BLM, but this PAL opens up over 12,000 total acres of public land. The adjacent BMA, their BMA, last year received 1,255 hunter days, so well over 1,000 hunter days annually. Opens up thousands of acres, adds acres to the BMA, and mainly people go into this area to hunt for elk. So it's pretty popular place for people to go. And it's, yeah, there's good deer hunting as well as turkey hunting in that country as well. So yeah, this can help reduce some elk conflict just by getting access to that public land. Landowners are happy, and the hunters that use that area, they're satisfied as well. This one is walk-in only. It is not motorized access to the BLM. Same with their block management area. Those parking areas are the same, and it's all walk-in. So it's not any different from block management as far as how you access the public land. So they'll be open just for the fall hunting season. They are willing to allow other uses such as bird watching, hiking, that type of stuff. So this is where the payment goes up, because they do this large contiguous block of land bonus. We added an additional $6,000 for over 10,000 acres. And this one is well over 12,000 acres opened up. I did send some maps with Dale. If he wanted to pass those out, I can kind of show how I calculated how these are, how I got to over 12,000 acres.
How difficult is it to get access off that Four Corners North Road down that one little corridor of BLM?
Right here, it's pretty rough. I mean, you can do it, but it's, you know, as a crow flies 2 miles, but it's on the ground, it's a lot more than that.
Missouri breaks up and down, huh?
Yep.
Travis, this place has been in block management historically, correct?
Yeah, yep. They've been in. They've been in block management 25 years.
So I guess my comment before lunch kind of applies a little bit to this in that, and I'm assuming the 1,200 hunter days come from your block management statistics or your sign-in.
Correct, yep.
So what we have here is we have a PAL area that the individual's getting paid what, up to $15 a day for each hunter day? 13. Okay, so they're getting $1,300 a day for block management. And if you just do the simple math on this at 1,200 hunter days, and they're going to pay them $12,000, that's another $10. So they're getting paid $23 per hunter day to use this area. I mean, in some ways, they're double dipping, but also the program allows for it. I think somebody talked about that before lunch, and the regulations provide for that. But I can certainly see this one, and not because of the landowners, just the landscape itself. It lends itself to one of those areas where a person could say, you know what, I'm going to get essentially as much money through a PALA agreement. Maybe I wanna lease the access across my private land in the future, my private land and the access across it. And it's just, again, it's just kind of a concern I have. I'm not against this PALA at all. I mean, I think probably I know that's a heavily used area for elk hunting, and probably a lesser degree to mule deer and turkey, but the elk hunters really get into there.
I mean, just for your guys' knowledge and reference too, I know we kind of talked about that potential opportunity. What we actually saw in 2020 was the opposite. So when we saw somebody get a PALA, they also put their private land into block management as opposed to pulling it out. So we gained access in block, but also gained it through PALA. So there's that piece of it. And then, so just weighing the project on its merits is the only other thing I'd say too, is looking at face value, not the what ifs, because we don't know what ifs. And either way is their prerogatives.
Is there elk outfitting in this area? Rick's elk outfitting.
Yes.
So the total take for the family is $25,000 a year. How many elk hunts is that?
5.
I guess just being the devil's advocate, you have a family that's been with us all the time, and they're resisting the temptation to go find some guy to block all the gates and do everything and then start outfitting it. I agree with you. I think it's set up, done by the parameters that we outlined in our deal, and I approve.
They could have leased it to an outfitter long ago. They chose to do block management.
Right. Yep. And they've been in the program, I don't know, probably about as long as there's been block management. Travis can speak to that, but I know they've been at BMA cooperator for a long, long time.
25 years.
Okay, there you go.
So Travis, did this actually enhance the access, or is it just in conjunction with the block management?
It's really just in conjunction with it because, I mean, the access is there through block management, but this is, yeah, it's the same. Yep.
Yep. Okay.
Motorized vehicles, what about electric bikes? That's the hot topic these days.
I don't think they could get in there.
Let's get a speed.
I mean, I really believe that. It's so rugged that they could get in there a ways, but those canyons are unbelievable. I don't think an electric bike's getting you through that country.
Well, if we park on the highway,
I can guarantee you that electric bike can't.
So they will allow electric bikes and horseback into their
From the parking area, that 1.25 miles to the boundary. Obviously, you should be able to
You could find that.
I mean, you could get a bike in here for a little ways anyway, but they're okay allowing horseback in there too, so people could horseback all the way up into that 7 Blackfoot.
You can get down there. It's just harder getting out.
I have a question. The access boundary doesn't access all the BLM or the school trust land. Why is that?
I just drew this boundary showing the public land that is opened up through this PALA that is more than 2 miles from another existing access point.
1,889.
Yeah, so
Yes.
the 12,000 follows further.
So, and I could even went more if I went up north into the CMR, but
I got you.
once
Yeah,
I hit 12,000 acres, I thought that was good.
Hey Travis, was this an increase in funds then because of that block or the larger public land?
It was last year. Last year, the payment was $7,000. So it went up $5,000 just because of that large contiguous bonus. And then they got an additive 2,000 payments because of the score. It scored high enough on the first 2 pages.
You support it.
I concur.
Okay. Thumbs up? Okay.
We
And that
good?
one will be- And that one will be a 3-year agreement. Just so folks.
So it's
This one?
3 or
That's what I had on my list.
Oh, you're right. Yep, it is a 3-year agreement. Yep.
I just want to clarify that. So when we do that now, is that approving 3 years or renewed annually?
Well, it's renewed as we have funds, but it would be for the next 3 years, they get a $12,000 payment each year.
Then it has to be reassessed.
Not until the 3rd year, I guess you
No,
could say.
I mean, at the end of 3 years, and we go through the process again.
That might be helpful when we have these subsequent meetings, just at least list them and say, these ones were approved last year for 3 years, and we have 2 more years, or however many years, just so it's not that they're ignored, we just kind of acknowledge, yeah, we've already given a thumbs up to these, and they're just here for your information.
Yep, so you can't really see it real well, but in your guys' folders, there was just a piece of packet. It's the same thing as what you see in your big book that folds out. It's kind of a summary table that has all these projects listed and all that stuff across. And the bottom of that summary table had the ones that were 10-year agreements going forward. So the ones we approved last year is 10 years, continuing to move forward, just so we can account for the total dollar expenditure. Because yeah, this year, the current, if you approve everything as is 175,000 1 year, but over a period of time, it's almost 600,000. So all of that's dependent upon legislative authority and whether or not the legislature authorizes the money for us to be able to continue to pay these contracts too. Any other questions for Travis? Well, thank you, Travis. Good work, guys. Good work, Region 7. Well, I'll get you contracts hopefully by the end of the week, maybe first part of next week, so we can get those out. So once the director makes his decision.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Travis.
Thank you.
So just a question again on the 3, 5, and 10-year agreements. So how would you explain that if they weren't funded, if they understand it's 10 years and the legislature didn't fund it?
We're out of money. We don't have the money to do an agreement. It's part of the rules, part of the ARM rules actually wrote in too. Everything's dependent upon, even block. I mean, everything is dependent upon legislative authority to spend the money and the money being there. So yes, even though we would have an agreement, multi-year agreement, if there's no money behind it, then.
It's in the contract too.
Okay, Mr. Potter is next, and he's gonna take us out the rest of the day. If we don't get through all of them, we'll pick them up again tomorrow, but
I'll try to hurry.
There's I think there's 17 projects from Region 6. So the Region 6 folks have been hard at work getting landowners interested in the program. And Tim's done a lot of work to get us prepared for this meeting. So kudos to you too. And Katie.
Yeah, that's my assistant, Katie Iverson back there. I get a lot of stuff done because of hers. So the first one is the Maxwell Spring Coulee WMA public access. This one is a renewal from was from last year. It's access through the Maxwell property into our own WMA for FWP. And it also gets us a little bit of access into a little bit chunk of BLM and a little bit of state land. There is no access off the Stranahan Road. It does not touch the BLM.
Can we slow up for a second, let them catch up?
Wasn't there a,
Oh, sorry.
on this one, didn't they have trouble because the county road doesn't actually touch the BLM now? There was some trespass or something.
Yeah, yep.
I'll hear it.
Yeah.
Did you find it? Did everybody find it?
About page 197 is what I have to start Region 6 stuff. So I'll put those second page numbers.
It says 109.
Okay.
Are there page numbers?
I
don't think so.
No.
State written no. Kudos to them. They got it turned around, but it still didn't get completed. So. All right. Thanks, Tim. Sorry.
Yep. So this the public acreage is 1,491 acres. If you go to the assessment form, sorry, the check marks didn't show up. This year, the demand for this WMA and BMA was a lot higher than we thought it was going to be. We guessed that it was going to be 100 days last year, and it ended up being 342. So there is some big access demand on this chunk property. So since it was only 1,400 acres, it scored a 1 on number 2. They did enroll their property in block management. There is another chunk farther to the east of there that also has some 100 days on. So the front page scored 11. It did score number 2 and number 4 for the wildlife and fisheries management. Scored high on the 5 and number 6. It was a 2 for the potential conflicts, which was trespassing off the county roads farther to the south. So this scored a 21. I did want to make a note that last year we did pay $9,750 for the same access. With this new scoring, it did drop down. Last year, we also increased last year's payment by $3,000 because it was access into our own property. Because that was on the assessment form last year, was that we bumped that up because it was getting access into our own property. So we were recommending as a region that we do the same $3,000 increase.
Where is that on our assessment form then?
That was on last year's assessment.
So the way it all scored out in the valuation that was provided to the landowner was the total $9,750 in 2020.
Yeah.
The recommendation to add in came in that special circumstances, number 8.
So if you could see the check marks, which you can see above here on the screen, we had the enrollment payment, $1,000 for the fall hunting. It is only September to January 1.
Does allow access.
Yeah, so that's not just, that's for camping, bird watching, and hiking. So if somebody wanted to just go bird hike during that time, they could go through there. They can't sign into block management, but they can go there and hike. Okay. So that's what the 250 is for.
Is this a 5-year contract?
Yes. Yep.
That's the proposal.
350 for the fall hunting season, no permission required. And then $1,000 for the hunter day demand. And then $1,000, $750 for the 5-year commitment. And then another 1,000 for the score of 21. So come out to, so that would have been 4,600. And then if you guys agree to the additional 3,000 into, because that's what we did last year, was that we all determined that since it was getting access into our FWP property, that we bumped it up.
So in this one, we saved money over last year, didn't we?
Yeah, it's still less than what we.
What kind of management is there on the, this was a question I asked earlier this morning on the, is there any management activities taking place on the wildlife management?
I am not sure if, and we run any cows on there.
Into a pasture where somebody grazes it?
As of right now, it's not leased to anybody.
It's
So,
just a place to have a fire.
right. This was gifted to us, like 3 years ago, and we've never had access into it as the department too. So we've unable to manage that property.
But still, you could communicate with the adjoining landowners to maybe rotationally graze it or do something that would effectively manage it.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what, I'd have to ask Scott Hammer, the wildlife biologist, if that's something that we're looking to do in the future.
Really, I'm having a hard time justifying it up to my own mind, why we would pay $3,000 extra to have a person drive in a half a mile and then hunt on land that's not even owned or managed by the person we're paying them to. It seems like paying them $9,700 for a half a mile of access is
That's what we paid.
pretty nice chunk of change, and then to add on another $3,000, I guess I'm having a hard time wondering why we would do that.
We paid 9,700 last year. This year, if we don't bump it up, it's gonna be 4,600.
But Dale just had a good point for paying for it. I mean, the PAL program is to gain access. We're adding $3,000 extra just to access the Montana wildlife parks area.
Yeah, well, that was the sentiment last year by this group that we were gonna, we increased that payment last year.
It was our decision last year.
Yeah.
It's our decision this year too.
We're doing the same thing we did last year, only we're cutting our costs down $2,000.
Right.
And, but I would suggest, and I don't know how to get this into the record, but if there's a way that you can do some active management on that stuff, we don't need to set aside whatever somebody's, how was it used before it was gifted to the Department of Fish, Wildlife and Parks?
I have no idea.
Well, I'm sure it was a cow pasture. It probably needs to continue, the Fish and Game Department is trying to purchase in fee title and conservation easements on a lot of large ranches. The management structure with a rotational grazing plan.
Yep.
And I think that there should be some active management. I know this is none of my business, but as a Montana taxpayer and landowner, I think that there should be, if it's a wildlife management area, let's manage it. So there's something besides a fire that cleans off the foliage that's there.
And then we don't have anything to manage.
Manage it.
Yep.
So can you clarify, Tim? So last year we added 3,000 to get to the 9,750 for what though? Why did we add the 3? For what
Because it
reason?
was getting access into FWP property.
Driving across his land to get there.
It was inaccessible.
Not driving across the just driving to the parking. lot.
Yes,
What's that?
Yeah, and it's 100 yards from the parking area. There's no roads beyond that
You're
parking
not
area.
driving into them.
No, there's no roads.
It's just
It's
a
okay.
parking area
They're all
off the
in their
county
office.
road.
No,
Well, here's.
no, there's an access trail to majority of their property to as far as you can go. And then it's like 100 yards of walk-in access. And then there to
And that
the
access is
public.
across private ground.
Wasn't Palace set up though to where the public ground that was to be accessed had to be leased by the Pala
Or not leased.
or
This-
not leased?
There's no
Or
lease
not
on
leased.
this property.
Okay, and this is not leased.
If it was leased, they had to have a lease.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good heads up.
This is managed now. It's been just waiting for any clever gentleman with wildlife and parks to figure out a way to manage it.
Access. Had no way to access.
Can I ask a real silly question? Why on earth did we end up with wildlife management access with no access?
It was gifted to the department.
It was what?
It was gifted to the department from the landowner.
Oh, okay, all right.
And it does have access by water, I know that's not the same, but so hunters can access it.
For small game.
And it doesn't.
Kinda. There's a railroad crossing, or yeah, there's railroad that you have to cross there.
Captain Morgan can get there.
Right.
You got a boat.
We still have to trespass against railroads.
Right.
I'm okay with approving the pallet, but I'm not sure I'm okay with the $3,000 extra dollars.
So did the BMA, is that parking existing on the BMA
Yes.
without the pallet?
They're one of those that enrolled last year because of the panel.
They wouldn't, yeah, that probably wouldn't be in block management if it wasn't for the PAL.
And they're not.
Good elk country?
Yeah, there's no elk in there. There's really good mule deer habitat. I'm not sure if there's any sheep in there or not, so.
Being that close to the river, they have a weed problem?
I do not know.
342 days.
What would be the ramifications if we approved the base payment but did not approve the $3,000? What's your gut feeling on that?
I don't know if it would be enough money for them to go forward with it.
Go forward with the pallet?
Yeah.
Or to go continue the BMA?
They probably quit the BMA too, if they just enrolled it when they got the other one.
Yeah.
We saved over $2,000 over what we paid them last year, right?
Yeah, if we go with the 7,600.
It's an interesting additive that is just for an FWP property. I don't even remember talking about that.
Because you guys beat up on Derek the first time.
Did we?
Yeah.
We got it out of our
Whatever.
blood.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? I mean, it's interesting because it really has no bearing to the things we readjusted criteria for last year after the first year. Other than we had adjusted for first year.
Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, Wildlife Management Area, have access to.
I mean, it seems to me, I wouldn't turn it down in the first place because I'm gonna get $4,600 I wouldn't be getting for something I'm already doing with block 9.
They were in block.
Hit the river.
No,
That's
They
it.
don't do either.
Going on.
We go back to them, here's the way I look at it.
The railroad
We
track.
Go back to them with half
The
the
railroad
value.
track.
They're gonna just tell you, take a fly and.
Yeah, I believe so too. I mean, last year we paid $97.50 for it.
You got access to the high water mark.
Our
The railroad tracks between there, the river end and that property.
So you don't think they'll take the.
We just need to be careful though, because if we start funding things from here out, people are gonna back out of it, and that word gets out, they say, well, don't say we're not gonna sign up, but I think we just need to have a concrete criteria that we try to use as consistently as we can.
I would think that if our guys negotiated this in good faith, our employees, the department's employees, we've saved $2,000 over what we spent last year, then we should approve it.
So in that, just to argue that a little, Lee.
No, I understand where your philosophical differences come, and
But I mean, if
I
it
agree
was,
with you, but how do we support the guys that we ask to go out and negotiate these things and then say, okay, well, we decided it isn't, we're looking over their shoulder more than we probably should be.
but that's just like the
So that's the
Losing,
legislative way.
Is it?
the Losing
Go
one.
against public opinion.
It's not that different than the Losing property where he's still gonna get $1,050 for allowing access to one state section. I don't see how we distinguished between a state section, a BLM section, and an FWP section. Somehow we gave it priority.
Yeah,
Property.
That was our mistake last year, but I guess what I'm saying is the Losing property was negotiated with the landlord at $1,050 this year.
Mhm.
And the expectation of this guy is the number that's written on this thing. Right?
Yep.
And
Yeah.
it's a savings from last year. I'm not saying we did it right. Maybe we
Well, I
shouldn't
think-
give the $3,000 last year.
I think the $2,000 less than last year it's gonna be a little more
In line.
palatable than it is, 5,000.
Yeah.
So as a business person, which they, landowners are business people, I mean, why would they sign up for that big of a loss?
I think maybe we were too overzealous last year and weren't even free to begin with. We'd have a better place to negotiate if we hadn't, but we already did that. So,
That was my problem last year when we came with this assessment last year,
right.
was that these were gonna be too high.
Yeah.
And we, as the field people, have to go back to the landowner
Say, hey,
and say, hey, but you're allowing the same access, but we're gonna pay you way more, or way less.
yeah,
That was why after last year, we tried to make it very clear that these should be not negotiated before we've all reviewed them in the first place. And that was the issue last year, was the cat was out of the bag. And I think we made a point that the cat shouldn't be out of the bag before we look at them.
They'd be finding out about their value right now.
Right.
We didn't talk to them beforehand, before this meeting.
But we're talking about that value right now.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. And so, I mean, it's, again, back to your prerogative, what the committee wants to do as far as a recommendation, the value of it, if you stick to the assessment, or you modify the proposed dollar amount, if you recommend you pay what the region is asking
how
for.
much is the block?
What's the use?
350 days.
Not that much. 341 days.
Yeah, so whatever. That
So it'd
times
be
13.
$12 a head, so it'd be
This is more than the block.
$1,000. So that'd be in addition to last year, right?
Right.
So you gotta, is there since we're hung up on the special circumstances, would there be a way that we could, instead of allowing $3,000 this year for access, we could change that to 1,500 or 1,000?
You can recommend that,
Section 8.
you can recommend anything at this
Yeah,
point.
and that's why this is under the special circumstance number 8. That last
I was
year,
wondering,
that's what-
since the criteria was in place and the agreement has sort of been done on the ground, make it just a one year and then say it's brought to the attention, there may be a reconsideration for next year.
We did that though when we made the first agreement.
Right, but it's still a work in progress, I think. If we made some mistakes, it's no reason we can't correct.
So what are you proposing exactly, Dylan?
Well, rather than the 5-year, but just maybe say this year and then, but there will be probably a reevaluation on our criteria. I know that puts pressure on the people on the field too, but it might be a way that we can better be accountable.
Kind of look at it, if you dropped it back to $1,000 in these 5 years, that's 5,000 grand he doesn't have. But that's kind of the way I'd look at it. Almost kind of like what Ed said, access to the one section of ground, we cut that to about $1,250. So we have access to a little one section here, $1,000 a year. But well, maybe they'll bail out. But like I said, can't deal with threats.
So I'm hearing two different things, I guess, and so it's up to you guys to decide what you'd like to do.
Yeah, and mine was just thrown out for an idea. I'm not making that a total proposal, just a thought process. So, yeah, we just need to work through which way we want to go.
What do you think, Dwayne?
Got a bad heart, nobody.
Oh, no, he's healing. He hasn't had a good fight for a couple of months.
$1,000 to drive across that land is a lot of money.
Access into our own property.
We added it on last year. We added it on. It wasn't part of the negotiation.
No, it was,
Well, we can correct it this year.
True, I agree, but
There's other landowners, and one of them is coming up too. I mean, they're gonna lose, $8,000, $9,000, $10,000 from last year to this year, just based off the scoring criteria. So, I mean, that's where you've arrived, I guess, in negotiations.
and the next one, he wanted me to bring forward to you that, they are a business. They are trying to make a living on running cows. That payment that they got last year was really, really good for them. We cut it down $8,000 or $5,000 or whatever.
He's $9,000.
Yeah, $9,000. And he's like, if you can take it to the committee and say, maybe meet him halfway. And I told him, I said that's what I'll do. It's up to you guys. So.
Well, we gotta do something. So
what are our choices? We can.
You got no
follow
access
representative.
without it, right?
now,
Correct.
well, without the block, we have the same access as the block management. No?
Well, the
They
BMA wasn't
wouldn't
there
be
until last
block
year.
management, they might cancel out.
So they added the block management last year.
Because they got a PALA, they enrolled their private land in the BMA.
So what are our choices? We can approve the one that's here, which is unpalatable to 5 years. Or we can adjust it back to take the total $3,000 payment out. One of the proposals, wasn't it?
Yep.
Or approve it the way it is now for a 1 year period. And then reassess it next year.
That would be my preference, but
I think
I think that's a good idea.
Yep, I
I
do
think
too.
that's the way we should do this.
A year by year deal.
And then,
See if that picks up in there.
yeah, then those other guys, these guys can go back next year and tell them, okay.
Well,
Well-
I'm not keen on that because we just kicked the can. We really haven't.
We do that all the time.
Yes and no. I wasn't,
We
I was
do,
in-
we do.
Oh,
Honestly.
Yes, but you're in the legislature.
Yeah, I know.
but I was misunderstanding. I thought the block I didn't realize it was brand new.
It is.
So they added the new block management. So that block management's about $4,400. This is more.
Yep.
So I think you could do it for 1 year and then let them know. It's just not going to happen because when you look at the other scoring criteria, it doesn't line up. in the future. I mean, that's a compromise. And maybe it's something you can work with, Tim, in the future, because they'll still have, the two together should be a good compensation.
And it gives them a year to think about it too.
And they may send word back too for next year and say, well, if it does drop too low, we just won't do it. We'll know that answer as well. I know it could be a little.
Right, prior to negotiating with them, they'll already know that, so
Yeah.
when we go to negotiate with them, it ain't gonna be a surprise. And we ain't gonna put the guy that's negotiating on the spot.
Right.
By letting him say, oh, go ahead and negotiate, and then he comes back to us and say, we say, oh, no, that's too much. Well, no, we do it 1 year, I think. And, so this guy, his word's still good with him.
Yes.
And, I think we gotta back him up for a
Are you all right
year.
with that?
Yeah.
Kick the can
But
down.
as
the
long
road.
as you tell them that probably it will adjust down in the following year.
What do you think?
I think that's important to, you know,
That's.
Yeah, we
well,
gotta-
you might have a whole new,
Thank you for.
committee.
If everybody's agreeable, or we can.
Maybe we can get some COVID money to pay for this.
3 million. There you go.
Some ARPA money.
There you go.
So if we do a 1 year, then do we reduce that 750 out of the?
And that's meeting him halfway, kind of.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah, that's, we're getting there, hope we're getting the point across. We really need to kick the can out and walk it out from under the guy that went there in good faith and kind
No,
of negotiate with
We
him.
can't do that. We gotta stand behind our guy, good or bad.
Otherwise, there's no sense in them going negotiating. You should all come to us and say, okay, here's what we're gonna do.
Just give them all our phone numbers.
Yeah.
So that'll be 6850 for 1 year.
And we could all be overruled by the.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
ID.
exactly.
It's only a recommendation.
Uh-huh.
They're right here, Helen, and you can just run over there and help you.
Thanks, Tim.
Okay, the next one is Sean Downing, cut coulee project that we had last year.
These should all go in order of your book. They should go in order.
This
We
is,
need all the help we can get.
last year, this was in block management. He's had some issues with the neighboring landowner. So he indicated that this year, the block management will not be part of, it will not be in block management this year. Hopefully in another couple years, I can get him talked back into it, but he still wants to go along with the PALA. So
So
that,
so 6 is not, is it the BMA 98 OP in Black Valley?
correct, yep.
Is that his block management?
Yes.
He
Yep.
chose not to re-enroll.
Yeah, he's choosing not to re-enroll this year. I think it's something to do with the neighboring landowner. It's nothing to do with us. So
But it was a new BMA last year.
it was 2 years ago.
Is there an outfitter in the area?
Could be, but I don't,
Nobody's signed up to, nobody.
No. so.
Do you have an idea on use?
Yeah, there was 377 hunter days last year on the BMA. And I do believe that will be the same amount of use that public land will be used as well. So this project will access 1,800 acres. He'll still allow all access. So it scored high for number 1. To help wildlife, there is potential for game damage with all the deer in the area and then the agriculture irrigated fields that they have there. So hopefully that's why I can get him back in block management and stuff. The public demand, the type of property being accessed is really good, upland, sagebrush, prairie, good mule deer. There's probably some whitetail up in there too, upland game birds.
So is he allowing access like 365 days,
Yep,
351 days in this road?
yeah, it'll be year-round access. Last year we paid him $7,700. So he scored 21. If you can see the check marks up here, enrollment payment, all established hunting seasons, and then year round. So 1,500 for that. Other access, 250. Hunting and fishing seasons, and then year round for 525, no permission required. So back to the score. So since he's going to be dropping out a block, this number 3 would go to a 0 then. That drops his score down below 21, which is where the additive is. The high use for hunter days was, so another added 2,000. He is requesting some improvements across the Frenchman Creek. He's putting in a low water crossing. He has all the permits and everything for that. It's going to be a concrete crossing, and he thinks it's going to be about $10,000. And he's asking for us to help kick in for that for $5,000. So then he would be in the PALA for 5 years.
So the total payment annually would be $52.75.
Yep.
And then additional money for the length of term for the improvements.
The additional one for each year.
No, the total over a 5-year period would be up to $5,000.
He is dropping out of some block management.
Yeah.
Where would that be on this map?
The southern part there.
The hash mark
Oh,
stuff.
Number 98.
All that crisscross stuff.
How much was in this block then?
I think it was 1,000 acres.
You're gonna build a road into the BLM and fix it, but you won't let somebody hunt on his own?
Not into the, well, it's just the crossing that he's improving.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's with Maven Camp, so it's, he's got a little bit of issue there.
Oh, it's a conflict between adjoining neighbors.
Yeah,
But it's his land that he had in block management.
yes. Yep, I know.
Kind of weird.
So we have the private trail that takes you to the edge of the BLM land, and it ends at the BLM boundary.
Yeah, there is no roads up into that BLM.
And you know,
2 places.
Yeah.
but it is what it is, but you get into where you're at and it says, well, it provides access into 1,823 acres, but it would be one heck of a hike from these parking areas to the far end of the BLM land.
That's what we're getting access to, is to the public land.
Right. And
There's no roads in
and that's
there.
just an observation. I mean, to me, that's not justification to not give them the money. I think it's a valid project myself, but it is a long way, and that's why I asked, well, does the trail end at the BLM or does it
Yeah.
extend into there?
It goes in there a little ways, but not very far.
So,
And there's no restriction. I don't think there's a parking area there either, just on the lawn.
Eddie?
Right, it can get pretty high.
I just think if you're looking at $1,000 a year for an improvement, and, I mean, it's $5,000 in year one, but he is willing to go for 5 years. that's a pretty low prorated cost for what we're gaining access to. Looking at this one, I just believe it ought to be a thumbs up.
Yeah, some of that, if you're young enough, maybe that isn't that far, but for me, I have no desire to even go to the edge of Richmond. Somebody might want to walk up there and search all over Idaho for deer, 3-point deer horns, you know. And
So he's putting, is he putting a, bridge or whatever over the Frenchman Creek, is that what he's?
Yeah, a low water crossing.
On the southern part or on the?
I think it's actually gonna be, the road's gonna change a little bit.
the only place it crosses is that crooked one there.
Well,
Okay.
that's where it
Yeah.
comes through, yeah.
Yeah, and supposedly he's gonna put it right
Oh,
here,
right there.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
right
okay.
across from his house, I guess. And then the road will come straight across and then up into.
So
There'll still be access around here to this chunk on this side.
Okay, as long as you swim Frenchman Creek.
What's that?
As long as you swim on that upper side.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
So the payment, like I said, would be annually $52.75 with a total improvement cost over the lifetime of the project of $5,000.
I think it's go for it. I agree.
Thumbs up? Okay.
It's what they've been harping for 16 years I've been in the legislature.
We're getting her done. We're getting her done. Just remember that.
Okay,
Don't
so,
want FWP to buy any more property, they want them to buy access.
Rented. We're not buying it.
Well, rent, yeah.
so the next three
Time to get
projects
paid
are,
for what we should have bought.
Doesn't always work like that. The same argument would apply like on an apartment building.
Okay, so we're moving on to the Browning Morris Cooley.
yeah, so the next three are from last year. This landowner was the one that expressed that, didn't agree with the reduction in payment this year. I think he remembers the whole trying to negotiate things. So he's like,
Last year, he was after a multi-year agreement.
yeah, he was after a multi-year agreement. We wanted to do a 5-year last year. We denied him. So that was another, kick in the shorts, I guess, that, he's a willing landowner and wants to take advantage of our access programs that we have.
What does he have? This is not a renewal and it's a renegotiated one?
Yeah,
Huh?
yeah, pretty much. I mean, so it was in last year.
Resubmission?
Yeah,
A resubmission, but not a reapproval?
right. Well, so like we only did 1 year
Oh,
with them
1 year,
last
so
year.
it wasn't.
Yeah, so they have to reapply every year.
Yep, so he reapplied, we went through the new assessment, and overall, I think across the 3 projects was down $9,000.
And he still agreed to it?
Yeah, he wants to do a 5-year, but
Yeah, but he's, the cost, the savings is set for 5 years.
yeah. So he,
So,
If we agree to.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
so Tim, he is involved in block management as well.
yeah, so that was new last year for block 2.
That is 157.
Yeah.
And when I look up at your summary of the application summary, and I'm gonna lump all these 3 for just a minute, my question. So the BMA saw 251 hunter days last year, and I'm assuming those 251 days are 251 days collectively, not 251 for each of the 3.
Right.
Okay, if you add those up and say we had the same amount, and then we went with the amount of money that he's asking for this year, you would essentially be paying him just for the PAVA agreement, $77 per hunter day.
Basically said one way in.
If I figured that correctly.
say that again, your
But they're
math's
not
too fast.
$45 check.
We're paying him
So that's one
We're
project.
paying
He's got two
him,
more
if
that
we,
are-
if you say there's 251 user days, you take the three amounts that we're paying him this year for just the PAMA, it's $77.69 per hunter day. And then if you add another $13 on there for the block management payment, we're essentially paying Tom Browning $90 per hunter day when you add the PAMA agreement and the block management.
Did they have to sign the block management box to access the BLM?
No.
Well, we don't know the number of days, what the guys had signed up, right?
Right, but those are just the numbers that Tim had provided. He said that the
That was-
BMA saw 251 user days, and I think it's not unreasonable to say that those numbers are probably relatively close. Would you say that's probably true?
Correct. I would think that there's a little bit more because a year was year-round access.
Yeah.
There was trapping that was known to be done on that BLM state land.
Yeah.
That was part of the PALA. So.
It just, that number really jumped out at me. Whoa, that's a lot of money to pay a person for a hunter day.
Yeah, so that's why it's hard for him to stomach that. He's allowing the same amount of access and then we're gonna reduce his payment through the PALA, so.
So how much did it go down? The three of them, what's the cumulative total of reduction?
It was 9,000.
9,000 cumulatively last year?
Yeah.
And what is it this year?
Oh, so that was the reduction, how much is 9,000, how much he lost.
Total.
Oh, 9,000 was the reduction
Yeah,
over the three of them.
yeah. Oh, yeah, together.
And
Theoretically, if he had more PALA use and less, you still have more hunter days, but they wouldn't be counted.
Correct. We do not count or require sign-in for PALA. We have no way to track that.
So what I'm saying though is if people just use the PALA sections,
They don't have to sign in for.
they don't have to sign in and theoretically our money per hunter would go down.
Correct.
So what was your figure is that for this year's number? So how much did he get last year?
We don't know.
Well, sure we do if you use the same 100 days. How much was it? Dale's pretty good in his head.
I'd have to use my calculator.
It was significantly higher last year, so we're weaning him down.
25% more,
How much?
25% more.
So if it's 25% of 90, I mean, you're looking at
About a
$20
quarter.
or whatever, something like that, more.
2250. But that's one of the criterias that someday we may have to look at
Right.
because we're trying to guess.
We don't have any choice but to approve these things as negotiated. Because that's we asked these guys to set up a plan, we helped them set it up. And then they went and did the deal and now we're going, what? Now their arithmetic's better, you know what I'm saying?
Well, I think that should be part of that form, is, you know, the cost per hunter day.
Right.
But the problem is,
How do you know?
don't collect hunter day use for the PALA.
PALA.
This is based on the number of people that signed in for the block management area.
Right. No, but you could have the same sign-in for the access.
So
We don't care where you're going, but if you're using this trail, sign in.
say we haven't done that. And I think
No, that's what I
I
say.
don't think we have a choice, guys. We have to approve these things. And if we're saving money, then we've got to either tweak the process and, you know, we can't ask these guys to go out. and
No,
negotiate
you're
good
absolutely
faith and
right.
Say, okay, now here's what I know about it. Then they come up here with us and be like me going to buy a new pickup and my dad said, well, go get a new pickup. And then when I come back and he goes, oh, hell, I didn't want to spend that much. Take it back.
well, I agree with you on that, Lee. I mean, as far as that goes, but like the last one, the 3,000 was an additive that I don't even remember. I realized I was here. And Tim pointed out we were picking on the other guy, so Derek got him last year. But I get that, but you know, like this is following that criteria and that drops $2,000.
So I hope Jason's writing down every time we do this or do this, that it's unanimous, so that next year we can't go, what? I didn't vote for that. Well, it says here you did.
Well,
Yeah,
each
so-
one- in each one of these areas, are there parking areas where we go park and go hunting?
Yeah,
Why don't we have a sign-in area, so we can get a handle on how many user days are taking place? The people using it, that way we can come back
On the
here.
access,
Well, that's part of our assessment form is that we have a set amount because they don't require permission. So we'd have to go back and redo our assessment form.
Yeah, but if you had a sign-in area where a voluntary sign-in area, it would give us more of an idea what the use is.
But if it's voluntary, you're gonna have a good number of them that are gonna start buzzing in there, and I think the numbers would be inaccurate enough. It'd be hard to.
Inflation.
if you put a sign right there that said, if you want to maintain this access, sign in, because otherwise it's probably gonna go away.
So trying to wrap this back into a bow so we can move on. So Browning Morris Cooley right now is 4275 on a 5-year agreement. Last year, we paid him for this one project, 6,500.
Yeah.
And so you're saving $2,000 on this project, basically, if you go with this recommendation. We've heard from him that he'd like us to discuss alternatives, but
I told him I'd kick the tree or whatever and see what fell.
We've already saved $2,200. Now we got more information than we had last year. We thought it was gonna be a lot more than we paid for it last year.
Right.
Now we know that the number's down. Dale did the math for us, so we know, Jesus, I don't think it's gonna cost that much.
But you make a good point, Lee. I mean, they follow the criteria.
That's right.
And even, I don't see any add-ons, where the heck did this come from?
Right.
I mean, it's followed it. I guess my feeling is, I think we could easily bunch the 3 Brownings together and just say, you know what, they follow the criteria as were provided. I think it's too much money, but at the same time.
It's less
they
than
follow the
last year.
criteria.
We're getting better at it.
Well, and you take it out, if you refuse it.
Well, but this is
Refuse access.
this is a 5-year. So he's trying to get ahead of what happened last year.
Right.
doesn't want to see it go down again.
Right.
Significant.
And I'd say based on hunter use days, it could.
Give me the modified.
Yeah, so that's the problem with the long term.
I think a hunter use is gonna be higher this coming year because people found it. They know that it's there now. We had record high use for block management this last year, and I don't see that changing this coming year.
I don't think we had as much. It snowed about the.
Yeah, we got blowed in up there.
Everybody needed snowshoes to get there.
We got blowed in for 2 weeks, but we still had record highs. And some of them went down, but the rest.
Region 6. We should get them with this, but Saturday
I'm
morning.
okay with this. Do we want to do it for 5 years?
Let's all look at Dwayne.
No, I'm with the guy that went out and did this assessment. He followed the form. I'm up.
Yep, it's all, as far as I'm concerned, we approve all 3 of them unanimously. If you guys want to disapprove them, you got to stand up and say I did.
We'll get you on camera.
Well, do any of the BMAs drop out on the other 2?
So will Browning
No.
keep his BMAs?
He will keep his
He will keep his BMAs, because it wouldn't be worth it.
They're gonna lock up for 5 years.
Yeah, if you guys approve his powers, they will be in.
He's only locked up on the pallets, not locked up on the BMA stuff.
Oh, no, probably not.
No, he's not.
There's no other game in town with us.
Well, he brought up that he could probably outfit for more.
He's not an outfitter, he lives in Fallon.
Right.
This is clear up there north of the Flowing Wells government toilet. 50 miles away. How the hell is he gonna outfit?
Well, the other thing I was proud of, like other people, they have also been long-term block.
Oh, yeah, they got ranches in the
Cooperators in
Muscle
it,
too, I
one
think.
in Garfield County that they've been involved with.
Yeah.
For a lot of years, they've been great cooperators.
They're on our side.
He's got a conservation easement with us too. Not in Macomb, but.
So we're gonna approve this or not?
Yeah,
We
all
got a lot
three
of
of
these.
them. I vote we approve all three of them unanimously.
Huh?
I vote we approve all three of them unanimously. I mean,
All three for 5 years.
yes.
So I can skip. All right.
Keep the shoulders wide, Dwayne. I'll back you up.
Then we did it.
All right, so all three Browning projects will move forward at the proposed 4275 for the first one. All three of them is 4275 for 5 years.
Ain't bad.
When I mean, it's
You wanna know
$2 an acre.
This is how you're gonna
If
keep
you
them
ask about $2 an acre
outfitters
for
out.
public access,
You
it's
gotta
kinda hard.
pay.
That's only for the access, that's not for the MDU.
I know, but that'll help keep the outfitters out.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah. Okay, there we go.
All right, on to Bergtall's new one, Tim, North Rock Creek.
So last year we did 4 projects with Bertals on the South Bitter Creek. Which are not up for, I guess, discussion. but Those were 10-year projects. Okay.
I'll catch up and find it in the books there.
I'm just explaining last year's stuff.
No, you're good.
So they're coming around and being great partners with us. They're a very large landowner in Macomb and our valley in Phillips County now. They are, I don't know if anybody else knows the history of Bertals. They were illegally outfitting and convicted.
Yeah, landowner sponsorship tags.
Yeah, and they were convicted by a judge. They had to be in block management for 5 years and not be. So
Say that again?
they were in block management for 5 years because of their sentencing. Without payment.
Okay.
Instead have public access.
My first year as a coordinator, the full coordinator in 15 was their last year of being in block. Or 14. After the 14 season, they dropped out. They did not want to be associated with us. And I always left that open to them and saying, we are here if you need help with access. Nothing to do with the past. I was not part of that. But we're here. We come back to 5 years later and we did a pallet with them last year. We got their stuff in that area in block management as well. They are opening more property this year. They have more these next 3 pallets are Bertals along the Canadian border.
Right across from the Grassland National Park in Canada.
Yep.
And so all the horn hunters, they go up there looking for deer horns in February when the snow's that deep. Because all those big bucks that are supposedly in the park, they come out. They get to looking for the girls and come on our side. When the weather gets tough, they come down through this country. And well, it's a sought after area.
Yeah. And we've had conflicts with hunters getting into this area since this last 5 years. So there is great demand for this BLM up there in this area of North Valley County. If you look on the map here off the Fossum Road, Daryl Bertall owns this property. The family leases all the BLM together. And then on the left-hand side, which would be the west side, Blaze Bertall owns that property.
On the west side of the McCacken Road.
Yep, on the McCacken Road. So this would be one project with two different landowners that lease the BLM. So I split the BLM into half to come up with their assessment for the amount of acres that they're accessing. And that's how I came up with the payment for them. I can rotate this one. So this shows how I split that BLM. The red would be Daryl's access that he is gaining through his property, and then the green would be for Blaze. So that's how I broke this public land up. So Daryl would be 2,500 or just over 2,500 acres that would access. The demand for this public land is very high. Lots of mule deer hunters want to get up there along the border. So it scores a 3 for the amount of access that it allows. They are going to enroll their property into block management. So the deeded land that is, that this would pass through will be in block management this year. So that's why it scored a 3.
For both of them or just the one of them?
For both of them, yeah.
Blaze is basically running the ranch. Daryl's about my age, I think, you're transitioning.
Really old then, huh?
Old, creaky.
And then to improve local wildlife, it scored a 3 with the wildlife division. It also helped with CW management, with our CWD management up in that area. So the public land that it's accessing is scored a high 5. Good wildlife habitat, access, motorized access up into that area. That is the only road that goes through that BLM is up way up there by the border. There is no other roads farther south through there. Conflict scored a 2. This is a very high sought out property, and they do have issues with people trespassing. And then high satisfaction with the landowners and hunters if this was to be into the PLPW.
Do we actually have any CWD?
Yes.
Have we?
Yep, there is CWD in that area.
So I guess a question I would have, as I look through these, divided them up in half and in a lot of ways somewhat made an arbitrary line because you said the BLM is leased by the Bertall family.
Yep.
But as I look at this and I see access either from the east or the west, the BLM, and then there's a BLM trail that goes through it. Other than having access on each side of the property and pacifying the two Bertalls, I mean, if you had access on one side of this, you would not really gain any access into the BLM. It might be easier for people coming from one way or the other, but you're not gaining any more access as opposed to just having one agreement here.
Correct.
Is that fair?
Say that again.
Well, when you look at the map and you see that they've taken the north and Rock Creek, North Rock Creek and the.
So this is the private road comes through here.
Can you go back
So
to
you're saying that
your?
you could access it, you gotta get across this deeded land here to get over here.
Well, he's wondering if you should.
But here, this is different, you see.
See, if
This is a different access point.
Well, yeah, they have an access point here and an access point here. this one's covered up here, but if you came across private, got onto the BLM, you could come all the way over to
The
here.
only way you get to this would be come all the way around here.
So you can come here and come around to
So that
here,
you're stopped right
right there.
So if you want to get to this portion of the BLM, you don't have this access
Correct.
any longer.
But if you had, okay, let's just say, okay, we're gonna have an agreement with this Bergtal here, and you have this access point into here. You also have access here, then you have all the access that
You just can't get out on the east side over to the county
Correct.
road.
Correct.
And then how much block management would you lose? Is the deeded land on both sides of this? I'm kind of like a rancher's advocate. That's kind of what I am.
So that stuff right there is all Blaze's stuff.
This is Blaze's over the place that Harley Hunter place was his.
Yep.
And the Tim Fossum place belongs to his dad.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. And then, so it would be motorized vehicle access a day in.
This just makes it seamless.
Yeah.
What's the number? If you add the extra BLM into this side, you're gonna raise that number up like we did on that other one. Remember, didn't it go to 6,000 or something because it was X number of acres of BLM?
Right.
So there'll be, if we do it like you're suggesting, when we hook it up to one, this would be the most logical one if you were gonna do that, because this, you just lose this. So you'd have to take this whole BLM allotment and add it on to Blaze.
Add another 2,500 acres.
So what would that change in the formula?
So we would get rid of a landowner and then.
You get rid of any
It might
extras
only
for
go up
blocking for
$1,000,
camping,
right?
that extra fee, I mean, it wouldn't be duplicated.
Right, so,
The hunting stays, would probably stay the same if it's,
Maybe.
I mean, if it's calculated right now based on the number of hunter days it's for that area.
so it'd probably get another 2 points.
You'd have a contiguous block bonus too, which would be significant.
Yeah.
And I'm not advocating,
I
I
know.
just want to ask that
Well,
question
yeah.
to get clarification from it.
It'd just be interesting to know, see, here's one, there's not that many acres, though. How many acres is in the whole thing, Tim? 5, 6?
Yes.
BLM? Yeah. It's this one.
Yeah,
So
so
this
it would get, Blaze would get another 3,000.
And you take that off of,
Yeah, so,
you'd eliminate Darrell.
yeah, so then we would get rid of 50 or 3,800.
Really.
So you'd save 3,800 on this one. How many other ones are?
But it's 3,800 worth somebody being able to go all the way out at the end of the day. Instead of having to turn around at dark and then go way back.
Well, and to me, that's a question for you. I mean,
And then creating problems between the two brothers or them, dad.
And the son.
With the son and dad.
So
Darrell's the easy one to get along with.
Yeah, he's.
Blaze is more like his grandpa.
Blazes was the one that we had to win over to get the access that we.
I would say it was negotiated in good faith. We need to improve it.
I just thought it was a good project because I could come in the Kraken Road and then come out the Fossum Road.
and was that the main reason to offer them separate?
Yeah. Well, and then, so then you get into the landowner that owns the property has to be the leasee.
Right.
So that was.
But they all lease it.
Yeah.
In combined.
So is there 3 up there then? Is there one on the
So
west
yeah,
side
there's
of the
another one on the
tractor
west side.
In
But
that,
it's separated,
Yeah.
I mean distinctly separated.
they're
from
all
the
at
other
risk.
one.
I would
Correct.
say.
Plus another 25,000 in block management probably. Cause I got another 25,000 new property. in-
Yeah, oh, yeah.
In
Yeah,
Phillips,
this isn't all of it.
Phillips in Macomb, or Phillips in Valley County.
It's kind of like the risk we run with Collins on.
Yeah.
And, if you want it to be open to public hunting and the people are willing to play by the rules and our guys negotiate in good faith, you don't have a choice but to approve.
So this Palo will, so the people that don't get along with Bertals will still allow them to get into this BLM without having to sign in on their private too. So that's part of the PALA, right? Is they don't have to sign in on the private to get to the
You don't
BLM.
have to sign in at all. You
Correct.
just zoom right through there and throw their beer cans out. They're on place to go
Even
pick them
though-
all up.
Even though the parking
toilet
area
paper.
from the private line,
Yeah. That's part of the PALA.
so they wouldn't have to sign in, okay.
If that's all they accessed, that they was parked there and then walked into the BLM. If they shot a deer on the private, then that's hunting without landowner permission
But you have to park on the private and
and walk in, yeah.
you walk in anyway,
Yeah.
into the BLM. according to this, yeah.
That's part of the PALA.
I'm okay with it. Are you also okay with it?
There's another one of those triplicate unanimous ones.
There'd be two.
Two.
I think two. I think the third one we need to.
Is that the other one that goes the other way? Does the other one go, oh, we haven't looked at that one yet.
I haven't looked at the west side.
So these two different landowners, the North Rock Creek PALA. Be a 1 year for 5,800 each.
Yeah, so and then I didn't go over that part. It's only for hunting season. So that's where the $1,000 for the hunting season, 250 for other access or other use of that public land during that time. 350 for just the fall hunting season only, no permission required. And that's where we get into trying to ask for people to sign in. It's,
Right.
that's gonna change the assessment forms. High demand, this is gonna be a high demand area. It probably will get over, 350, 100 days use.
They don't allow anybody to go through there when they're hunting for deer horns? Just for hunting season?
Just for hunting season.
Bet there'll be some going.
I'll have that in 250 for year-round use.
No, that's not year-round use, that's for other access. So for hiking, bird watching,
Camping during the fall.
the year-round use is this stuff here, this 5/25, July 1 to June 1. And then the same up here for the $1,500. So they're only getting $1,000 instead of the $1,500.
Can you apply for
Right.
fishing in the McCacken Creek?
I don't think there's any, I asked, there,
You could tell them it was okay, get another $1,000. Sure, go ahead.
so 5850 would be for both sides of this North Rock Creek area. Yay or nay?
I move we approve it unanimously.
Okay. On to Blaze, Bergdahl, Dolson, Cooley.
Yep, so this is to the west side of McCracken Creek.
We skipped the Blaze, Bergdahl, North Rock Creek, so that those two got approved together. So now we're on to Blaze's Dolson, Cooley project.
That's right along the border. That way.
Yeah. Yeah. so-
Right along the border.
Yeah.
And they're-
Country.
Yeah. So is that their deeded where that's their deeded where the orange checkerboard or yellow checkerboard roads are?
Yes, yep. And then this is, can't remember if this is theirs or not. But they,
But it's all their lease.
yeah, this is their lease here. And then so it would gain access into other BLM.
So you're.
That's not leased by them.
Or can we get approved, add their neighbors' acres, leased acres to their deal?
Yes.
Again. How many BLM and PNRC acres is in there?
There are 57, over 5,700. Their lease is 3,100.
Out of the 5,700.
How much of that is more than 2 miles from, is there 5,700 acres and more than 2 miles from a public road?
The last legal access is right there on the, down over on the other side. Right there, the white.
So
That's
this
the end of
is,
the legal.
this is the legal access to, from this road is farther than 2 miles.
So I have a question. You say you're adding the adjacent BLM over here on the left, but you're not adding it on the right?
No, because it's,
Access on the road. Already accessed.
there's another road that's farther down here that comes off this public or county road. And there's a road that comes down. It's a little farther down here, but it comes across a couple of these sections.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So Blaze, Bergtal, Dawson, Cooley.
And they're asking $1,650 a year for this.
How's the hunting?
It's the same, it's up there along the border.
Yeah, it's right by the park.
Right by the
edge
park.
of Yellowstone Park on its mule deer. They haven't got any buffalo in there yet. The only place there's any sage hens in Canada. It's right up there. That's all there. That's as far as you go.
Yeah, so it scored a 26. This is for just September for the hunting season. So the $1,000, they will allow other access for bird watching, camping, hiking. And then $1,000 for the contiguous block. And then 2,000 for the hunter use. So 58, and then another 2, so 68.50.
Is that more than the other side of the road? You're saying
1 by 1,000
1,000.
because of the more. Because on the other side, I broke the acres in half.
And
So
this
it was
one,
less.
this one was not in last year, correct?
It is
Okay.
The brand new project.
brand new for block and brand new for path.
They're gonna sign the rest of it up with deeded land and block management, so it's a seamless deal.
Yep.
They're not outfitting right there where the creek comes out of Canada.
No. I think they've moved beyond the outfitting stuff.
I mean, we did that landowner sponsorship stuff one time, and there was a bunch of guys come out from Pennsylvania, and his land was still alive, and they were staying in the school, and they were supposed to be hunting just on our deeded land, and they had a map. Well, one of them's brother-in-law worked for the Fish and Game, and they were using their cell phones to talk to one another, which is illegal. And we were the one we were bent over grasping our ankles, all these nitwits were doing all this stuff. And I said, that's enough of that. We're not doing that any longer. This is it. Because as soon as they get out of sight, they're out of control, you know? And so it really was not worth it. We didn't get to go to jail. We didn't get to go to court like Leo did, but you know, you don't have any control over those guys. And if they're still looking for big horns when they're 50 years old, they haven't matured yet. So they don't really play by the rules.
All right, so Dawson Cooley, what do you guys think about that one?
Yes.
Yes. Good.
Thumbs up? Okay. And then we'll do Lee Cook and we'll take a break.
Okay, so this is Daniels County. This was part of block management. His property is enrolled in block management. This is an isolated piece of DNRC that he does lease. It is really good bird habitat. That's the majority of the hunting that goes on up in that area. There are some deer up in that area too. So he will allow access through his property by motorized vehicle to the DNRC. This is 640 acres. So it doesn't score, since it's such the lower part of the acres, it doesn't score as high to get extra bonus for money. It scored a 15. So this falls into the flat rate of 1,050. Yep.
How is it accessed currently through that same road?
Yeah, well, on the BMA, it's, there's a parking area down by the highway. So he's now gonna allow access, motorized vehicle access up to that state.
You added a mile and a half.
Yeah.
That's the easy one.
Yeah, I agree.
Thumbs up?
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
All right, perfect. So we've got through most of Region 6 projects. We're gonna take a break. It is 3:21. Let's break till 3:30. And then we'll come back and wrap up the Whitmire stuff for Region 6.
I guess so, yeah.
Let
me explain it a little bit. and then we'll
Yeah.
see. There we go. Thank you.
All right, so we're gonna start now. The Grazing Association, and then, Lee made the comment earlier, I think it's really important to keep in mind that on paper, it's one landowner, but in reality, it's made up of 30 different families, all who are in a part of this. So the values themselves reflect high for one landowner, however, they're divvying that up amongst all their members.
Yeah, and they wanted me to reiterate that to you, that these landowners that are part of this association are in Phillips County, Valley, Macomb, and Daniels County. So this contribution or these projects are gonna affect a lot of people in a lot of counties. So it's not just one person that's getting.
So for the different projects, are they been, say, all 6 are approved, are they pooling the money and then just?
Yeah, the grazing association operates the ranch as a business. And then they assess their members grazing fees, and they hire employees, and they purchase tires, and they have pickups. And they have 2 or 3 employees in the summer and 1 all year round.
Yeah,
And
Randy's.
it's a ranch. It's just, the owners, they don't winter any cattle or other than bulls. So it's a summer use deal, and then the cows all go home to their individual counties. And that's what the way they operate.
Maybe we touch on a little bit on the access issues they've been having too.
Yep, so, like I said earlier, this property was purchased in 1976 by this group, by these people, and made into a grazing association. So the director talked about the disconnect of generational hunters, and that's what's going on with this property. Over the generations, the folks that are my age probably think they can go out on this property whenever they want, wherever they want. Not just in during block management time, but to go shed hunting, hunt coyotes, do whatever, and try to get access to the CMR. So this has been a long process for the department up in the region there. We've had guys that have hunted the CMR without signing in on block management. And we've tried to issue NTAs, citations, sorry, thank you. Citations for hunting or traveling through their private to get to CMR. That was thrown out. And so the last 3 years, I've done my due diligence and tried to find what was a public road, a county road in this area. So there's roads that come all the way across. There's more roads out there than what's shown on this map. So during that time, I found the Stebley Road is a petition road. The Hill Ranch Road is a petition road. And then the Graves Road, which goes all the way to the lake, is a petition road. The Murray Camp Road, Murray Road goes just to their corrals. And that was the only part that's petitioned on that part is the stuff that goes through the state land. But the county maintains up to the corrals. So the county deemed that the county road that far. So all these roads that go through to the CMR, which are numbered CMR roads, do not have legal access by the public. I asked the CMR if they had any easements with Whitmire Grazing Association for the public to access those numbered CMR roads, and they do not. Another issue that we have in the region is the closure of CMR roads. The CMR roads, if you look back in the past, those roads used to go, a lot of them used to go way out on the points or used to go to the lake. And a lot of those roads are getting cut back, closed. And so that was another issue that we want to address with this PALA, is that we want to keep these CMR roads open. And so we don't want to lose any access out there. So it's been a long process, not just trying to figure out what's actually public road out there. So I did give you a big map. If you see, we'll start from our east side, which is the red, and work our way to the west. So any questions so far on that, on the
I have a question. Who is supposed to maintain the CMR roads?
CMR, no, they don't
put up
maintain.
signs, all
Yeah.
they do. They just put up a sign that says road number such and such, and these are the restrictions. You can drive around the washouts is the way I remember it.
Right, and then if it gets too bad, the CMR will eventually come in and fix it. There was down in Carpenter Creek, which is farther to the west. They fixed the crossing there, but they do not maintain roads on the CMR unless it's a county road.
Who exactly is that?
Who is what?
U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Yeah, U.S. Fish and Wildlife.
Oh, Fish and Wildlife.
Yeah, this is the CMR refuge. Yeah.
No, I was just gonna say it's the federal steward. Steward.
Yeah, cars.
So we'll start in the red section. You guys asked about if these are 2 miles apart. If you look where the public has to access on the deeded land, it is 2 miles from the next deeded parcel where the public would access. So that's what we went off of.
So the red one is Sixth Ridge?
Yep, and so the boundaries are so I try to keep away from the Pines Road. So this is how I figured out the acres. So the red boundary is the amount of acres that are on the assessment form. So they are asking for improvements on some of these. Mostly cattle guards because they're been having issues with gates being left open, cattle getting where they're not supposed to, especially in the fall when they're trying to gather and get those cows home. So that's been an issue here the last few years. So the $3,000 for improvements on, I think most of these, either for cattle guards or culverts to improve the road or access for the issues. So all of these are for 3-year agreements. So the Sixth Ridge, that polygon has 4,800 acres in it. Under accessible. Demand for the CMR is very high. It's elk country. Demand for those CMR roads are very high. The habitat's great. It's the breaks, lodgepole pines, sagebrush, junipers. So the acres gets us a 5 for that one. For number 2, they are in block management. So before I get too far on this, another issue with people taking advantage of them all year long, it is starting to strain. I've tried to fix block management on to their private properties, new different rules, different signage, and they just feel like they're still getting stepped on. I'm hoping with these PALA projects that it'll establish that, no, these roads are private. They are open only during this time. And this one's closed. And so hopefully some of this power will clear that up to the public from now on. So that's just another reason why I think these are important pallets.
Is that the Malta group?
The Malta group? No, no, it's the people and, yeah.
Where is Timber Creek from this Pine Ridge?
Timber Creek's probably another 15 miles to the west.
West?
Yep.
I'm sorry, what was the term? Was it just hunting season?
No, this one would be year round. So the red one, the orange one, the blue one, and then the light green blue one is year round. The brown one is gonna be just the hunting season. The purple and the magenta is just gonna be the hunting season. And then the far west one, which is on the far left, is gonna be year round. And the majority, the ones that are year round have fishing access to them too. When we were going over these projects, I talked to our fish manager. He said that somebody that's gonna be fishing by vehicle, not by boat, but by vehicle, is gonna no more than a quarter of a mile to pack all their stuff into short fish. So that's where 7th and middle 8th and lower 8th, and then the Sutherland have fishing attached to them. So, but this is 6 Ridge, so we'll go over that one. Improve wildlife and fisheries. This is going to help with elk numbers. There's not as many elk in this area, but if we do lose access, then they will increase. So the habitat's great. It's that Missouri breaks, large trees, sagebrush, native grassland.
Was the hunting mainly elk in here?
No, it's mule deer, upland birds, lots of, what's that?
Sheep?
No sheep on this far to the east. Not yet. They are working their way this way. But yeah, lots of sharptail, lots of mule deer.
There's elk in the pines too, isn't there?
Yep, and there's elk here.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's elk in all this country. So this pilot would reduce, that's what my hope is, that it would reduce landowner conflicts and access conflicts with the public. To establish that, these roads are closed to the public without permission or open through the town. I think it would be very high satisfaction. If somebody doesn't want to hunt the private and they just want to hunt the CMR, these PALs will allow that. They'll just be able to get straight to the CMR. The score was 26 on the top 2 sheets. Enrollment would be, or enrollment payment, $1,500 for year-round access, $250 for other access for bird watching, hiking, camping, which I think will get used. And then $525 for motorized access for the 525. And then, so for the acres, it was below 5,000, so another $500 for the contiguous block. Estimated 100-day use, they get almost 1,200 to 1,300 100 days on this property. So the use is going to be over the 350, so $2,000. And then with the improvements for $3,000, it's going to be a 3-year agreements. So, and then added 26 points, so another 2,000. So for the project cost per year is, for this 6 Ridge, is $7,520.
Plus the 3,000 for the improvement.
Yeah.
Cattle guard. And I think every one of these have a cattle guard
Cattle guard or
and
culverts.
gravel or culvert or whatever on every one of them.
They're about a $3,000 improvement cost on each one of the roads.
Yeah.
Near 3-year terms, and they fall into $1,000. And then the roads would be fixed and the cattle guards would be in there. The cattle guards would also allow, you need to make it easier to block it if you need to block the road out. Right?
Yeah, well, and then it stops gate issues, gates being left open.
I'm just guessing on this, but the cattle guard is probably where it goes under the CMR road, is that general?
Yeah, well, this one would be, by the, state section there on the private. I think, for this year, for this one. If they decide to do another 3 years after this 3 years up, they probably would put a cattle guard on the CMR.
Is the CMR boundary all fenced now?
Yes, yeah, the boundary is right there at the end.
South end of the
Right.
deed, it looks like.
Yeah,
So on the section 16 where the cattle guard is proposed to go through, has somebody contacted the state to make sure that they would allow for that access through there?
Should be an improvement. Probably on lease.
yeah, it would be 36. Yeah.
It's 36.
Up in the
16.
BLM.
It's up above.
Oh, okay, okay.
It's got a draw head.
What was the?
I said, you just got to draw now. 17,000 applications for.
Any questions on that one?
This deal's been a long-suffering thing. The elk were hauled out there. When were the elk released on Charles?
47.
And there's been more and more and more pressure, and these guys have put up with it for, I thought they bought the ranch in 70.
Well,
76.
It's big bow hunting.
Yeah.
So it starts, it starts, whenever bow hunting starts all the way through, it's a long season.
And then there's a shoulder season on top of the other one out there.
Yeah, there was. There's no shoulder
It went
season.
away. Nobody got any anyway, because they all ran to the game refuge.
They all ran to the other side of the timber care.
Oh, they go.
And then the game range, yes, refuge.
So is there block management, most of what we see there?
Yes, yep, their deeded land is in block management. So this, with them getting walked in on all the time, that block management is getting stressed on them dropping out. So this is my attempt to help relieve these issues and try to get the public aware that these are not public roads.
Just for discussion real quick, each of these, because they are pretty controlled in and out, it seems to me that a cooperative sign noting the agreements that have been negotiated on the behalf of the public for access, and that they're fragile agreements, I think might be a good idea. Maybe you're already in that, but that's an interesting effort to kind of coordinate all those needs together that doesn't exist in very many places.
Right. And that's what I'm kind of hoping, is that this is just scratching the surface of the CMR. I know when I talked to Aaron, who was out of the Glasgow area, or the Fort Peck area, a light bulb went off in his head for the south of the river, 700. So hopefully this is just scratching the surface for access into the CMR.
Put those signs up at the cattle guards.
Yeah, these will all be signed when they start, when they leave Ocala. And so.
How many hunting days? I'm sorry.
So the BMA gets 1,200 or more. It's either
Oh, I'm
1,200.
sorry. how many days in effect is it? Is it 365?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, year round, sorry.
Or
Yay, nay?
yeah,
You know, before we go here, Nate, I guess I'm looking at this for a while. When you look at 7th Ridge, Middle 8th, Lower 8th, I guess I have a little bit of an issue with them splitting off every 2-track trail that comes off, and that's not every 2-track trail, but there's 3 2-tracks that come off of this county road, all that are submitted for separate pallets. And I don't know, to me, I just have a real hard time saying, you know what, we're gonna pay you for every little 2-track trail that comes off here and makes this a separate pallet. I mean, I understand, or I am more understanding. So you have these different spur roads, the Hill Ranch Road, the Murray Road, the other ones that are main thoroughfares. But it just seems to me that we ought to have a pallet for, especially when you're looking at essentially one landowner off of each of those access roads, to have 3 different pallets off of one of those. It just seems to me it's just a move to try to juke the system to their benefit. I don't know. I thought it was excessive to have 3 different pallets off of one road.
Which one are you referring to?
Well, and again.
So he's talking about the collective.
Before we start voting on them, I just thought maybe this would be a good decision to have. This one, the 6th Ridge, I don't have as much of an issue with that. But then when you move down to the next one and you have the 7th Ridge and the Middle 8th and the Lower 8th, and they're all coming off of that Stadley Road. Is that the intent of this program? I mean, I just see it as really.
How else would you do it?
I think they ought to, all of those ought to be one agreement. I mean, we have a lot of other pallet agreements where a person's getting paid one time for different pieces of roads that are accessing different pieces of public land. And we haven't split all those up and say, well, this one accesses this piece of land, this one accesses this piece of land. They're lumped in one agreement, and I have a hard time with that.
I think we did with Bergtall last year in that one property where I had access to that, what is that prairie up there?
The reservoir?
Yeah, the reservoir. We did that with that one, right? We did.
What's the total acreage in those? Can you total those up? What he's talking about, the bunch?
Oh, it's a bunch. I mean, the whole thing's about 80 grand.
How many?
I think it's like 80 grand, not acres, dollars.
And I think if you do the math,
Annually,
acres access per month, per dollar, are pretty cheap here.
they are. Most of those are a little over $1. At some point I lost.
But they could also, they can shut it off there.
Sure they could.
Well, what, is it on this summary sheet, the total number of acres? Yeah.
Katie has. Never mind, Katie. So 6th, 7th, and Lower 8th, Middle 8th is 19,000 acres.
If the whole deal's 35,000 acres of tax.
The whole shebang is 51,000 acres.
51,000 acres. And in each one of those, I don't think, what Dale's referring to, I don't think, even if you took those and used them to, each one of those parcels is 4,000 to 5,000 acres that are accessed by those agreements.
Yes. Yes.
I don't think I think we've written some that were over for less acres and were comparable value. Especially with the elk, bunch of them didn't have, this is elk.
Right.
It gets lots of.
Motorized vehicle access.
So Tim, is the 1,200 across the board? I mean, do you have any way to assess the access since there's what, 7 or 8 agreements here?
Right. Yeah, it's across the whole board. That's the block management. 1,200, 1,300.
1,200 for the whole Whitmire Ranch block management access.
But I'll tell you, when
People
I hunt this
sign
place,
boxes.
I will hunt down Brown Ridge in the morning. And then I'll hunt down Sixth Ridge in the evening.
And you're already on it, so type 1.
Yes. So, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not saying that I'm not gonna access multiple, I will access multiple roads out there in a day.
It just shows varying consistency though. I mean, the block management is one program.
Right, well, you gotta sign it up as a whole ranch unless you do it like, I think the way Collins did it, or the way we do it, we've got different ranch properties that we acquired, and we have 3 different block management agreements, and the rest of it's in ask first. And, you know, so it's a configuration of whatever works for the families that own the places. In this one, you've got 30 families under one ownership. And it needs to be, the way, this is my feeling, I think these people have put up with this for 50 years. And this is an opportunity to, and the legislature appropriated the money, and we're gaining them access to 50,000 acres. And it's been, just because it's been accessed in the past doesn't mean that'll continue to happen in the future.
No, it could end this year.
And they do have the opportunity, they could outfit it if they wanted to. And there is help there. And or they could be like the guy that Prairie Reserve bought that place over there that was Ray Shores. And he was harboring the elk over there, and that's just west of it. And so I think these need to be accepted. They were done in the proper form. And I think they need to be accepted because it's time. And this, the Prairie Reserve just bought the neighboring ranch for who knows an undisclosed number. And they'll be here next year,
right,
applying for the same thing. But it's what we were mandated or requested to do by the legislature was to stay within the budget and to access it, come up with a plan. We've done that. So I think we need to approve it. I don't think we can look over these guys' shoulders. Maybe I don't think these guys are not gaming the system. They've been doing this for $12,000 or $50. You know, they were up against the limit most of the time.
Yep.
And they put up with that. But they're to the point now where the fund's about gone out of it. And the way the game refuge works is they raise the grazing fees. They want to eliminate the livestock. They don't maintain any water developments. They don't do anything. This is a way to give back and let the elk pay for it.
Right.
Enough said, I'm getting where it comes
Did you have any sense that this will keep the numbered CMR roads more likely to stay open?
Yes, I do.
That's from being familiar with that area, that is a heck of a value. It's a plus. Yeah. A double heck of a value. Because those CMR roads are disappearing, like it or not, or.
And as soon as we don't allow access to them, they will shut them down.
Absolutely.
So paying for, a mile or 2 miles of private for 4 or 5 miles of public road. Makes sense to me. And
I try not to agree with Lee very often. Let's go for it, buddy.
So the way I looked at it is, the only way to get to the 6th Ridge right now is if you go through 7th. And they can shut it off at 7th Ridge and not allow anybody else.
So that's why.
One of the things I think you want to remember too is, what do we keep hearing about all the time is public access, maintain public access. And I think by doing this, you're not going to hear complaints from the public.
It's not going to one individual. It's going to a 30 family member large ranch that was acquired with an FHA loan in the 1970s, and they paid it off, and they're continuing to ranch. They had an opportunity to sell it to the bison people.
I'm sure they have it every year.
I'm not trying to climb up on that soapbox. But, you know, this isn't, we're not doing anything special for these guys. We're following the same rules, and
I'll tell you, the hunters will be happy.
well, they haven't ever paid the cost of going in there in 50 years or longer.
Right.
You know, and so all of a sudden you want to hear about public access, having Whitmire's decided, well, we're just going to lock the gates.
We'd be.
So if you want to hear me quit talking, let's vote.
What are we gonna?
I'd say let's just,
The annual payment
let's
for all
take-
those agreements.
let's just take them as a
70,000.
package group and approve them.
Right.
We have $500,000 and we have 50,000 acres that we're trying to keep access to.
Let's vote on it.
You're not spending 50,000, or you're not spending, you got your access, and you're keeping access open, not only to the 51,000 acres or whatever public land is, you're keeping the BMA open.
Right, yeah.
Plus all the other adjoining BMAs that go with every individual owner in Whitmire Grazing Association. There's a bunch of them on the Milk River,
Yeah,
bunch
there's
of them on the Garfield County and Phillips County. This is a far-ranging one, guys.
There's a lot of them that are in block management.
Yeah, almost every one of them. Besides this is when we can fail. We need to approve it.
Let's vote.
Are we voting on all of them or one of them?
That's the way I'd like to do it. I'd like to just, they were all worked the same by the same group of people and met the same parameters. And it's a large number. It's a large number, but we haven't spent all the money yet. We still got some for next year. So I'd say let's approve them all together. They were all done with the same, in the same due diligence. Yes.
Well, whoa, I got one more question.
Opportunity for discussion.
So the last one is the Sutherland payout. You can pay them for, the money for the Sutherland, that comes off of the Murray Road. You can go down the county road a few miles and have access into there. Yeah, you're gonna add some miles into there. But you're looking at $11,500 to give them access down here for, 3 miles or whatever, and you can go down the county road and have access that's going to get you into the same country, right?
No, so we, and you're talking about through section 5 in 2336, is that what you're talking about?
Southern Creek.
Yeah, it shows that here as a county road on the map that you submitted.
It's not a county road.
It says Sutherland Creek Road.
Yeah, that's not a county road.
It shows it on the map that and I wanted to say in your write-up, you said that they could go down the road X number of miles.
Yeah, so we, trying to get there, sorry. So that's the problem, is that all these roads have, look like they're county roads typically. So that road goes through conservation easement in section 5.
But it was determined that that road is only open because of the management of the conservation easement management document. So which will be, the APR will have control of that on the Sutherland Road here. So.
Is that a different landowner on the southern road?
Yes.
Is that a county road?
No.
It's not. So it's a good neighbor policy, just like all these other.
Right. So we have an easement on that property, but that road can be closed through the management plan.
And how that.
It does not have to be
flows
open
from the Buffalo Field.
to the public, yes. And does not have to be open to the public except for during hunting season. So
you want guaranteed access, you gotta go the way you went.
through.
So what's 433, this blue one that comes in down here, where does it start?
That starts way down on Carpenter Creek. That road is inaccessible because,
They blocked it off already.
well, it goes through a really boggy area
Oh, okay.
on the CMR and they don't maintain roads. So, and you can't get across, majority of the time you can't get across Southern One Creek unless you have an ATV. But this gets you access year-round fishing opportunity for Sutherland Creek through Whitmire property.
An off-topic question, but you know, the fishing game in Rocky Mountain Elk are over on the Musher Shell side buying up that, what, 93 ranch or what?
73.
Huh?
73.
73, okay. Is there any possibility here? I see some of these roads go down to a bay. The future, the CMR putting a road down to the lake with boating access, campground type thing?
I would think so. Whether or not they do that, I don't. That's up to the.
You know,
Fishing
Hell
office.
Creek right now is getting all kinds of pressure and everybody else is getting pressure. Like I said, I think if you can get access, somebody could make pretty good money from the campground.
So that, I mean, that's what the issue, one of the issues is that these are not county roads. This is not a county road on the Sutherland Creek Road. This goes through a conservation easement, but that road can be closed down. And it's not a year-round access either, so. So that was after I wrote that up. We looked into it more through the easement, to double check that, so.
Well, again, just looking at what was submitted, I think.
Yeah.
So why would we do this?
Yeah.
Okay, now.
Tim, do you have any idea if they're interested in anything longer than 3?
Possibly. I think they wanted to see how this went first. They are not, they do not want easements. We've brought easements to them.
Who's that?
The Whitmire Grazing Association.
I just asked if they're interested in a longer term than 3 years, but.
Right, and I'm just giving you some background on that. We've approached them on many levels on what tools we have. And long term is not an option. 10 years may be an option. Trying to get them, we're trying to see if this is gonna work for keeping the public where they're supposed to be, when they're supposed to be. Big issue is around this area, around the house, around the foreman's house.
Where's the building site?
Right here in section 19 and 24. Yeah, it goes down. It doesn't go to his house. It goes up on top of the hill. But that's the big issue, is that people are driving in through there all the time. And so we're trying to curb that. And I think closing that road down and then having these available when they want them is going to help that, hopefully help that situation.
Let's let them test the water and see if they like it.
Right.
A lot of land.
So they're not gaming the system, guys. These guys, they put up with it forever. And most of them like to hunt. They have places of their own. They're signed up for it. And this is, we need to just approve this as a policy and go forward.
Any other thoughts or comments on, or discussion on all of the Whitmire projects? All for 3 years as a recommendation.
I think we should do it. I mean, I still think you're gonna look at this at some point and evaluate it, you know, again, but it's such a complicated area in the first place on any side of the lake and the river and the CMR. So.
This one will be a bellwether for what happens on the south.
Yep.
We can, if this one works and we're fair and we're using our own rules and we asked our guys to go do it, negotiate it, and let's approve it.
Okay. We'll take thumbs up, thumbs down. Okay.
Thank you.
Is there a unanimous decision on that one as well?
Yep, and of course it is, if nobody hollers.
I do want to thank you guys
gotta
for
say
your time
no.
and looking in at this stuff. And if you do have a question, I'm more than happy to explain it to you.
Okay. Thanks, Tim. Just as a last closing remark, Zach Zitfeld was here, you know, and one thing he forgot to mention is that just because we approve a PALA, the department approves a PALA, based on the evidence we have at the time, it doesn't mean we can't terminate the agreement if we learn something new, suggesting there's a public claim to it. So these are all fluid agreements. He just wanted me to share that message. Representative Logie, I think you had something you wanted to say or show?
Yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know I plan on being there tomorrow, but I wanted to show you where I am today and say I'm going to be missing a little bit of pretty scenery probably. Did you see that?
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. So I'll be a little sacrificed, but that's all right.
Sleeping giant, you'll see.
Okay.
Were we supposed to feel bad for you?
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Jason,
Yes, ma'am.
I just have one comment. Regarding Bert's issue with his license.
Okay, yep.
I'm kind of along the ed train with that. I think you guys have to figure out what the actual issue was. Was it the signature? Was it the cadastral or whatever it was? And then bring those things to us so that we might be able to come up with some legal thing or something. But I don't think that's our place. I don't think we're initially the people to be researching that. I don't think it should be brought to us. Because you guys know what the issue is, what caused it, or what the blip was, or whatever. He suggested it come to us, but you guys are the ones who are gonna know what actually happened with that license.
Yeah, I don't know, Ron, do you
Well, I think
address that?
I didn't think he hit a lot of the stuff what I thought he was going to touch on, but right, the stuff, the internal stuff about how that process works, that I don't think you guys should be involved in that. I mean, we should be able to figure that out on our own, whether it's a system problem or if it's just we need to do better search, or we need to get those applications in earlier so we have time, because when we went to paperless, we just made a commitment that we're going to do these drawings within a certain amount of time. We made a commitment that we're going to do them within a week, or 2 weeks, I think it was. And so our licensing folks are on a timeline. They have only so many people. But these applications that are coming from these landowner sponsors are still paper applications, so they have to be inputted each individually by a person. So we're going to work that out. We're going to work that process out and fix the issues that they had with, and it was kind of a multiple things happened that's with his situation. So yeah, I guess, but the other part I think about that we need to get, at least have, is, and I thought he was gonna hit more on it, is just the issue of there's people kind of gaming the system and getting licensed that they really shouldn't be getting probably here. And that's gonna take a change from this group to maybe figure out how we fix that process for the folks that are employees or whatever.
His situation was, there's only one license per landowner, like the town and son, right? It's just who gets it and who's actually a landowner, which is a challenge, more of a challenge with these larger ranches that are owned by multiple family members of different generations. And so they need to, part of it probably was them that they didn't have they hadn't done their due diligence, or it wasn't somewhere where it was readily accessible. They were actually the one that was gonna receive the family health tag that year.
Yeah, and I think the issue is there's still probably some folks out there that are not really officially employees of a ranch or something that are taking advantage of that.
In this case, that wasn't.
No, not in his case, but yeah, he had concerns about other things too that I thought he was gonna hit on a little bit more.
In his case, he had 3 applications, 3 chances. One was disqualified because he hadn't taken Hunter Ed. And that was a non-resident member.
So he applied.
It was his brother.
Yeah.
And he applied.
And
Lives in Oklahoma or someplace.
Yeah,
and his signature wasn't verified when he had you verified 3 years ago. That to me is the one that's the problem. Because the other 2 were out.
Yeah.
And how you do that through, I don't know if you guys search the Secretary of State for that signature for that LLC or corporation or
I
what,
think it's, they set it up prior to.
but whatever, you gotta figure out, so you give them the option, so it's easy and they know, okay, I need X, Y, or Z and that's it, and it's done forever.
Well, I think the Hunter's Ed issue was the guys had hunting license here before. So
he had to have had it.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is he applied for coming home to hunt.
And that may be,
okay, so it was a different license.
but was the new 100 online?
So that's
Not an excuse anymore. You can do it in 2 hours.
Yeah, I think the coming home thing though changed it.
Yeah,
And
so
that,
I
it
didn't know
requires that you take Hunter's Ed again, even though you're.
You had to have
resident.
Montana.
Montana Hunter Ed.
Yeah,
So, yeah, it's,
It's tight for some.
all I'm saying is those internal things.
Yeah, I mean, you
Over to
know,
you guys.
we kind of overlapped the 2. So one is public comment and then he had a presentation after that. So, I mean, public comment can be anything from anyone about anything. But, and we'll have another one tomorrow afternoon, but I think that's it for today. We're gonna be back in here at 8:30. You can leave your stuff if you'd like. They'll clean up some stuff, but we'll be back in here at 8:30 to review. We're gonna start with Region 3 first. At 8:30. I believe Colleen will join us on Zoom, and then we'll also have the game warden from that area working on a lot of projects. We're gonna join us in person, that is my understanding tomorrow morning. Then we'll go 4, then we'll go 5. Regions 4 and Region 5. Have lunch. We'll do a quick update from fisheries. Dustin Ramoy walked back in the room here over lunch. You guys probably remember him. And then I gave us a chance to try and get out of our seats a little bit tomorrow afternoon for at least an hour or so, if the weather cooperates, to do a kind of a bear aware type training that our bear aware folks put on. Maybe play with some inert bear spray, that kind of stuff. Just something fun. We'll have our trap line reports and then we'll be done. So any comments or questions wrapping up for the day? Dale, go ahead.
Just based on what the director said today, are we gonna discuss tomorrow where we're gonna go with this migration coalition? And then he asked us that, and then, talking about the preference points or wherever we're going with, or maybe not preference, but just elk management. Can we have a discussion? And I don't know, that's our decision to make as much as it's yours and the director's decision to make, but he asked for input and kind of where we thought we ought to go. And I guess since he's asked to that, I'd like to have some kind of discussion internally and then for you to provide some feedback to him before we break from here, because the longer we let it go, the longer it's gonna linger.
Yep, I'm sure we'll have more time during, either after the barrier aware training, possibly in the morning, depending on how fast we go through PALAs. And then also, I don't expect, I mean, today we had the 2 people here for public comments, so I don't expect we'll have any public comment tomorrow, which would give us time on the agenda as well. But yeah, the Migration Coalition, the letter that was sent to the director, we passed that out at lunch. So maybe a little homework for tonight or something. We can talk about that tomorrow. The House Bill 505 elk management discussion, I know Director Warsack had mentioned that. And then we've also kind of bounced around the landowner preference piece of it as well for elk primarily. You know, the interesting piece, of course, as you guys all aware, you know, your terms end August 1st. So where that leaves us with the next meeting, I'm not sure. And then how the governor decides to reappoint or appoint new or add to, or what this council looks like come August. It's unclear at this time, but we can certainly start on some discussions in anticipation that you'll all be back here this fall. See Commissioner Tabor, you lit up there for a second. Do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, I just want to let you know I am alive. I've been listening to this all and sort of like drinking from a fire hose, and it's been really informational. But I am here. I'm not dead yet. So
It's good to see you, and hope you take care of yourself.
thank you.
Representative Logan, do you have anything else?
No, just that I'll see you tomorrow. Sorry I missed part of this morning, but I had other meeting here too. So yeah, I'll be up there. I'm driving up here in a couple hours.
Sounds good. Anybody else?
Hey, Dimly, I have a
Yeah.
question.
Go ahead.
From eastern Montana, what was that blue stuff you were showing us on the picture?
Well, some of that was water in a pond, and then some of that was blue sky. Yeah.
And it was blue, huh?
All right.
Yeah.
Amazing.
We'll go ahead and stop it there. We'll be back here at 8:30 tomorrow. There's quite a few eating options around if folks want to walk to one or drive to one too.
Is this room secure?
This room will have, I mean, there's somebody that come in and clean it and pick up trash. Otherwise, you can leave your manuals and books and everything else there. Thank you all.
Yeah, thanks. Catch you tomorrow.
Thank you.
It's
okay, we'll see me.
There's no hard care. Hasta Luigi.
I don't know.
Oh, they're ready to give me a fat.
Oh, well.
What are they gonna do, take away our birthdays? I wish they would have.
Yeah, a few years like.
Oh, probably forgot about it, actually.
Can't forget about Jason.
Yeah.
Hey, you want to send that?
No more smiling.
You want to forward that?
Good luck with those notes on some of the.
Right, tomorrow, you.
No, thank you. Well, poor guy, he said he couldn't eat like those sandwiches. So he didn't get lunch. Oh, you want the veggies there or just straight take meat?